Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
In the quiet neighborhood, the evening felt unusually calm. Ye Qiu, what have you been up to lately? The college entrance exam is almost here. I poured tea for him herself, worry in her eyes. Ye Qiu hesitated. A lot really had happened these past few months. He raised his hand. A small flame flickered to life at his fingertip. Bai covered her mouth, stunned as she stared at the flame dancing in his hand. If I said this was my quirk awakening, would you believe me? Ye Qiu looked at her steadily. She paused, then nodded lightly. I believe you. You wouldn't lie to me. As for the exam, you don't need to worry. I already qualify for recommendation. If I sit the test, it'd just be wasting Aunt Xiuhui's tuition. He took out a card. The idea of Yue's special consultant. If the flame had shocked Bai earlier, then now, her mind went completely blank. Wait. Yue doesn't even have a special consultant position. You didn't buy a fake ID just so I'd stop worrying, right? Her guard was up. Ye Qiu really had been too mysterious lately. He gently took her hand. Her face instantly flushed scarlet, and just as she tried to pull away, he held on tighter, unwilling to let go. Bai, you know that MT Lady commercial about the medicinal baths, right? The formula they're using is mine. I had the butler help me arrange everything. The bath package is a joint project between me, MT Lady, and Kento Dojo. She blinked. Come to think of it, she had seen Ye Qiu taking medicinal baths before the product even went public. He handed her a bank card. The password is XXXXXX. Check the balance. That's my share so far. She searched it up. 20 million yen. Already? She swallowed. If that's the case, then I'll keep it. She quickly hid the card behind her back, like a tiny housekeeper guarding treasure. Ye Qiu smiled helplessly. Fine. Do what you want. I'm yours anyway. Does the money even matter? Who wants you? She glared at him, face red. Then he went quiet for a moment. Actually, don't you think it's strange? Someone as famous as MT Lady cooperating so closely with me. It is a little strange, Bai admitted softly. So why? Ye Qiu scratched his cheek awkwardly. Because our relationship is kind of like ours. Bai looked straight at him. Then will you marry me in the future? Yes. He didn't hesitate. Her eyes softened. Then it's fine. There will always be people stronger than me. I just need to know I'm the most important one. Bai, I'll never let you down. She believed him. More than he expected. And that trust was something he would carry for life. By the way, he continued, before your exam, I'll help you get stronger. I'm a special consultant now. I help design the new hero curriculum. This year's heroes will be very different from before. She blinked. Her quirk had always been supportive. She never believed she could become a top-tier hero. But Ye Qiu, he changed everything. Okay, I'll go with you. That night, once the house was asleep, Bai quietly slipped into Ye Qiu's room. Let's go. Her voice trembled with excitement. He wrapped an arm around her waist and jumped from the second floor, landing softly. Amazing. She stared at him in awe. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. This isn't from Quirks. Really? Really. If you want to be strong, I'll help you stand at the very top. And if you don't, then I'll stand in front of you and protect you forever. His voice was gentle, but there was strength behind it. And Bai smiled. Because she believed him. Bai finally gave her answer. Ye Qiu's confidence and protectiveness warmed her heart, but at the same time, it made her want to grow stronger. In this world, hero isn't just a title. It's honor. It's recognition. It's a dream shared by everyone, men and women alike. All right then. Starting today, you'll be trained personally by Yue's special advisor, me. Ye Qiu smiled gently. Midoriya. Once you grow stronger, you'll realize how many powerful enemies are waiting ahead. Even if you inherit All Might's quirk, you won't automatically inherit the #1 seat. And Todoroki? Suppressing all your peers won't be that easy. This world was going to change. Ye Qiu, where are we going? Is there some special mission you have to do at UA? Bai asked curiously as they traveled through the night. This was supposed to be top secret, Ye Qiu said calmly, but there shouldn't be secrets between us. I'm hunting down a member of the League of Villains. He lost to me once before, but he escaped thanks to outside help. Even if the police had messed up that time, Ye Qiu couldn't let it go. A villain with a muscle-based quirk could regenerate his injuries and wait for rescue. Last time, Ye Qiu simply hadn't had the strength to deal permanent damage. Regrowing muscle was easy. Regrowing bone, not so much. Without a skeleton, let's see how long he stays cocky. Is he strong? Bai asked quietly. If he is, maybe I shouldn't go. I might get in the way. It's fine, Ye Qiu said lightly. He's nothing special. And besides, he looked at her and smiled. My Bai is very strong. Those words burned into her heart. I am strong. I will become strong. Not for glory. Not for attention. Only for the person standing beside her. As they moved, Ye Qiu used a remote viewing technique to search for the villain. It didn't take long. The target was in the red light district. Of course. Ignoring Kurogiri's warnings, the muscle man chose pleasure over caution. He dragged terrified women into a dark alley, using brute force to silence their resistance. Bai's cheeks flushed with anger. He's disgusting. He always was, Ye Qiu said coldly. Scum like this deserves to be erased. What do you need me to do? She asked. Ye Qiu turned to her. Bai, you usually create everyday items, or grenades when things get dangerous. But think about it. Against criminals, guns are often more effective than explosives. Grenades can be dodged. Bullets are harder to avoid. But most strong quirks aren't afraid of bullets, Bai replied seriously. And guns are restricted weapons. That's true, Ye Qiu said with a faint smile. But you're not stealing one. You're creating one with your quirk. There's a difference. Don't trap yourself with rules. Sometimes, a Barrett sniper rifle is more useful than any hero gadget. Long-range heavy sniper. Close-range shotgun. Combined with strategy, her quirk was terrifying. Imagination defines her ceiling. I understand Barrett's structure. She checked the schematics on her phone, then activated her quirk. A moment later, a full-sized Barrett sniper rifle rested in her hands. Through the scope, the villain's head was perfectly framed. He's within range. But this is my first time using a gun. Maybe you should fire instead. Ye Qiu shook his head. It's fine. He won't escape. Aim for the head. If you kill him, it's your victory. If you don't, I'll finish it. Her hands trembled. I'm a little scared. Don't be. I'm here. He stepped to the edge of the rooftop, watching calmly. Soon, the muscle man finished his disgusting business. Pathetic, Ye Qiu thought. He nodded to Bai. She took a breath, pulled the trigger. The thunderous crack echoed through the city, but no one suspected a sniper rifle. They assumed lightning had struck. The bullet tore past the villain, grazing his shoulder and shattering the wall behind him. The muscle man froze. How? Who tracked me down? And why would they use something so dangerous? Then realization hit him. He needed to run. Now. Want to run? Do I agree? Ye Qiu comforted Bai and asked her to continue to target the muscular man. He jumped down from the rooftop, and his function legs flew between the tall buildings. Compared with those so-called parkour teenagers, he didn't know how many times more dashing. So handsome. Through the magnifying glass, General Ye Qiu's posture was completely in his eyes. Ye Qiu asked Bai to create Barrett's purpose, not entirely because she wanted her to kill the muscle man, one of which was to make it easier for Bai to watch his performance. That's right. The show has just begun, and the mere muscular man is destined to be a supporting role in the show. Hee, it seems that you've had a good time recently, and you're in the mood to come out and hunt for beauty. Your boss really won't learn your lesson. Ye Qiu's sneering voice made the muscular man running up the street stiffen in place. He remembers this voice. No, it should be said that this is a voice that he will never forget. If it weren't for the owner of this voice, he wouldn't have been caught so miserably by the police, nor would he have been subjected to maddening torture after returning to the organization. Boy, do you want to die? How dare you appear in front of the uncle? The muscular man turned his head with a grin. But this time, he didn't have the slightest idea of a rival in love. He directly exploded his terrifying muscles in an instant. In the 100 times magnification, this guy has become a 2-meter, nearly 3-meter-high man. The monster is covered with blood-colored muscles that are incomparably knotted. Remember the name of the uncle. The one who killed you is called Mascula. Accompanied by an angry roar, Mascula's punch almost wrapped all the strength of his body into it. No longer underestimate the enemy. The explosion of the fist that nearly ripped the air made Bai, who was 500 meters away, feel the tremor. Bai wanted to help. She didn't know if Ye Qiu could face such a villains, but she put her finger on the trigger several times, but she couldn't shoot. Barrett's destructive power is too great, and Bai can be said to have no confidence in his marksmanship. If that shot had hurt Ye Qiu, Bai would definitely regret it. It's just... Is Ye Qiu really that monster's opponent? Holding the mobile phone, ready to call the police at any time, in a few seconds, a lot of sweat was already seeping from the palm of his hand. This was the first time she had faced such a brutal battle. For Bai, this type of battle only existed in books. Will Ye Qiu be hit by this punch from Mascula? Obviously, this kind of thing has never happened. It won't happen now, and it won't happen in the future. Ye Qiu caught the wind and caught the shadows under his feet, and instantly avoided this explosive punch, and the backhand was a dragon's swinging tail. The Scarlet Flame Oriental Dragon, accompanied by the terrifying Rakido on his arm, Mascula's chest was directly penetrated by the flames, revealing a ferocious, irregular flesh hole. Fire. Comparable to the fire of Lord Endeavor. He knew exactly what Ye Qiu Quirks was, and when he was shocked by Ye Qiu's powerful strength, he felt even more uneasy in his heart. What exactly is Ye Qiu's ability? Obviously, they are the creative type of quirks. Why can they have such a powerful flame ability? However, the Oriental Dragon with a reckless atmosphere looks really handsome. Even the No.1 All Might, in the attack mode, is not as comfortable as Ye Qiu's moves. Bai, who doesn't chase stars on weekdays, is really going to become Ye Qiu's little fanboy at this time. With such a fiancé, she really wants to hug the doll on the bed, put her face in the doll's arms and laugh. Field. So handsome. You, why are you so strong? The muscles in Mascula's chest were constantly squirming, and soon the big hole in the mouth of the bowl disappeared. However, the bones in the chest cavity were broken by Ye Qiu's direct attack by the dragon swinging its tail, and the invisible internal bleeding was even more serious. Such a terrifying palm. But when the two of them fought a few months ago, Ye Qiu's greatest strength was obviously the terrifying flame leg technique. What the hell did this ancient Oriental dragon need to be able to summon quirks? In Mascula's mind, there is no idea of any form of move. First, there are too few quirks in the element system, but no one will waste control on the shape of power. So according to Mascula's own guess, Ye Qiu's 18 palms for subduing the dragon may be special quirks, just like the flame tornado kicked out by those legs. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Your strength is good, but in the past few months, your strength is not bad. It's just stagnant, but I am fast. Upgrade. Even if you don't make the mistake of arrival now, you won't be my opponent. Ye Qiu seemed to be standing in the sky looking down at the god's mansion. In his eyes, Mascula was an ant-like existence, suppressing the prelude of this era. Little devil. Don't be too complacent. Your attack may be strong, but my defense is stronger. Today, I will plan your bones, one by one, to slowly drain your blood. Mascula forcibly endured the discomfort inside her body and bullied her up again, trying to use her terrifying power to crush Ye Qiu to death in one go. A man with kidney deficiency dares to compete with me. Ye Qiu disdainfully dodged the fist that was continuous and incomparably thick like a machine gun. I'm going to kill you. Mascula's only remaining eye was extremely red. This kind of thing has always been a pain in his heart. Ye Qiu dared to fiddle with his most sensitive nerves. The anger in his heart was hard to quench long ago. Perhaps you don't know yet, the monster in your organization with similar abilities to you, called Noma by that guy in Kirojiri, has been beaten to pieces by me. Your fate will definitely be not much better than that thing. Ye Qiu reminded Mascula that the 9 young true chi in his body was rapidly mobilizing. Humph. Nomu's kind of rubbish. How can it be compared with this, uncle? You can kill Nomu. It doesn't mean you can kill me. Mascula didn't seem to be shocked by the news at all, but a huge wave was set off in his heart, and he was already thinking about whether to escape first. One strike. Must be fatal. He didn't have the time to continue spending time with Mascula, and he had to make a quick decision. If it was too late, it would affect the beauty of Baishui, and that cunning guy might be scared. Dragons fight in the wild. Among the 18 palms of the dragon subduing palm, this move can be said to be the pinnacle skill of combining virtuality and reality. A guy like Mascula, who only takes advantage of his body to attack without a brain, has never seen peak skills supported by his terrifying body. In his opinion, as long as he blocks Ye Qiu's flaming move, he can block that terrifying move. Flame Golden Dragon. Bump. Blocked. A look of joy flashed in Mascula's eyes, and his strong arms blocked Ye Qiu's attack. Asterisk. Blocked? Mascula felt that he was in the way and had a perfect chance to escape. Tear. Ye Qiu's right palm was indeed blocked. At that time, there was not much Rakido in this palm. All the great terror was hidden in the left palm full of false tricks. However, when Ye Qiu was about to pierce Mascula's body in the end, he let the golden fire dragon wrapped in boundless anger directly change it into biting his arm and ripped off his entire right arm. The flesh and blood were attached to the bones, all of which were torn off by Ye Qiu at once, and the terrifying blood dripped on the ground continuously. Your muscles regenerate. Can you regenerate bones? Ye Qiu had a playful look on his face. After one move, Mascula tightly grabbed her wound and stared at Ye Qiu with hatred in her eyes. His arm is wrapped in countless solid muscles, and it will not be torn off by ordinary strength at all, but the boy on the opposite side, who grows at an extremely terrifying speed, completely ignored his defense and directly tore off the entire arm. Where the hell did this little monster come from? At the same time as the resentment in Mascula's heart is incomparable, there is more frustration and fear. If he continues to stay, with that kid's way of doing things that doesn't resemble heroes at all, it is very likely that he will be killed directly. You can't kill me. You won't kill me. Mascula still maintained his ruthlessness, but his eyes began to shrink, and his legs retreated unconsciously. Kill you? I'm sorry, that kind of thing is kind of boring. Instead of letting you die like this, I prefer to let you watch me grow stronger step by step, and watch yourself become a waste. The indifferent voice pierced into the bone marrow, making Mascula shudder. Scary man. Cold-blooded guy. Shouldn't this kind of guy be more suitable in League of Villains? It's unbelievable why you are on Hero's side. I can tell you everything I know. Haven't you been looking for League of Villains? Mascula covered her wounds and roared in a low voice. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in that kind of thing at all. What I dare to be interested in is how to make you more uncomfortable. Ye Qiu forced Mascula to the corner of the wall step by step. Weakness is the original sin. Now I'm stronger than you, so you should just accept your destiny obediently and stop struggling in vain. Then you may be able to go to prison faster and seek the shelter you need. Weak? I'm weak ***. The bloody sins that the uncle committed outside, which can't prove my strength, this kid is too deceiving. Why didn't anyone notice the sound of the sniper gun just now? What about the police? The group of police officers who are usually seen everywhere, why can't they see a single one at this time? Fight. Even death cannot let that be *********D's conspiracy succeed. The hearts of desperados like Mascula are so hostile. When they are in a desperate situation, they will work harder than anyone else, and they will be more ruthless than anyone. The muscles in Mascula's right shoulder moved quickly, sealing the huge wound, and the bleeding would not affect him too much for the time being. His right arm is gone, he still has a left arm. Yes, you can definitely kill that kid. The ruthlessness in Mascula's eyes was even more fierce. The muscle fibers on his left hand were instantly wrapped dozens of times. It looked like a huge gun barrel. Once the gunpowder shell hits the target, it will explode with terrifying power. Ye Qiu obviously didn't want to kill him. Since he had already lost an arm, then the opening of the middle door would not be a flaw, so let him use his incomparably strong left arm to completely beat that arrogant boy into a fleshy pulp. Mascula not only strengthened his left arm with his quirks, but at this time his thick thighs became like legs, but his muscles were like springs full of resilience. Facing a huge crisis between life and death, instead it gave him a new level of mastery over his quirks. The spring-like legs directly shattered the ground, bringing terrifying speed to Mascula. Bai, who was observing the battle with a magnifying mirror, was almost unable to capture Mascula's movements. At that moment, that step was too ferocious, too fast. It's like the brutal Bear King who is brewing a fatal blow. Time to ride the 6 dragons. Interesting. Ye Qiu did not solve the battle quickly, but instead used the defensive move in the 18 dragon subduing palms to ride 6 dragons, 6 golden fire dragons, and instantly produce meat in front of him. Boom! Macula's fist slammed heavily on the defense, surrounded by the 6 dragons, but the punch that looked so fierce was not even an inch. Instead, it was bitten by the 6 dragons. Horrible bones revealed. It is a defensive move. It is better to say that it can be attacked and defended in order to form an effective terrorist counterattack after the villains makes an attack. It hurts. When Mascula saw the fire dragon, he was already prepared to be injured, but he did not expect that, even if he prepared to exchange injuries for injuries, he would not be able to break the fire dragon that seemed to be just formed by flames. And even there is no way to penetrate the defense of the fire dragon. Is this still fire? Mascula didn't understand why he failed, and he couldn't imagine what would happen to him, but the feeling of being bitten by the flame dragon really made him extremely painful, and the whole person's expression became extremely hideous. Burn the bones. It's not that Ye Qiu has no sympathy, it's just that he feels that he doesn't need any mercy at all for those who are extremely vicious. The terrifying fire dragon was directly used by Ye Qiu to penetrate Mascula's body. Mascula roared in an instant, his body struggled constantly, and the fire dragon in his body was burning his bones. Muscles can be regenerated, but he cannot regenerate his own bones. Ye Qiu, the devil, intends to burn most of his bones in this way. You are the devil. Mascula's expression is extremely distorted. His lips are already bleeding from the teeth, and the inhuman pain makes people feel as if they are in hell. It's over. Still too weak. In melee combat, I'm almost invincible. One more person, All Might must leave me a fight before your power is completely gone. Asterisk. When Mascula fell to the ground like a puddle of mud and kept spitting up blood, Ye Qiu called All Might as soon as possible and asked him to deal with the matter. The person who came over was now Masazuchi, and when he saw Mascula's miserable appearance and Ye Qiu's unstained appearance, as if he had never fought a battle, he suddenly felt that the hero's world might be in trouble again. A great person is about to appear. In the next few decades, the name Ye Qiu will definitely be remembered by countless people and will become the idol of countless young people. If you have anything in the future, you can contact me directly. This is my contact information. Please take care of me. When he was leaving, Tsukaichi Naojing handed over his contact information to Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu also nodded and accepted it. It seems more convenient to communicate with this policeman than to communicate with All Might. How's it going? After watching today's battle, do you think I'm bound to stand at number 1? When Ye Qiu returned to Bai, he was still looking forward to Bai's evaluation of him. Bai said arrogantly, "It's a little bit." Well, you're only a little handsome, but you can't be too proud. It's just a little bit handsome, and you have to keep working hard to become the number 1 in my heart. Also, your ability to float far away in one fell swoop, I want to learn it. Bai, as a girl, especially likes the ability of Fengxian's legs to be free and easy, but as for the tyrannical ability of 18 palms of dragon subduing, he doesn't feel much. Okay, no problem. You will study with me from today, just to improve your physical fitness, otherwise the recoil of Barrett's heavy sniper will still be quite harmful to the body. Ye Qiu nodded dotingly. Masculo was tortured to the death, and the League of Villains group of guys who were collecting gangsters outside gradually became more restrained. In the months before the college entrance examination, there are still many small-scale social events, but they are not so sensational. Even All Might, a busy person, rarely has a lot of rest time. Of course, the happiest person during this period of time was Kento Toruma. Yilon Daozuo's talent is simply the best he has ever seen except for Ye Qiu, his Aikido and dojo. He finally has a successor. But it was the monk-headed boy who was thinking of getting revenge on Ye Qiu and wanted to return the kickback. Bull tempera. It was useless to persuade Kento Tiger Bear. How could someone of Ye Qiu's level be easily defeated by this kid? Wind versus fire? It's only half a caddy, but Ye Qiu's strength is not his terrifying flames, but his subtle moves at any time. From the time Ye Qiu no longer appeared in the Kento dojo, Kento Tiger Bear knew that this kid's understanding of moves was far higher than his, and he no longer needed his guidance. Beyond? Talk about how easy it is. I'm afraid it's not easy to see the back of that kid. Compared with the apprentice who was not worrying, but had super talent, Kento Tiger Bear was more satisfied with the sales. The medicated bath package has almost become the favorite product of the heroes on the heroes ranking. Almost everyone will ask someone to order it as soon as they are in stock. The order-in is already far greater than their products. This is really a happy trouble. Who are you? Are you here to buy a medicinal bath package? I'm sorry, the latest batch has all been sold. If you want to buy it, please pre-order online. We will notify you when it is in stock. To pick up the goods, of course, you must have an ID document to get our products, and our Kento dojo refuses to be replaced by others. The day before the college entrance examination, Yelon Inesa, who was still earnestly practicing Aikido at the Kento dojo, welcomed a beautiful girl customer. Familiarly introduced the rules of the dojo, Yelon Inesa's eyes completely stayed on the girl. Beautiful. He seemed to have a feeling of a spring breeze blowing across his face. During this period of time, Ye Qiu's depressive air that had accumulated in his chest seemed to disappear without a trace in an instant after seeing the appearance of the girl. I'm not here to buy any of your products. I won't buy anything from that guy, the girl said with a hint of anger. That? Excuse me, may I know your name? Yilon Inatsu asked with a twist. Cannot? It's Ye Qiu. The college entrance examination is going to take place tomorrow. What are you doing in the dojo? Kento Tiger Bear heard the voice of his niece a long time ago, just because he had just met a beautiful girl who admired him very much on the internet, and he could not come out to see his niece until the chat was over. Kento Ye Qiu raised his brows. Uncle, is that guy here? Also, when you're looking for employees next time, can you pay attention to his appearance? Is this kind of handsome guy too good for us? Shame. Are you talking about me? Is my appearance low? Am I ugly? Yilon Daozuo fell into confusion in an instant, and his whole person was not good. To be called ugly by the girl he fell in love with at first sight was simply more heartbreaking than being defeated by Ye Qiu. Why? Why did God do this to him? It's not fair. Yilon Daozuo fell to the ground weakly, but accidentally knocked over a jar of medicinal bath package on the ground. The sharp-eyed Kento Kazuka immediately saw that there were other things in a corner. Uncle, I think you can explain. What is that? Kento Kazuka clenched her fists and looked very bad. If Kento Tiger Bear couldn't give her a reasonable explanation, she would make sure to let her unreliable uncle know that a fisting is not so enjoyable. Teacher Zhang's CD. What a giveaway is written. Damn it. Didn't that be asterisk 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 D just give Lugu alone? Why does this kind of thing appear in the products of the dojo? Misunderstanding. Ye Qiu. You know, Uncle is a righteous person. These CDs are all copies of Ye Qiu that be asterisk 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 D asked me to make multiple copies to buy the hearts of customers. This is not a recent gift if you don't like it. If so, I'll put it away immediately. Kento Tiger Bear said solemnly. Asterisk. Humph. Kento Ye Qiu snorted coldly. What kind of virtue does her uncle have? Doesn't she still know how rough it is? I have proof. This is my new disciple, Yelon Daozuo. He is very talented. If Ye Qiu has time, he can get closer to him. Kento Tiger Bear licked his face and smiled. No time to. Kento Kazuka's tone was not good. Click. Yelan Inase's newly healed little heart seemed to shatter again in an instant, as if it was difficult to heal. How miserable. Although he is a good apprentice, but without the handsome face of the master, in the eyes of girls, he will not have a good impression. Well, why is my apprentice so ugly? Kento Tiger Bear's heart couldn't help but let out such an emotion. If Yelan Inase heard the emotion in Kento Tiger Bear's heart, he would probably betray his master directly, or even his own master. Unacceptable. What does this master look like? Doesn't he have a B number in his heart? It's too embarrassing to despise him for being ugly. Of course, Yelan Inase, whose heart was on the verge of collapse, couldn't hear Kento Tiger Bear's wicked voice. Apprentice, hurry up and prove to my niece that these filthy things are all made by that be asterisk 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 D Ye Qiu. Kento Tiger Bear winked at Yelan Inase. Yeah, it's Ye Qiu. If it wasn't for him, how could such a thing exist in such an upright place of our Quanting dojo? Yelan Daozwa said immediately as if he was fighting chicken blood. It seemed that he had forgotten one thing. Among the countless copies of Kento Tiger Bear, he secretly regarded one of them as his own collection. He would lock the door every night and read it quietly. Perfect. Simply perfect. Before joining Kento Dojo, Yelan Inase never knew that there would still be such a beautiful thing in the world. As for the person who came up with this kind of thing, of course it was Ye Qiu. The sweetheart he fell in love with at first sight actually met that be asterisk 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 D Ye Qiu, and if he had the opportunity to throw dirty water on Ye Qiu, Yelan Inazuo would never refuse. Is it me? Just when Kento Tiger Bear nodded frantically, Ye Qiu's familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. You, how come back? Kento Toruma turned his neck stiffly. When Yelan Daozwa saw Ye Qiu, his originally depressed mood suddenly turned into anger. Ye Qiu, how dare you show up again? I want to duel with you. I want to duel with you. Having obtained the true biography of Master, I will never lose to you again this time. Yelan Inase was like a bull in heat at this time. With Kento Kazuka around, he has to prove himself and prove that he is a stronger man than Ye Qiu. Who are you? Ye Qiu glanced at him indifferently. Uncle Kento, in the future, it's better not to find such non-trivial employees in the dojo. Our sales volume is beginning to move closer to big companies. Now, you have to pay attention to the image of the brand. People like this will definitely affect the mood of customers. Ye Qiu said very seriously. You are too bullying. Yelan Inase was blushing with anger by these guys. How could he be such a masculine man that he could arouse the resentment of customers? Speaking of which, there are a lot of women in these days who are giving him a wink. If he hadn't been upright, there would have been no bones left that had been eaten by those women. Ye Qiu, why did you think of coming to the dojo today? Speaking of which, I haven't seen you for a few months. It is said that you are now with MT Lady every day. Kento Tiger Bear said with a little jealousy. Speaking of which, Ye Qiu has not seen him for such a short period of time, and Ye Qiu no longer has the feeling of domineering and unparalleled before. Ordinary. When he looked at it again, Kento Tiger Bear found that in Ye Qiu, he didn't see the slightest impulse of a young man at all. Instead, he looked like an ordinary person without any special temperament. Could it be that this kid's realm has improved? 9 Yang Divine Art 4 Layers. Ye Qiu, whose inner strength had reached a 6-year-old, was introverted in divine light. At this time, he already had the demeanor of a generation of masters. Naturally, there was no way for Kento Tiger Bear to see too many clues about him. Actually, it's nothing. Just listen to All Might. You recently made a gift and gave them those heroes. Each of them gave a copy, so that most heroes don't even think about helping now. Citizens are starting to think about dating. Ye Qiu said with some humor. When he received the call from All Might, he thought that he had heard it wrong. This guy was fidgeting for a long time, but it was because of Kento Tiger Bear's intention. Give gifts to those heroes in advance to appreciate. Kento Tiger Bear just wants to build a good relationship. No, because of the giveaway, those heroes have increased their orders. Well, Heroes is always saving face, saying that you can't watch this kind of thing. The gift is not good for your mental health. Your body is still very honest. How could such a thing happen? I don't know anything. It must be a good thing my apprentice has done. Kento Tiger Bear began to shirk responsibility again. The shameful thing was that Ye Qiu was recruited by All Might. How could he carry the blame on himself? Uncle. Kento Kazuka's aura has reached a terrifying level. Fortunately, she was still a little convinced just now. Was it really a good thing that Ye Qiu did? Unexpectedly, I haven't come here for a while, and my uncle's shameless temper seems to have become more powerful. It seems that it is time to use the family method of the Kento family. It's not me. It has nothing to do with me. Yelon and Nasa was about to cry. Even All Might knows things. If you know that you are also involved in it, will you not even be eligible to become a heroes in the future? Your master is really a big hole. What's not you? Kento Tiger Bear immediately became anxious. Boy, we watched it together at the time. Your saliva was all over the floor at that time. How can you be so embarrassed to say that it has nothing to do with you, when that group of yes, come to trouble me? And you can't run away. Don't worry. I'm not here to trouble you. In fact, as long as your country allows this kind of thing as a gift for adults, it's not a shameful thing. Depending on your attitude, I originally brought it. It seems that the works of other teachers should not be given to you. Ye Qiu took out a paper bag with a little sadness and was about to throw it into the trash can. Asterisk. Don't. How can such a good thing be thrown away, Ye Qiu? You kid is just throwing things away. Kento Tiger Bear was still begging for mercy just now, and he blew his beard and stared at him in an instant. The few remaining hairs were messed up in the wind, and he grabbed the paper bag in Ye Qiu's hand back into his hand. As for his niece's cannibalistic eyes, it was directly ignored by Kento Tiger Bear. Can't see. Compared with the good things that Ye Qiu brought over, the family method of the Kento family can't shake Kento Tiger Bear's determination at all. Give me. With a gloomy expression, Kento Kazuka stretched out his hand to Kento Tiger Bear. Yelon and Nasa in the corner, although he didn't speak, his eyes were full of fiery light, and he firmly supported his master. I can't give it. For the happiness of all men in the world, master, you must stick to your principles and never give in to women. Kento Tiger Bear looked tangled. Ijia. You are still young and you don't understand some things. Think about it. If I could make more money because of these gifts, the economic situation of our Kento family. No, it can be improved. You should also want to buy a lot of beautiful clothes, like other ordinary girls, have a big house of your own. I'm going to be a heroes, I can earn it myself. Kento Kazuka said rudely. But, look at you now, you haven't taken the college entrance examination yet, and your parents still have to work so hard. When you go to high school and become a heroes, there is still a long way to go. During this period of time, you still have a long way to go. Wouldn't it be good for my uncle to make a little more money to supplement the household? Pretty. That's it, master. Yelon and Nasa applauded Kento Tiger Bear's performance, just to use her weak sympathy to win a chance for them. Unnecessary. Kento Kazuka's attitude is still extremely resolute. Kento Tiger Bear's pitiful, crying expression did not make Kento Kazuka feel the slightest bit of sympathy. Okay, alright. Ijia, I decided this matter, mainly because the effect was really good. I didn't expect that the group of heroes would be so boring. Ye Qiu rarely showed a smile. That's how things are decided. Maybe the gift of our medicinal bath package can reduce the chance of crime. After all, it's not so easy to see so many good-looking teachers now. Yeah. Kento Tiger Bear nodded quickly. Because of quirks, humans have evolved more and more characteristics. Ijia, you know, uncle, I have always wanted to find a woman who doesn't have that kind of speciality. Get married. The blood of our Kento family, Zome can't be in the uncle's line, it will become strange. Because of this persistence, I will not find a girlfriend for so many years. Master, you are so great. No wonder you once said that even if you don't see Teacher Tsang in this life, even heroes is in vain. I want to learn from you, and in the future, I must find someone who is as beautiful as Teacher Tsang. Girl. Yelon and Nasa was excited and kept glancing at Kento Kazuka with his small eyes. Go away. Look at your teacher. If you dare to look at me with that kind of eyes, you will poke your eyes out. Kento Kazuka didn't show any courtesy to Yelan Inasa and directly used his quirks to smash this guy who was as wretched as his uncle and flew out. It seems that today is the wrong time. It is better not to come. It will affect the mood of the exam. Hey, Ye Qiu, don't call me Ijia in the future. Kento Kazuka looked at Ye Qiu rudely. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for this guy, his wretched uncle, he would never have fallen so fast. Ye Qiu looked at her with a smile. Okay, Ijia. Are you fake Ye Qiu? Did you take the wrong medicine? Could you please stop smiling at me? I'm really scared. Kento Kazuka shivered uncomfortably. Ye Qiu rolled his eyes. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, you should go back early to prepare for tomorrow's college entrance examination. If you can't get into Xiongning, I will be very disappointed. You have a conscience. Kento Kazuka didn't hear the deep meaning of Ye Qiu's words, but still gave his uncle a vicious look. 1 month. Give you the last month. If you can't find a girlfriend again, you will be removed from the family tree of the Kento family. It's a shame. I promise. Within a month, the first love of my life will definitely end. Being frightened, Kento Toruma immediately straightened his back, and the whole person became extremely serious. What? Master, you are almost 40 years old, and your first love is still there. You must be too miserable. Yelan Inasa immediately gloated over the misfortune when he heard Kento Tiger Bear's words. Huh. You are so ugly, you must not have a girlfriend. What a laugh. I curse you to find a woman like Teacher Tsong's man. Kento Tiger Bear bluntly cursed his apprentice. Yelan Daozwa looked disdainful. When I was in kindergarten, I held hands with Xiaohua at the next table. She was my first love, and she said that she would marry me when she grew up. Much better than you. What? You actually took the girl's little hand. It's too much. Kento Tiger Bear pounced on Yelan Inasa and pressed the ugly apprentice to the ground. I want to expel you from the teacher's door. Get out of the teacher's door. I haven't been in love yet for my teacher, and you've already taken the girl's little hand. It's too much. I'm not convinced. You're so ugly, I say so. What's wrong with the world? So unfair. You must be using money to impress Xiaohua. I want to make money. I want hair transplants. I am the most handsome. I am the most expensive. Kento Ijia shook his head. It seems that the Kento dojo will be very lively in the future. I hope that my uncle can really find an aunt as soon as possible. Otherwise, she is really worried that this idiot uncle will be single until he grows old. Hey, you must be admitted to heroes. At that time, I will definitely become stronger than you and defeat you. Before leaving, Kento Kazuka waved his fist at Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu looked at her with a funny look. Okay, I see. As long as you are admitted to Xiongning, you will find that there is a huge surprise waiting for you. You can rest assured that your uncle is here. I will take care of it for you. If he can't find a girlfriend, I'll take him as a target. Hiss. After opening the paper bag and seeing the prosperous beauty of Mr. Ozawa, Mr. Yoshizawa, and Mr. Jingxiang in the eyes of Kento Tiger Bear, he shivered for no reason, and his blood was inexplicably cooled down. Forget it, these fine products. Let's show you guys first. I'm going to find a girlfriend. With a strong sense of reluctance, Kento Tiger Bear shoved all those treasures into Yelan Inasa's hands, his face full of heartache. Asterisk. When Lugu stood in front of the gate of Xiongning High School, the emotion in his heart was indescribable. After working hard for such a long time, the dream finally reached the level that he could touch, and he also met here. For him, the fetters girl with a lifetime, Uraraka Achiko. Of course, with him, there are many companions for the next 3 years, and there is also a Bakugo Katsuki who has always hated him. Everyone who should take the test, welcome to my live broadcast venue. I would have been the most dazzling star in this test, but today I have to solemnly introduce someone to you. Xiongning High School only started to appear this year. Position, Special Advisor above all teachers, Mr. Ye Qiu. Everyone is ready to listen to Mr. Present Mix explanation. I really did not expect that there will be such a 60-90 special people today, which is even more surprising than All Might's presence in Heroes. Because this name is called Ye Qiu, they have never heard of it at all. It should be said that the Heroes data that have been entered so far, there is absolutely no Heroes name called Ye Qiu, and it is rare in Neon. To the Heroes of Huaxia. Hello everyone. Ye Qiu greeted everyone calmly. Originally, he had no interest in this kind of thing, but at the suggestion of the principal, Ye Qiu, the examiner of this exam, even had to enter the venue in person, met with everyone. In addition, the identity of the special advisor also needs to be known to all the students, lest this group of boys inexplicably offend Ye Qiu in the future. And this special advisor, who is not very good at quirks, will not be able to take care of himself. Mr. Principal got to know Ye Qiu from All Might. Although this kid didn't have many battle records, he was extremely terrifying every time. Anyway, as his villains, he didn't have a good end. Xiongning High School wants to let the students experience the hellish teaching mode, but it is too violent and not very good. It is their cutest student. It is still necessary to let everyone realize the gap between the two sides first. Reduce some students who do not have long eyes. Green Valley and Bakugo Katsuki, who already knew Ye Qiu, were shocked when they saw the spotlight on Ye Qiu. They never thought that this Ye Qiu was the Ye Qiu they knew. It's him. It's actually him. Bakugo Katsuki clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could rush to the stage, using his quirks, who had improved a lot, beat Ye Qiu hard. The humiliation he experienced made him feel sicker than that slimy monster. The point is, the man who made him angry seems to be in a good relationship with Shoujo. Unable to attack Ye Qiu immediately, Bakugo Katsuki immediately turned his angry eyes on the Green Valley teenager, making Green Valley hairy for a while. I actually don't know what's going on, Xiaoxing. Green Valley said unwillingly. Who made the matter between Ye Qiu and All Might? Everything is a secret existence. Not even a little bit of information can be disclosed. Kento Kazuka's mood is also very bad. She originally thought that Ye Qiu was going to give her some kind of surprise, but she didn't expect it to be such a shock. That kid unexpectedly, unknowingly. His identity is completely overridden above her. How can you bully? This be asterisk D in the school in the future. Not only the group of them who knew Ye Qiu, but the students who didn't dare to speak, all started to discuss at this moment. Ye Qiu seems to be about the same age as them. Why can he become a special advisor of Xiongning High School? And the identity is still above all teachers, which is a bit too childish. Mike smiled secretly. He wanted this effect. 2 days ago, a teacher was dissatisfied with the principal's decision and wanted to test Ye Qiu's strength. At that time, almost all of them shot, but every time it can be said that an inch of hair is lifeless on a person who shoots. Speaking of which, as a teacher at Xiongning High School, he has the best hair quality and the most handsome hairstyle. Today, he has a sticky beard and his hair is also a wig. Thinking about it, he feels extremely aggrieved. The teacher is so embarrassed, it is obviously impossible for the new students to escape this disaster. Can he not allow such a thing to happen? Just let those boys experience the fear of being dominated by the big devil. After briefly explaining the rules of the examination room allocation, as well as the monsters that will appear in the examination, Mike finally emphasized one sentence because of the test. Students, I think among you, maybe all of you think that Consultant Ye Qiu should not be in such a high position. Maybe he should join the exam as a candidate like you. But, in fact, among all the exam rooms, Consultant Ye Qiu can walk freely, and he is also a part of the exam. If any of you encounter Consultant Ye Qiu, let his feet fall on the ground. Of course, tall buildings are not counted. You can get 100 extra points. If you can beat the Ye Qiu consultant, the principal said that the 3-year tuition fee will be free, and the highest scholarship in the country will be given, and the school will also give out other prizes. Break. Almost instantly, the eyes of all the students began to turn green. Scholarships or something. For some people there is a great temptation. For some people there is no temptation. But the school's reward is different, and there are 100 extra points. The class is arbitrarily selected. It is simply the ultimate perk. That is to say, all those who want to become heroes, even if they can't defeat the robots in the exam room, can still achieve heroes by defeating Ye Qiu in 2.8. It's boring. Ye Qiu was too lazy to join the exam. He felt that after adding environmental factors to the exam room, he could completely make these little devils suffer. Abuse this group of ignorant little devils. Darker than the heart, Mr. Principal is not bad at all. Kazuka Kento is already thinking about a strategy, a scholarship. We must let the guy Ye Qiu land obediently. The uncle's share is not much, and this guy doesn't know where he spends his money recently, so he didn't turn it over at all. Fortunately, he said so well that day, be sure to get a scholarship from the school. Come on, Ijia, you can do it. Ye Qiu, who was standing on the podium, had now become the biggest source of points in the eyes of everyone. Almost everyone wanted to meet him in the test, except for Lu Gu, who knew his strength very well. Peers, what is there to be afraid of? Xiongning students are just starting out, no one is afraid of fighting, everyone just wants to show their best side in battle. With different moods, sitting in the bus arranged by the school, everyone came to the gate of the examination room. Looking at the towering gate, everyone's eyes turned slightly cold because the person standing at the top of the gate was the special advisor who seemed a little inexplicable, Ye Qiu. If you don't agree, you'd better find me quickly, the exam time won't wait for you. After all, as the door opened, Ye Qiu fell directly towards the door, and when the door opened a gap, everyone's line of sight could no longer capture his figure. Where did it go? Everyone was looking for Ye Qiu's 12 figure, but it was obviously not that easy to find someone in the huge examination room. Ye Qiu, who was standing on top of the tall building, looked at the group of little ghosts who were like ants, constantly pouring into the examination room, and waved at the surveillance camera. On the other side of the camera, Mike, who was in charge of monitoring the overall situation, pinched the mustache that he had glued on. Rack, rack, rack. Little guy, now it's finally your turn to experience the perverted hobby of the big devil, you must enjoy it. Pressing the button in his hand on those different split screens, terrifying pictures have begun to appear. Snow began to fall in the area where Green Valley was located, and there were even some hailstones that hit people very painfully. On the other side of Bakugo Katsuki, it started to rain heavily. Quirks? Bakugo, who had already done a good job in scoring points, won the first place and finished tormenting that guy for a long time, was really depressed at this time. In rainy conditions, his quirks will definitely drop a lot. Damn it. That be asterisk 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 D. Ye Qiu must be targeting him. No, what if he is targeted? He Bakugo Katsuki is destined to become the strongest heroes. How could he give up the goal of crushing everything because of such a small target? Waste. Looking at the robots that were blown up in an instant, Ye Qiu couldn't help frowning and shook his head helplessly. Mr. Principal really doesn't know how to save money. Instead of taking out this kind of toy, why not let the teachers do it directly? These are all educational investments, and in Ye Qiu's view, they are wasted educational investments. If the investment is spent on ordering their medicated bath package, then there is no value in wasting the investment. Leave hanging. Autumn activities hanging. Hanging. Look, neck, hide. It didn't make any sense. He didn't think it was such a fulfilling thing for him to hide and let the group of little hairs look for him like headless flies. Show up directly. Ye Qiu, who was currently in Green Valley's examination room, landed directly on the street lamps. As long as it is not parked on the ground, there will be no problem. Sorry, consultant, that 100 is mine now. Ida caught Ye Qiu's figure almost immediately, then turned on the engine on his legs to the maximum and rushed towards the street light. He has self-confidence, his speed is definitely the fastest among everyone present, so the first 100% will naturally be won by him. Ming, this meal is destined to be served. Just as Ida was sprinting, it also swept Ye Qiu's Aoyama Yuga. The launch from the navel was extremely fast, surpassing Ida in an instant at a faster speed, and slammed towards Ye Qiu for the first time. After the attack, Aoyama Yuga only thought of one thing. If he attacked with such a powerful force, would he directly kill the consultant? If that's the case, wouldn't he be a hero? Shouldn't be that weak. Regret is useless, and Aoyama Yuga can only pray to Ye Qiu at this time to be able to take his own attack. Can you take it? Be careful, advisor. Ida, who had a sense of justice in his heart, directly reminded Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu naturally also felt the danger of that laser, but unfortunately this level of attack could not cause him any damage at all. Vulcan double one finger Zen. His fingers turned into flames. Ye Qiu, who was standing on the top of the street lamp, just stretched out a flaming finger and pushed it towards the front in a dull and incomparable manner. The seemingly terrifying laser light was dissipated into nothingness. One finger. Aoyama Yuga couldn't believe his eyes. To know that his naval ray just instantly killed an exam robot, could it be said that one of Ye Qiu's fingers is comparable to those robots in terms of hardness? Wrong. Seems like it was a flaming finger. Are Quirks flame fingers? As expected of a consultant, he is clearly a Quirks who doesn't look strong, but he can actually block my naval ray. It's just Yuga's shot, it can't be blocked every time. Aoyama Yuga quickly regained his self-confidence and made a shooting motion with both hands towards Ye Qiu. The naval ray attacked again. This time, the power was much stronger than the first time, but he risked having diarrhea. Risk only made a powerful attack. If you can't get 100% of 787 words, it will be a big loss. Ida's side also ran under the street lamp almost immediately, and the pair of strong long legs swept towards the not-firm street lamp. Looking at the green valley of Uraraka Ochiko from a distance, he naturally noticed the battle here, but he and others knew Ye Qiu better. Ye Qiu was definitely not serious when he pointed to the magic power just now. Only after really practicing one-finger meditation did Green Valley know the power of external and internal skills. Even if he did not accept the inheritance of All Might DFA, Green Valley is confident that he will become a qualified practitioner within 10 years through his hard work. Heroes. One-finger magic is just the beginning. The 100% that Ye Qiu carries is not so easy to take. Too slow. After Ida got close, just after hearing Ye Qiu say such a sentence, he realized that Ye Qiu, who should have existed on the street lamp, stepped on the wall of the building with both feet before he made the attack. Almost in a state of being parallel to the ground, and quickly flew over another street lamp. Damn, is it because of the snow that affects my speed? Ida felt that his engine and body were already a little sluggish, and after adjusting his glasses, he also had the determination to kill with one hit. Consultant Ye Qiu, it's not that simple. Perhaps, if these people look at the performance of Green Valley, they will know how difficult Ye Qiu is. With Ye Qiu's professor, I have seen countless fights between him and Kento Torano. Although the little angel of Green Valley only learned one-finger magic and Zhang Zigung from his hands, the moves are not too complicated. But the little angel of Green Valley has already kept Ye Qiu and Ken Fujitora's evasion when they can fight, and the opportunity to make a move, firmly remembered in his heart. Although he has not been trained in actual combat, he has already avoided those robots. Is more than enough. Good. Out of the corner of Ye Qiu's eyes, he swept to the picture of the little angel of Green Valley, directly piercing the robot's chest with a finger. Destructive power. And, because of the usual practice of internal strength, the little angel of Green Valley has already achieved a certain level of power control. Although he has just obtained the power of Fei, he can still disperse part of the power to attack, so that the terrifying destructive power is not enough to directly injure the body. After Uraraka Ochiko finished solving a robot, he couldn't help but admire Green Valley's performance. Ye Qiu's pointing at the laser, in her opinion, is not as powerful as the Green Valley smashing robot. After all, the laser is so thin and the robot looks so strong. Lugu, since you've seen it all, aren't you ready to take action? Don't you even have the heart to rob me of 100%? There were only 2 boys who came up with their own ideas, and Ye Qiu was obviously not satisfied with the result. Green Valley's strength is good now, but he wants to test it out a little. After his own strengthening, this upgraded version of Green Valley's strength has reached to what extent? The little angel of Green Valley hesitated. If you are very powerful, it turns out that you even know the consultant. How cunning. Ida felt that Green Valley was a bit mysterious before, but now that he and Ye Qiu knew each other, he suddenly became vigilant and regarded Green Valley as his biggest opponent. Ye Qiu shook his head helplessly. Since you don't shoot, I'll shoot it myself. Just to remind you, there is one thing Mr. Mike didn't tell you, but anyone who is defeated by me can't move for 15 minutes. Half annoyed. How is this possible? In this case, if you can't move for 15 minutes, you will not be killed by the hail, and there is a danger of turning into a snowman. Do you want to run away? Originally planning to attack Ye Qiu again, Ida, who felt that this consultant would not fight back during the exam, immediately retreated. No idea. His current grades are enough to enter the heroes department. If he is frozen, anything can happen. Go. Ida reacted immediately, using the engines on his legs to move quickly in the opposite direction to Ye Qiu. They say you're too slow. Do I allow you to go? Kid. Ye Qiu's voice should have been far away from Ida, but Ida, who was running, found that the voice he didn't want to hear appeared directly in his ear. What happened? The speed of my regressing engine, not to mention the fastest, among the heroes, there should be few people who can catch up, right? When Ida turned her head stiffly in the direction of Ye Qiu's voice, she found that she was about the same age as them, and the consultant teacher who liked to call people a kid was still walking on the wall at an inexplicable speed and an incomparable angle. The point is, shouldn't that angle violate the law of gravity? Quirks of advisors, aren't they flaming fingers? Aoyama Yuga was a little dumbfounded. Flame fingers? Mike, who was behind the monitor, tapped Erlang's leg. These boys were afraid that they would not be able to see Ye Qiu's true understanding of flames. Soon again. Green Goo's eyes were fixed on Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu's speed at this time was more difficult to capture than when he saw it a few months ago. To go up or not to go up? Green Goo clenched his fists tightly. Although he was very grateful to Ye Qiu, he really wanted to prove his strength in front of Ye Qiu and tell him that he had really become stronger during this time. No, we must fight. Green Valley knows exactly what he wants. It doesn't mean that he will curl up in the corner after he gets the power, but he wants to be like the person he wants to be and try his best to prove that he has done it. Hey! Under Uraraka Ochiko's surprised gaze, Green Valley gritted his teeth and rushed in Ye Qiu's direction. Ye Qiu and Ida were both too fast, and he had to exert all his strength to barely catch up with them. Aoyama Yuga over there also understands one thing very well. That is, if Ida is really defeated by Ye Qiu, then he will definitely be next. The naval laser was fired continuously, a terrifying laser, instantly blasting the surrounding ash and smoke. I'm here to help you too. Advisor Ye Qiu, I don't know how many points each of us can get if we let it fall to your ground in a coordinated battle. In the distance, a teenager who looked like Quirks shouted to Ye Qiu. You're all too weak. If you can really let me fall to the ground through teamwork, 100 points for everyone. Ye Qiu responded without any hesitation. Okay, then you can look at it. We've got the 100 points. The kid who was talking suddenly shot out countless tapes from his elbows, trying to slow down Ye Qiu's speed through the tapes, or even trap him directly in the tapes. It's funny. I remember you. Zero Hanta, Quirks are tape, aren't they? I didn't expect that, teacher advisor. You actually know something about a nobody like me. If that's the case, I can't be sorry for your concern. Zero Hanta is a little smug. On Ida's side, because there were 3 people involved in the battle, they stopped at a blind spot when they came, and it was Zhao Qianzhao, who stood in front of Ye Qiu. Teacher advisor, I'm sorry, in order to be the best student, I must beat you to paper at this time. The engines on his legs flickered, and Ida was ready to take out his ultimate speed, ready to kick Yi, who was about to be trapped by tape, to the autumn ground. Don't take it lightly. Consultant Ye Qiu's ability is not a flame finger. His whole body can be turned into flame. Green Valley anxiously shouted to the crowd. Lugu, it's a little disrespectful of you to reveal my details like this. I think it's better to deal with the boy you are the most familiar with first. Ye Qiu's voice had a hint of playfulness. On Zero Hanta's side, he already felt something wrong. In order to completely trap Ye Qiu, he shot the maximum amount of tape that could be produced at one time. Damn it. If the whole body can be turned into flames, it will be beaten by heaven. Green Valley's reminder is coming soon. Before Ye Qiu launched the flame attack, Aoyama Yuga was already enduring abdominal pain and began to suppress frantically. As for Ida, he has also increased his speed to the extreme. He must completely defeat Ye Qiu in a very short period of time and win that 100%. My 100 points are settled. Ida was full of confidence because his legs, which had boosted his speed to the extreme, had already begun to sweep towards Ye Qiu. Simple attack. The speed is not fast enough. The students recruited by Xiongying are indeed inferior to the kid from Shiji High School. Ye Qiu sneered. At least from the current point of view, the strength of these guys is much weaker than that of the bald boy Yelon and Asa. Shiji High School, destined to be a stumbling block for heroes. Now, we must let these boys see clearly how weak they are. Before the bandages that covered the sky came, Ye Qiu seemed to have an eye on his back and instantly turned around and slapped the wind god's leg. He didn't even use the power of fire, he just kicked the bandages into pieces. The toughness is good. If you consider the versatility of your attack, your quirks will be more useful, but now it seems that for a powerhouse like me, 787 is useless. Ye Qiu made a rude comment. As for Ida, that fierce and violent kick directly hit Ye Qiu on the high-rise building that he had just noticed. It only kicked the high-rise building into countless rubble and did not hurt Ye Qiu at all. At this time, Ye Qiu had already deceived Sito Hanta at a very fast speed. Impossible. You can't have speed-type quirks at all, and you haven't cast flames to make yourself faster. Why do normal people have such a speed against the sky? Ida couldn't believe why Ye Qiu, who seemed to be the whole body in the urn, escaped from his attack so easily. Hateful. How could you be allowed to escape so easily? Ye Qiu's strength made Ida's heart arouse a stubbornness that did not admit defeat. It seemed that he had already reached the ultimate speed, but he improved again. My stomach hurts, I won't let you succeed. Even though his stomach hurts a bit, Oyama Yuga still blocks in front of Sito Hanta. As long as Ye Qiu has an attacking action, he will use his quirks to attack Ye Qiu directly. As for Green Valley, he had already stepped in front of Ye Qiu and formed a front and back attacking situation with Ida. Ye Qiu, I will prove to you that my hard work in the past few months has not been in vain. One-finger magic. Lu Gu stared at Ye Qiu with incomparably firm eyes. Ofei's ability combined with Tongzi Gong's ability, his fingers that did not change in any way actually contained a terrifying formidable power. In Ye Qiu's eyes, there was a look of approval. These boys still have some comprehension ability, and they all showed good characteristics in the desperate situation. It's just that they don't seem to feel that the changes in the environment have become more and more unfavorable to them. A thick layer of snow appeared under my feet, and Ida's speed would soon be out of play. Sometimes standing in place is not a good choice. Vulcan style 5x one-finger meditation. Abandon one of your fingers first. Your cultivation is far from enough. You dare to challenge me now, I will receive the interest. Ye Qiu is very satisfied with Lu Gu's courage. If Lu Gu does not come to challenge him, I am afraid the end will be even worse. One-finger magic versus one-finger zen. It's just that when Ye Qiu uses the one-finger meditation technique, he uses his own internal strength, plus the power to burn the fruit, while the little angel of Green Valley uses the ability of Ofei. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Ye Qiu also wanted to experience the power of Ofei for himself before the battle with All Might. The two people's attack methods are all fingers, and they seem to use the same move, a fierce fight that is triggered at the touch of a button. Ida also used the terrifying power brought by the speed to jump up and swept towards Ye Qiu's back center. Can you stop Green Valley's attack? Can you stop Ida's attack? Including Sito Hanta and Oyama Yuga, except for Green Valley's solemn look, the others have already revealed a hint of joy. Boom! Ye Qiu's flaming finger, which had grown a lot bigger, almost instantly turned Green Gu's finger, which had been polished for several months, into a charred black color. What? Even if he was ready, Lu Gu couldn't help but scream. Folded. And the epidermis suffered a near-fatal injury. I said you were too slow. Ye Qiu took advantage of the speed of catching the wind and the shadow, and instantly dodged and kicked down, and his right leg wrapped in a terrifying wind directly whipped Ida's leg. Crack. Folded. It's not polite at all. Ye Qiu just kicked and broke Ida's strong calf that had been trained for countless years. It's so cruel. Oyama Yuga and Sito Hanta, who thought they had got 100%, suddenly turned pale, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. It's all said, your speed is too fast. What's the matter with the engine on your legs? When attacking, you don't know how to use the engine to accelerate, it's really a dead brain. Don't you think it's better to increase your absolute speed than to increase your own speed? Strengthen your physical skills. When you use the leg technique in close combat, you can directly use the engine to accelerate. Who can stop your attack? The speed is so fast, what's the use? I really think there are so many villains in this world. Need you to compare speed. Excess speed? Totally useless. Although the world's martial arts is only fast, but Ida obviously used the talent of speed in the wrong place. Aside from running away, this guy's attack has no sense of beauty. Rough. There are no rules. It's just hot eyes. Anyway, Xiongying's treatment level is very high, so it would be good for these guys to learn a lesson. Under the stimulation of pain, Ida's thoughts became extremely clear, and he began to think about Ye Qiu's words. Perhaps he should really think about the melee combat. His engine speeding up can completely make him more than double the speed of others when attacking with his legs. It's just, why is Consultant Ye Qiu's leg technique so fast? Faster than him. Ye Qiu has no engine on his leg. Consultant Gu, didn't you say that it would only immobilize us for 15 minutes? Aoyama Yuga's face was pale, and he was already suffering from stomach pain. Seeing Ye Qiu's cruelty, he almost fell directly to the ground. Fighting, there will always be accidents. You should be glad that you can't fight in close quarters. 15 minutes, just wait. If you dare to move, you will be eliminated. After saying that, Ye Qiu turned his speed to full speed and swept towards the other candidates. The game has just begun. Move? Dare not. Absolutely not. If you make a move, you will be directly beaten like Ida. Do you still need to take the test? If it wasn't for the fact that Ida had won a lot of points before, if he suffered a fracture, he would have been eliminated directly. Those candidates who were watching this battle looked at Ye Qiu as if they were looking at a demon. 100% of walking? Don't be kidding, this is clearly a flying demon. The yellow-haired teacher Mike was a scumbag before. He said that the reward of 100% was so good, it was clear that he had dug a hole and made them jump in it on purpose. This kind of non-human, for people cooperate, everyone's quirks are just right, but they can't even touch the corners of their clothes. Too much. This classmate, although you look a bit unpleasant, do you know Consultant Ye Qiu before? Ida asked Midori while resisting the pain. Green Goo's fingers were also in severe pain, 10 fingers connected to the heart. Ye Qiu had never used such a deadly hand when he fought with Kento Tiger Bear before. Did you offend him when? Lu Gu couldn't help but start thinking about this kind of thing. He always felt that Ye Qiu shouldn't be so cruel for no reason. It's very strong. It's very strong. It should be said that Ye Qiu is the same age as us, but he has become a special advisor to Xiongying, which is enough to show his strength, and Green Valley didn't know what to think, and his voice became particularly low. And what? Ida asked a question. Green Goo didn't know if it was time to speak out and attack them. I'll tell the truth, you shouldn't have too much psychological pressure. In fact, in the battle just now, Ye Qiu probably didn't even use 1/10 of his strength. Otherwise, based on what I know about him, we will all fall down within 10 seconds at most. Is it so scary? 10 seconds. What can 10 seconds do? For the battle between heroes, 10 seconds can't do anything at all. The fact that this guy Green Valley said is really terrifying. In the proctoring room, some teachers frowned after seeing Ye Qiu's fierce attack. Is this too much? After all, it is the future of heroes and the future of the entire society. They shouldn't use such means to let their hearts suffer. Yes, as long as you win, there is no need to kill. Is it a blow? I don't think that the sacrifice rate of heroes has increased due to various events in recent years. Although the number is still not high, I think we should wake up. Hero. Yes, are not the flowers in the greenhouse, if they feel goodness in school, when they become heroes in the future, they will still be lambs to be slaughtered. Mike squeezed his fake beard and said, "Isn't that how we came here? We are still qualified heroes now." Some continued to object. Too slow. Without waiting for Mike to speak again, All Might spoke directly. He is currently ranked number 1. It is time to stand on Ye Qiu's side, although he can't bear it after seeing Ye Qiu's resolute methods. Green Valley boy, you have grown up. In front of young Ye Qiu, you dared to do it willfully and recklessly, although it did not conform to your usual fighting style, but like me, you proved your courage and your responsibility. We don't have much time to wait for the growth of teenagers. In today's society, there are too many people who want to be heroes, and those who switch to the opposite of heroes are far more than you can imagine. The number of hero subjects is limited every year. There are only a few people in each high school. Among them, those who can become qualified heroes will be a lot less. You can think about it, if you continue to teach so gently, when our generation of heroes is old and immobile, will the world be what we imagined it to be? All Might is a conservative in heroes, preferring to put all the responsibility on his shoulders. But under the influence of Ye Qiu's decisive temper, he has been thinking about one thing recently, and that is whether his previous methods were too gentle to make those guys unscrupulous. What if you got caught? Anyway, as long as you gather enough people, you will be rescued. To change, a complete overhaul is required. All Might can't make all schools reform. Ye Qiu has only one. What they can do now is to start from the hero. Let the seeds of this wave grow faster and stronger. No.1 has spoken, and the others naturally have no objection. Of course, they still agree with All Might's words. For flowers. Indeed it is. Recently, due to various incidents, the number of sacrifices in heroes has begun to increase year by year, but ordinary people cannot pay attention to it. After all, not all heroes have powerful quirks. When they put the realization back on the monitor, everyone was speechless and found that Ye Qiu didn't mean to hide at all. He just turned on the cleaning mode. Anyone who saw him on the road would be kicked out. As for whether the kid who was kicked was injured or fainted, Ye Qiu didn't care. Kicked all the way, Ye Qiu still saw an acquaintance. In the hot summer mode examination room, Kento Kazuka was already sweating. At this time, most of the students in this examination room had no intention of taking the exam. Too hot? They only want to drink water now. Who can have the heart to fight in this ghost weather? Ming, did you stand still, or did I kick you down? Ye Qiu looked at Kento Kazuka with a smile. In the exam room, there was someone who was knocked out by Ye Qiu before, but after waking up, his face was disheveled, and he no longer wanted to mention 100 things. Ye Qiu. Kento Kazuka changed her usual eldest appearance, and her voice became extremely gentle. Stop. A layer of goosebumps oozes out of Ye Qiu's body. If you have something to say, don't talk to me in this state. Kento Ijia rolled his eyes at him, without pretending to be squeamish. Ye Qiu, you know, let me take 100%. If you don't give me 100%, I'll give you and my uncle's point. You can directly publish it on the internet, so that everyone can see what kind of image your future No.1 will be. You thought I would care? Ye Qiu stood on the low building with a look of indifference. A real man never cares about these things, let alone in Neon. It is too late for the masses to thank him. How could they possibly boycott him? At most it is just a casual pretense of a Taoist priest. That. Kento Kazuka hesitated for a long time. She really wanted a scholarship. She could only look at Ye Qiu pitifully with big watery eyes. I beg you, how are you, Ye Qiu little? Humph. How could it be possible for Consultant Ye Qiu to change his firm stance? Guess what kind of method will Consultant Ye Qiu use to deal with this girl this time? While eating snacks, Mike cocked his legs leisurely. The current monitoring room has become a place for everyone to revel. Originally, they were a little bit distressed when they saw the students, but when they recalled the horrible things Ye Qiu had done to them, everyone felt a lot better. Semantos of Quirks Cement also echoed, Consultant Ye Qiu is so principled. It is absolutely impossible because it is a girl who pours water. I remember the girls I met on the road before. It seems that none of them can stand. Brutal people. Even girls are not spared, which is really very good. All Might glanced at Kento Kazuka's name, and his belief that was as firm as everyone else's, 787, was shaken. Perhaps Ye Qiu will really give up the principle. Boxing. This name is so familiar. I bet the 10-pot medicine bath package, Ye Qiu will give up the principle. All Might said with great pride. Gamble or not? Recently, the word of mouth among heroes has gradually spread. What's a bit troublesome is that there seems to be a shortage of goods on the supply side, and they can't even buy it, and the police don't know what's going on, and this kind of product is not allowed in the black market. Squirt squirt. 10 jars of medicinal bath package is definitely more exciting than cash. I bet you won't. Mike said confidently. I bet neither. Everyone except All Might felt that Ye Qiu would not give up the principal in this situation. How could a dignified devil advisor change his deep-rooted devil nature just because of a word from a little girl? This kind of person has absolutely no normal sensibility. You must know that when I was sparring with them that day, this kid kept staring at Mr. Midnight's chest and beating, and he didn't show any mercy. Mr. Midnight wanted to cry when he beat him, and the feeling that he was about to be beaten was not good at all. What? Moreover, it is said that this demon advisor has a complicated relationship with MT Lady, and Mr. Midnight is MT Lady's girlfriend. Horrible. Demon advisor Ye Qiu is definitely a straight man of steel. This time, it was obvious that All Might was sending something to bribe their future colleagues. Ahem, in fact, sometimes, even a straight man of steel will defect under certain circumstances. No way, that would be when you really didn't want to punch Midnight's chest, but that side seemed less likely to get hurt, and Midnight's hero's outfit gave him a headache. At this moment, Ye Qiu, who saw Kento Ichika coquettish for the first time, obviously felt a high degree of discomfort, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his arm. But if you look closely, those big eyes are still pretty good-looking. Never mind. Anyway, I'm in charge of the exam myself, and I don't give 100% to anyone. Except Kento Kazuka, don't expect anyone else to get another 100%. Ye Qiu jumped down from the low building under the disbelief in the eyes of everyone, and whispered to Kento Ijia. You hit me. Good. I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Kento Kazuka's heart was full of black belly. If she knew that she would act like a spoiled child, she would get huge benefits, and she would have acted like a spoiled brat with Ye Qiu. Bump. Kento Kazuka's fist, which had grown bigger early on, hit Ye Qiu's head unceremoniously. Pain. Even with the inner strength to protect the body, Ye Qiu glared at the girl Kento Kazuka. He really doubted whether the coquettish behavior just now had no other purpose. Ye Qiu glared at Ting Ijia, but his feet did land on the ground. Congratulations to the student Kento Ichika, the first to defeat the special counselor Ye Qiu, will receive the school's reward and 100 credits. The principal who was watching the lively over there didn't think it was a big deal at all. Because at this time, the teachers in the monitoring room were all dumbfounded. Ye Qiu has landed? Did it take the initiative to land like this? Shameful. As a heroic faculty member, how could he give up his principles just because of mere beauty? Except for All Might, everyone else who made a big bet looked at All Might with a pitiful expression. Conspiracy. This must be a blatant conspiracy, otherwise, with the devil's temperament, how could he deliberately give water to a little girl? Ha ha ha. Ye Qiu did not disappoint me. All Might laughed smugly. Didn't you find out? That girl is called Kento Ijia, and the medicinal bath package is actually a cooperation project between Ye Qiu and Kento Dojo. Didn't he sell it to you before? Kento Kazuka? Kento Dojo? The teachers who reacted in an instant immediately wailed. They seldom go to the front line to do tasks. How can the income of teachers be on a par with that of professional heroes? Big loss. This time it's really a big loss. And Ye Qiu, the initiator of all this, walked towards Kento Kazuka with bad intentions. Have you had enough fun? Of course, I've wanted to hit you for a long time. Kento Kazuka waved his small fist excitedly. In such a hot weather, there is a thing similar to an artificial sun on the top of the head, which is constantly roasting them, but the shadow of half a bottle of water in the examination room cannot be seen. Getting this percentage will not only give you countless rewards, you can successfully enter the hero's subject without continuing to take the exam. Kazuka Kento. You are so smart. Just when Kento Kazuka secretly applauded for himself, Ye Qiu, the devil, had no intention of letting go of this girl who made him lose his image in front of everyone. Gotta get revenge. What are you going to do? Looking at Ye Qiu, who was approaching him step by step, Kento Kazuka's eyes suddenly became vigilant. What am I going to do? You'll find out soon. Don't try to resist. None of those who resisted before have a very optimistic ending. Ye Qiu said with narrowed eyes. Dangerous. Damn it, I knew I wasn't greedy for a moment. I forgot that this guy is a small-eyed and cheapskate. What should I do? Kento Kazuka's little face turned pale. She was really worried about Ye Qiu. the devil, and kicked her just as badly as the other candidates. Ye Qiu, I beg you, please spare me this time. Next time I won't dare, I really won't. Kento Kazuka hurriedly begged for mercy. He has already been called a devil by so many people. Ye Qiu feels that if he doesn't maintain the image of a devil, he will be sorry for everyone's love. Sorry, I refuse. It's too late. What the hell do you want to do? Hero is not a place for you to do whatever you want. Kento Kazuka was a little panicked. His voice began to tremble slightly. His hands were unconsciously protecting his chest, and the whole person even forgot to resist. What do you want me to do? Ye Qiu's face was almost the same as Kento Kazuka's frightened face, less than a palm of his hand. The scorching breath made Kento Kazuka frightened, and there was a hint of ruddy in the pale little face. It's very simple. I want you to know the consequences of offending me. Get started. Everyone felt the terrifying aura emanating from the demon in an instant, but when they were ready to see what unfortunate consequences Kento Kazuka would have, the result was completely beyond their imagination. Ye Qiu's hands were directly placed on Kento Ichika's small face. With the constant movement of his hands, Kento Ichika's small face was pinched into various shapes by him. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ijia, your face is really full of collagen. I've wanted to do this for a long time and make you look at me with a pouting face all day long. This is the end. Ye Qiu laughed wildly. Comfort 12, really comfortable. It turns out that it is such a fun thing to ravage the little face of Kento Ichika. In the future, this kind of activity that is beneficial to physical and mental health must be done more. Ye Qiu, I hate you. You will regret it. In front of the monitor and countless candidates, Kento Kazuka had no power to resist while her face was smashed, which made her feel extremely aggrieved, and at the same time she could only stare at Ye Qiu with great difficulty. He spoke harsh words inarticulately. The monitoring room was also quiet. These adult uncles, for a moment, thought that a restricted level picture would appear, but now it seems that they are worried too much. Is this still the way the devil should behave? It seems that the devil is the devil. No matter when or where he is, his thoughts are different from ordinary people. This kind of person is the most dangerous. You never know what he will do next. Goodbye. I believe the gift I gave you. You should like it very much. Accept it with confidence. The gift is not so easy to return to you. I will definitely take good care of you in the heroic. Ye Qiu waved at Kento Kazuka, who was holding his blushing face with both hands, his face full of vigilance, and directly jumped up the low building again. Consultant Ye Qiu, we really want to get 100%. Can you help us once? Act like a spoiled child, act cute, warm the bed. We can sing about everything. As long as you can land on both feet and let me do anything, isn't my body better than Kento Kazuka? Well, all the people who said these words were girls. Ye Qiu's face turned black, and he found that among the crowd, there were also a few boys with much thicker muscles than him. It seems that he was too good at talking just now, and these stinky bastards are starting to lose sight of the sky and the earth. As for the group of coquettish B************, they naturally want to blow up all of them. The principal made Mr. Ye Qiu the special advisor of Xionging High School. It's a very correct decision. This year's exam is more interesting than any previous years, and it's even more enjoyable than watching a movie. Mike danced with excitement. The money he lost to All Might just now had been forgotten by him, and he thought it was just spending money to watch a big movie of the century. The other teachers also agree with this point. They have long lost the idea of sympathizing with the students at this time. Instead, they are facing the picture, smashing the broken bones of the boys, and blowing up the internal materials of the girls who have been fine-tuned. Ye Qiu of Ye Qiu complimented it. It even started to discuss how many bones will be broken in the next boy who is beaten. Has the girl's body been slightly adjusted? Is this still the teacher of Xionging High School? If those students who were directly knocked over by Ye Qiu saw these pictures in the monitoring room, they would definitely begin to doubt their life, and might even have the idea of quitting Xionging. Where's this teacher? It is clearly a group of hooligans and villains. If I go to school for a few years under the guidance of these people, I am afraid that when they graduate, it is unlikely that they will become heroes. With full of anger, Ye Qiu swept one examination room all the way, then swept the second, the third, and the fourth examination room in succession. Those injured little devils are not at all uncomfortable. Whether it is in the ice and snow environment, or in the scorching hot summer, or even on the shaking ground, if they cannot move for 15 minutes, their injuries will be aggravated. Experience a feeling of near hopelessness. And this feeling of despair is what Ye Qiu wants to give them. The world will never be so beautiful. If you want to become a heroes and enter the heroes department, you must learn to experience despair before others. Ye Qiu, I finally see you again. Under the heavy rain, Bakugo stared at Ye Qiu with those tyrannical eyes. For nearly a year, Ye Qiu's figure seemed to be his nightmare, lingering for a long time, more annoying than Smelly Joe. Now, this nightmare seems to have grown even bigger, but Bakugo understands that he must use his own fists to smash this nightmare, and then embark on the road to become the strongest heroes again. I remember you, a nasty little brat. Ye Qiu 787 frowned into the word Chuan. He felt that he really had to think about how badly he would beat the stinky brat, Bakugo, before he could count B. Pretending to be struck by lightning, not everyone has his strength. Bakugo, the kid, is considered strong among students. After all, quirks are born strong and have already decided some things. It's just that if such a kid is allowed to enter Xionggying High School, it is impossible for someone like him who can't accept everything to improve his strength quickly. It's a good thing to be arrogant, but Bakugo Katsuki's arrogance and Shoto Todoroki's arrogance are definitely two completely different directions. Bakugo Katsuki, Shoto Todoroki, can accept failure, but he is determined to defeat himself as the target's father. And Bakugo Katsuki's self-esteem is close to the level of distortion. Ye Qiu feels that since he has become a special advisor of Eagle High School, he must completely set things right before this kid's accident. You are the second person to get 100%, because I think it is necessary to let you know how big the gap is between us. It's not easy to shoot in the air, so this 100% is given to you. Yes, but you can also refuse. Sure enough, after Ye Qiu landed, Xionggying responded quickly and informed Bakugo Katsuki that he had obtained this percentage. Who is Bakugo Katsuki? All of a sudden, such a strange idea popped into everyone's heart. Bakugo Katsuki was not so famous when he was in junior high school. Although his strength was strong, it was only limited to his junior high school. In order to protect these children who had not grown up, the heroes would not let the powerful teenagers of Quirks be released in public. If you really push them to the public before they grow up, then it's not just Shoto Todoroki who will be targeted by the League of Villains. There will be countless boys and girls hidden in the dark by those the mouse to stare at. So, as the second person to get 100%, and also a boy, everyone began to doubt whether this boy named Bakugo Katsuki is the strongest among his peers, the strongest quirks, Consultant Ye Qiu with such a strong strength. It's impossible to pour water on boys, right? Green Valley, you said that Kento Kazuka knew Consultant Ye Qiu, so does this Bakugo Katsuki also know Consultant Ye Qiu? Why did he pour water on everyone else, but he didn't pour water on you, and the relationship between the two of you is not very good? Ida, who had barely recovered his action, looked at Green Valley with a puzzled expression. To say that among the students around, the only person who knows about Ye Qiu's advisor is the Green Valley boy in front of him. Whether it's Ida or Oyama Yuga, they all want to know more about Ye Qiu. Matter. The strong will always make people look forward to it. Of course they defeated them. They were not like Ye Qiu. They were defeated in the hands of others for some inexplicable reason. Does that mean that there are still people of the same age who can crush them? When I think about it like this, my heart is too unbalanced. Green Goose smiled bitterly. Ye Qiu does know Xiaosheng, but the relationship between the two of them is not as good as you think. If Xiaosheng sees Ye Qiu, he will definitely shoot without hesitation. But I think it is impossible for Xiaosheng to get 100%. Maybe something happened to Qiu. After all, he is very casual in doing things, completely different from the mighty heroes. Can you get points even if you have a bad relationship? Is it really because Ye Qiu does things casually? Regardless of whether Ida believes it or not, at least in the hearts of other students, Bakugo Katsuki is definitely a formidable competitor and may even have a place in the hero's world in the future. Get a 100% man. Monitor indoors. Everyone was not surprised that Bakugo Katsuki scored 100 points, but felt that the drama was about to begin. This kid fell miserably. I really wanted to play a piece of music to cheer up the fun. I didn't expect that consultant Ye Qiu would have such a leisurely and elegant way to land himself. It is really too much to want to use all his strength to abuse a student. It's so miserable, I can't bear to look directly at it. Mike stuffed a handful of potato chips into his mouth, chewing and staring straight at the screen. There was nothing he could not bear to look at. All Might also rubbed his chin, took out a handful of potato chips from Mick's hand, and ate it himself. The character of that Bakugo boy is really not very good. Ye Qiu's strength is much stronger than her, and the strength of the two is relatively similar. I hope this battle can let him learn something from his failure. A person who is destined to become heroes, if he cannot learn from his failures, his hero's road will be infinitely bumpy. Under the rainstorm, the battle of fire and fire? However, for Ye Qiu, this battle was actually much harsher than Bakugo Katsuki. He possessed the ability to burn fruit and naturally inherited the curse of the sea. Although the rain could not make him completely lose the ability to burn fruit, it also had a certain impact on his ability. However, because Jiuyang Truchi has reached the 4th level of Ye Qiu's ability to see inwardly, and his own spiritual power has been enhanced, he found that devil fruit's curse, which is tired of the sea, is a lump hidden in the body. There is a spiritual power in a corner. That power can dominate your body and affect your will. In addition to possessing the power of devil fruit, most of the people among the pirates are the speed-up spirit of cultivation. This kind of power is mysterious, and people in the world of pirates are naturally unable to overcome the curse effect brought by devil fruit. This curse, when it comes into contact with water, will start to emit power, and when it comes into contact with seawater in a large area, the power that erupts will be extremely terrifying. However, this kind of terrifying curse might not be accessible in the pirate world, but for Ye Qiu, it was not too serious. Ye Qiu's body is not just devil fruit's ability. Currently, his 4th level 9 Yang True Qi is enough to suppress the slightest discomfort. When Jiuyang cultivates to a high level, he will try to completely eliminate that curse, and there is such a hidden danger buried in the body, which really makes people feel uncomfortable. Hey! Even in 2 days, Ye Qiu's limbs were bursting with blazing flames, and even the pouring rain couldn't extinguish those flames. Fire. Isn't it wind? Bakugo Katsuki's self-confidence was shaky under the light of the fire. Previously, he thought that when he first met, his ability completely hurt Ye Qiu, and Ye Qiu's ability was biased towards physique. If it is fire, will the fire element quirks be afraid of his quirks? Obviously, basically, his threat to Ye Qiu has dropped from 100% to 20%, or even lower. In terms of physical skills, he is not Ye Qiu's opponent at all. Doesn't it mean that in this battle, he has no chance at all? What to do? I have already got 100%. Do you want to withdraw for the time being? In that instant, Bakugo, whose expression was hesitant, was washed away by the rain, and Zhao Qianzhao showed a ruthless look. I'm going to kill you. Cole. Bakugo roared angrily, and his hands were directly filled with terrifying explosions, rushing towards Ye Qiu very quickly. If you can kill, come and kill. Ye Qiu flatly stretched out his flaming hands and firmly grasped Bakugo Katsuki's hands in his hands. Boom! Boom! 2 terrifying explosions made the flames in Ye Qiu's hands sway slightly, but they did not cause any damage at all. The elemental hands directly absorbed the powerful explosion. It's boring, as weak as before. Invalid? Why won't it work? Why would anyone have quirks like this? Bakugo Katsuki, who was wrapped in Ye Qiu's palms, felt stinging pain in his hands. All of them were flames, and there was no human hand in the flames. Impossible. Quirks are not visible in normal times, but they can instantly turn their bodies into flames at will. How could such a thing happen? Why? How can such quirks appear in the world? Bakugo Katsuki stared at Ye Qiu unwillingly. He has absolute confidence that he will become the #1 existence on the heroes ranking in the future with the terrifying Quirks. But now that Ye Qiu appeared, the ability Ye Qiu displayed was his nemesis at all. Bakugo didn't know how to use his ability to attack Ye Qiu. This guy could obviously use the flame to directly offset the explosion. To defeat Ye Qiu, the only way is to sneak attack. But this guy's physical skills are very abnormal, and it is very difficult to attack him successfully. No solution. Completely clueless. Before the real battle began, Ye Qiu's ability had already made him feel hopeless. Hey, Consultant Ye Qiu, he really is the mentality destroyer of those young people. After this exam, how many people can still maintain enough confidence in their own strength? Mike sighed. Bakugo is definitely a talent, but in front of Ye Qiu, the devil, whether he is a talent or a genius, he is destined to be destroyed. This is just the beginning. Roll. Ye Qiu's flame waved 787 with both hands, and Bakugo was thrown away, and he fell heavily into the muddy rain. Damn. The damn rain. Because of the rain, the sweat from Bakugo's palms has become a little scarce. The blow just now has been accumulated for a long time. If he attacks again now, Bakugo doesn't think that an explosion of that level will really hurt Ye Qiu. You are very lucky. That time only took me a leg. Today I will let you fully understand what is the real leg technique. Stand up. Don't let me look down on you. Cole. Bakugo wiped the muddy water on his face, but Ye Qiu looked down on him, which made him very unhappy, so he got up from the ground and rushed towards him with his fists raised. Without quirks, Bakugo can now rely on his own fists. Vulcan style, grass in the wind. Bakugo, who rushed to the autumn in front of Ye, his confidant was pumped upside down again by the violent Vulcan style, and there was an extra dark wound on his chest that was visible to the naked eye. It's too awful. That is to say, Bakugo was too arrogant before, there were hardly any students around him, and only the teachers saw his tragic situation in their eyes. This is just the first move. They still had some experience with Ye Qiu's leg technique. This was really just the beginning. Ye Qiu's full effort was obviously to finish the whole leg technique. Vulcan style, catching the wind. Originally, Ye Qiu had a terrifying speed, but with the Vulcan style bonus, he turned into a bolide. Bakugo's eyes didn't even have time to drop, and he was kicked into the air again. The Vulcan style evolved from the remaining 4 function legs was directly connected to Bakugo without any hesitation. The potato chips in Mick's hand fell to the ground. Yes, you read that right. When young Ye Qiu was discussing with you, he should have kept his hand. If you use all the leg techniques, none of you should be able to follow. All Might said unceremoniously. Such a blow. Obviously, they are the professional heroes who have been practicing for many years. Is it okay? Saying that Huaxia's heroes' body skills are very good? Speaking of which, before the birth of Quirks, Huaxia was in existence with countless powerful legends, and Ye Qiu was bound to be related to the legends. I'm jealous. Some heroes can do things like taijutsu, but compared to Ye Qiu's taijutsu, it's not worth seeing at all. Bump. When Bakugo, who had been kicked countless times in a row, landed, his eyes began to become a little slack. Lost. A complete failure. There's not even room for a reason. Raising his weak palm, Bakugo tried hard to touch the sky above his head, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, the cloudy sky was not something he could touch. Ye Qiu's strength, like the sky, can be seen, but cannot be touched. When Ye Qiu attacked Bakugo, Rakido controlled it very well. Don't look at this guy looking like he was going to die. In fact, the injuries were not serious, just some injuries on the body surface. It's a little bit more bruised on the body. Let's show you the real power. Ye Qiu stood beside Bakugo, looking up at the sky. Really, power, what is it? Bakugo's head was blank, and he felt that the pride of more than 10 years was completely shattered in these few minutes. Vulcan style, Konglong has regrets. This time, Ye Qiu, in order to create the greatest effect and let all the students understand what true strength is, did not solidify the flame at all. After accumulating power in the right palm, he directly blasted out an extremely terrifying flame golden dragon. Hold head high. The flaming dragon soaring into the sky was at least 20 meters long, and the dragon roar generated by internal force and palm technique made the terrifying eastern flaming dragon seem to be alive. Everyone has seen it, no matter which area the candidates are. They have seen the terrifying golden fire dragon, but no one except Green Valley knows what is going on. The rain clouds in the area of Bakugo, under the roar of the dragon, were directly washed away, revealing the clear sky. That's the real strength, and I'm far from the pinnacle. There was a hint of regret in Ye Qiu's tone. As long as you have the strength, you can break all the haze blocking your head. No matter how much Bakugo Katsuki could understand, Ye left the exam room without looking back. The exam was over. He should also go to Mr. Principal and have a good discussion about how to make these boys better. Strong. Stronger again. In another exam room, Green Valley did not hesitate to rescue Uraraka Ochiko from the ice and snow, but his arm was still scrapped. Who's become stronger again? Green Valley classmate. Do you know how the terrifying fire dragon just now came from? Ida asked with interest. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Lugu didn't hide it. That's the move of consultant Ye Qiu. I've seen it before. Break. No wonder this guy just said that when Ye Qiu was fighting against them, he didn't even show 1/10 of his strength. Are quirks fire? What kind of power can that terrifying fire dragon be able to inspire? It's terrifying. Ida and the others made up their minds that in the future, among the heroes, they would never provoke Ye Qiu's advisor, even if they were all about the same age. We'll die. Really will die. In Mr. Principal's office. After statistics, the students enrolled in the Heroes Department of Xionging High School were completely indistinguishable from what Ye Qiu knew. Ye Qiu, what do you think? Mr. Principal asked while drinking tea. This time, there was not much movement. After the exam, the candidates of Xionging High School were sent to the hospital on a large scale, and some of the poorer ones could not even get out of bed for half a month. That's it. It's not easy to have so many qualified people. Ye Qiu said indifferently. There are a lot of parental complaints. Mr. Principal left no trace. Glancing at Ye Qiu picked up another cup of tea on the table, took a sip of hot air. We are Xionging High School. The high school that cultivates heroes naturally has its own philosophy. If you are not satisfied with the school, you can choose to drop out. Those who can be admitted to Xionging, other high schools will not refuse. How to choose is their business. Xionging never needs to make a choice. They're already famous schools among famous schools. If Xionging doesn't even have this hockey, then Ye Qiu can only say that he is too disappointed with Mr. Principal the Principal. That's what I meant too. After a moment of silence, Mr. Principal said with satisfaction. The only thing he is dissatisfied with is All Might. He wants Xionging to become a vibrant school. Now Ye Qiu's strong participation may make many students understand that it is necessary to become stronger, but it always makes him feel that today's hero is a bit like the former military academy. Can you be gentle? A little gentleness. This is too harsh for those teenagers. All Might persuaded. Ye Qiu looked at him, not being polite at all. If I hadn't let Kento Tiger Bear give you the priority for the order of the medicinal bath package, how much time do you think you have left? All Might? This name, maybe not. It weakens in a few days. If it doesn't get stronger, who will stand up the sky you held up before? The sharp question directly caused All Might's expression to stagnate. He seems to be still a child, but when thinking about problems, his thinking is much more radical than his. Sometimes, All Might felt that although he was the No.1 heroes, when talking to Ye Qiu, he still felt a little scared in his heart, as if he was facing the original master. You have the final say. All Might murmured a little helplessly. So, Advisor Ye Qiu, do you think there is anything else we need to reform in our daily study? Mr. Principal asked. Not to mention anything else, just one entrance exam has already allowed him to see Ye Qiu's ability. In an extreme environment, if he can really stand up and survive, he will be baptized spiritually. Ye Qiu thought about it and directly threw a huge bomb. Actually, all schools in the past had credits. I think we should also throw out the credit system, and the scores obtained in the assessment will be directly converted into credits. Credits can be used to exchange for the resources provided by the school. Only those who earn credits can exchange for combat uniforms, combat equipment, and even treatment from the school. Heroes are not charities, and they should be rewarded if they pay. As an individual, I am willing to donate 1,000 medicinal bath packages voluntarily. Hiss. 1,000 copies. Just now, I was going to say whether this credit system is meaningless. All Might. After hearing Ye Qiu's words at this time, my saliva is about to flow down. But Ye Qiu changed the conversation. I can sponsor so many medicated bath packages. After all, I am also Xionging's special advisor and one of the teachers. But I hope the principal can hold a press conference to help let me advertise the medicinal bath package. When the cultivation base on Yu's side continues to send the medicinal materials, plus the purchase orders from all over the world, the output of their medicinal bath package will definitely double. And it is definitely not enough to rely on a few heroes' orders. Xionging is definitely a good place to advertise. The students who go out here will definitely become an extremely important existence in a certain firm in the future, and they must make good use of these resources now. 1,000 copies of the medicinal bath package was equivalent to the endorsement fee paid by Ye Qiu, and it didn't feel bad at all. Yes, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this matter. It's just a medicated bath package, as well as equipment and heroes' clothing, or if it is a medical condition, the establishment of the credit system is still a bit insufficient. Ask for flowers. Mr. Principal was very satisfied with Ye Qiu's donation, but he was still skeptical about the credits. Ye Qiu thought for a while and finally decided to take out his trump card. I can provide some martial arts skills, such as Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and the like, which were once spread in this world and are now almost disappearing. You can come up with video teaching. These video teachings can be used as credit rewards. As long as the credits are enough, you can exchange for the qualification to watch video teaching from heroic heroes. I think that the principal should also realize that after passing this exam, the physical how important is art to the current heroes. The reason why All Might is the first is not only because of his strongest strength and unparalleled speed, but also because of the physical skills he practiced when he was young, under the beatings of heroes every day. Even so, All Might's taijutsu is very flawed, not systematic at all. If Noma knows taijutsu, who will beat whom? Ye Qiu, do you know what you are talking about? Mr. Principal's hand was unstable, and he almost dropped the teacup on the ground. Gymnastics. If Ye Qiu's terrifying physical skills can be obtained through credit exchange, doesn't it mean that students who graduate from Xionging in the future will inevitably form a dominant position on the heroes' rankings? Those classes were all heroic students. At that time, even if Mr. Principal did nothing, he would leave a great legacy in the history of education. A black belly is a black belly. Mr. Principal still really wants to make Xionging better, and he also wants to become a successful principal. Now it seems that with Ye Qiu, both can be achieved at the same time. Young Ye Qiu, I have to remind you that your martial arts are too dangerous, so it is best not to spread them out. If the martial arts spread to other heroes, it is very likely to create more villains for me. All Might was a little worried. Ye Qiu didn't care. Do you think I practiced those physical skills? Don't worry, I won't take out something with such a destructive power. It's just some basic fighting skills, and it exists in the world. Go, it's just that you have abandoned all those ancient genres. Shao. Those ancient martial arts schools, I did listen to my teacher, but Ye Qiu boy, are you too stingy? You have practiced countless powerful too. The martial arts schools left behind by our heroes should not be as powerful as yours. Bar? All Might pouted. Ye Qiu said disdainfully, do you think the martial arts school I practice is so easy to cultivate? Ordinary people may not be able to cultivate to my current state in 40 or 50 years. You know Lugu, you can see him cultivating. After a few months, has there been such a terrifying improvement? The cultivation style I gave him is not so inconspicuous. He has cultivated for so long. At most, it is to improve a part of his physical fitness. If he wants to become a top-level powerhouse, it will take at least 5 to 10 years. In this way, there is no way to blame Ye Qiu for being a hero stingy. If it takes decades to grow up, then he has missed the chance to become a hero. Golden Age, on the contrary, it is better to practice some quick martial arts genres, which is more helpful for those children to grasp the advantage in battle. It is obviously a bit whimsical to want everyone to be like Ye Qiu. And All Might didn't seem to realize one thing at all. Ye Qiu's willingness to come up with the martial arts school was already a big sacrifice. To ask him to make concessions and come up with more things was clearly extortion. Mr. Principal can't stand it anymore, Advisor Ye Qiu. As the principal of Xiongning High School, I would like to thank you on behalf of all the teachers and students. If it wasn't for you, we Xiongning would never have seen the reform. Chance. Mr. Principal's words immediately made Ye Qiu feel a lot more comfortable. Principal, you are welcome to say this. After all, I am a special advisor of Xiongning High School and a member of Xiongning. Naturally, I want Xiongning High School to become more powerful. Please rest assured that although there are some things I will not take out, I will definitely make this group of heroic students stronger during my tenure. Pleasant to work with. Mr. Principal stretched out and held Ye Qiu's hand heavily. Cooperation happy. There are 18 students in one class, and the students admitted to the Heroes subject are divided into 2 classes. As a special consultant, Ye Qiu's responsibility is not limited to the 2 classes of the Heroes subject. He feels that in the general subject, there are also many gifted quirks out there. The students who entered the school for registration learned that the scores they had obtained in the assessment were all drawn as credits, and after the credits could be exchanged for stronger things in the school, they were extremely excited. Especially those students in general subjects. The scores they get in the assessment are not necessarily lower than those of Heroes subjects, but the way everyone is assessed is different. In the Heroes class of Xiongning High School, because of the strength of the teachers, we only chose to open 2 classes. Otherwise, many people would be able to successfully enter the Heroes class. Once again, I think everyone's mood is not so happy. The first class of Class A, to be precise, the first test, will be recorded and completed by me and teacher Aizawa Shoyuta. On the first day of school, when Aizawa Shoyuta brought the Heroes class members to the playground, Ye Qiu was already there early. Although after a few days of adjustment, everyone's impression of this great devil has been slightly forgotten, but when they met again, they were still shocked by the domineering momentum and the peacefulness. Why? This demon lord is obviously only a special advisor of Xiongning High School. Why does he come over during class? If he says that, it means that his future high school career will be spent in darkness. There is no day to come. Except for Bakugo Katsuki, who was staring at Ye Qiu with a hint of anger, everyone else's eyes were filled with a hint of fear. Of course, special admissions are excluded. Shoto Todoroki's eyes are full of the meaning of wanting to challenge. Ye Qiu's terrifying strength and demonic behavioral rules that he showed during the assessment, he just heard in the small talk of the group of guys that he didn't want to pay attention to. Unexpectedly, we meet again. And it's unbelievable that the 2 sides still meet in this capacity. Shoto Todoroki knows very well that he should not be Ye Qiu's opponent at the moment, but he will learn everything that can become stronger from Ye Qiu, and after becoming stronger, he will completely defeat this devil-like existence. Bai looked at Ye Qiu with adoring eyes. Ye Qiu also gave her a look in response, but he didn't communicate too much with Bai. In this test, let these guys see how powerful his Bai is. From the time of entering the class of UEA, the people with the highest strength, not only Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki. Originally, Aizawa Shuta's first test was a 50-meter run. He wanted to test everyone's absolute speed, but Ye Qiu added an item. Absolute speed is very important. Endurance is also very important. If you say that you are in danger, you can't escape the danger just by relying on the speed of the outbreak. You must have a strong physical strength as a support to escape the danger. However, in the initial 50-meter test, other people's test results were considered normal. Ye Qiu paid more attention to Lugu and Bailey. You don't seem to be very optimistic about Green Valley? Ye Qiu stood beside Aizawa Shoyuta. Aizawa Shoyuta looks too lazy to open his eyes. He is not ready to become heroes, maybe a little strong, too weak in temperament. I like your reform plan. As a hawk of Xiongning High School, Aizawa Shuta's principle has always been natural selection and survival of the fittest. This is a cruel society. If you don't learn to make your heart strong, it is impossible to become a qualified hero. Green Valley has determination, but compared to All Might's fancy, this determination is simply not enough. Green 3.8 Valley was standing on the runway, with Bakugo Katsuki with a low expression beside him. Without the slightest desire to express, at the moment when the starting gun sounded, Bakugo Katsuki burst into a terrifying explosion, advancing at a deadly speed. As for Lugu, the internal force circulated to the whole body. Even if he had not practiced the lightweight exercises, his legs felt unusually relaxed. Compared with the way others ran with Quirks, his light posture looked much more pleasing to the eye. 5 seconds 3.6. A score of less than 6 seconds is definitely much better than the Olympic champion among Quirkless. Lugu seemed very excited. In the past, when he was in junior high school, it took at least 8 seconds to finish the 50 meters. This result was unimaginable before. All thanks to Ye Qiu. If it wasn't for Ye Qiu's help, he would never have achieved this level of achievement. It seems that kid, not just All Might's disciple, seems to have returned the shadow of Ye Qiu's advisor in him. Aizawa Shoyuda said with a bit of dissatisfaction. The person he wants to eliminate can see All Might's shadow and Ye Qiu's shadow on his body, which really makes him a little unhappy. The point is, those two guys, he has never beaten one of them. Of course, as a teacher, you also enjoy the credit system. According to the quality of teaching, you will get corresponding credits. Aizawa Shoyuda, who has already checked his credits, exchanged his viewing qualifications for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Jeet Kune Do, Muay Thai, etc. long before the class. After studying for a morning, Aizawa Shoyuda, who is mainly based on quirks and supplemented by physical skills, can be said to be very rewarding. It was because of such a huge gain that he understood one more thing, that is, the gap between them and Ye Qiu is too great. This is really frustrating. The most important thing is that he has to endure this kind of unhappiness. Whoever asked Ye Qiu to provide Xiongying with everything made him want to applaud. The next group, Yaoyorozu Momo, Shoto Todoroki. As special recruits, Shoto Todoroki and Bai were left to the end by Aizawa Shoyuda. For the strength of the two of them, the rest of Class A are still full of curiosity. How strong is a genius who can be specially recruited? Moved. When everyone was guessing what the characteristics of the two were, Shoto Todoroki's terrifying ice edge all the way almost broke the key line in the blink of an eye. Comparable. Just when everyone's eyes were completely attracted by Shoto Todoroki, after the finish line, Baya was already standing there. Judging from the final results reported by the machine, the two were almost on a par. What the heck are Yaoyorozu Momo's quirks? Because of Shoto Todoroki's ice ridges, no one has ever seen how Bai crossed the finish line. Teacher, how did she get there? Ida asked impatiently. Run over, useless quirks. Aizawa Shoyuda said in a gloomy tone. It should be said that Bai's running style is a bit similar to Lge, but the footwork under his feet is many times higher and deeper than Lge. It looks a little similar to Ye Qiu's footwork. Don't think too much about it, it must be Ye Qiu. Qiu taught it. What a nasty B************************************************************************************************************************************************FanFic Obviously, he is not a formal teacher, and he has to teach students something privately. In this case, what is the fairness of the credits? If Ye Qiu knew what Aizawa Shoyuda thought, he would definitely express disdain. The disparity between the rich and the poor, and the family environment have all been part of one's own strength since ancient times. Ye Qiu is the kind of person who needs to fight for her life, but knowing her is her life. Credit? Stop joking, he passed on things to those close to him, and they were all his own. How could he break the rules? As for the other students who were not strong enough and were left behind by Bai Yuan, they had nothing to do with him, that was their own incompetence. Ye Qiu, how did I play? While everyone was resting, Bai took the initiative to walk to Ye Qiu's side and handed Ye Qiu the water cup he had drank. What is the relationship between these two? Damn it. The devil is so scary. Why did the goddess take the initiative to get close to him? It's too much. How can the world be so unfair? Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki, the two girls who were very obsessive, stared at Ye Qiu full of resentment. Ye Qiu glanced at these two guys, and he was really brave to look at him like that. In that case, he bluntly remembered these two guys. Come out to mix, always have to pay back. A stinky brat who is only in his teens. How dare he think of a girl in an upright manner? It's time to educate. I was going to chat with Ye Qiu a few words and asked him how he was playing Green Valley. He felt the malice radiating from Ye Qiu's body and stopped immediately. Can't go past. Absolutely can't go there. If this time passes, maybe he will also be implicated by the inexplicably angry Ye Qiu. Did you save your strength just now? When you're running for a long time later, you shouldn't have many competitors, but you have to pay attention later, there will be special rules. Ye Qiu reminded. Advisor Ye Qiu. Aizawa Shoyuta stood behind Ye Qiu displeased. Ye Qiu glared at him dissatisfied. Don't worry, I won't reveal any news to Bai. That kind of thing doesn't make any sense if you don't say it in advance. Aizawa Shoyuta didn't say much. The truth is this truth, but he still does not allow anyone to point fingers within his assessment. The 10,000-meter assessment, within the 100-meter range designated by consultant Ye Qiu and me, will not prohibit quirks from attacking. At other times, it is not allowed to use any quirks to attack. Break. You can use the quirks attack during the test. Does it mean that even running a step is dangerous and it must be used with two minds? Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki, these two people need to be educated. 100. Use the tactics we discussed before and don't hurt too much. Ye Qiu whispered in her ear when Baiha passed by. Of course, apart from Aizawa Shoyuta, no one else heard it. Aizawa Shoyuta did not object at all to this kind of targeting, but felt that it would be better to have more conflict. It is very likely that these guys have just entered the school, and they have already become classmates who have chatted for a few words. They start to miss the friendship with their classmates, and they may not be too wolf. In that case, how can the original intention of the test be revealed? 18 people, all standing on the runway, Bakugo Katsuki stared at Green Valley with unhappy eyes. Green Valley seems to feel the malice of the whole world. Why are people looking at him everywhere? This world is too dangerous. As for Bai, it was intentional or unintentional at Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki. Shoto Todoroki, who is currently far stronger than others, has only one person in his eyes, and that is Ye Qiu standing beside Aizawa Shoyuta. Get ready, start. Aizawa Shoyuta gave an order. Everyone showed their strengths, and those who could play quirks on running almost rushed out at once. But they haven't thought of one thing yet, that is, if the speed is too fast, that 100 meters that randomly appears, unless it is deliberately slowing down, it is difficult to make multiple attacks. Therefore, it is actually a choice to make others run slower or to run faster. No choice will be made now, and in the future in mobile combat, it will be more difficult to make a choice. The ones rushing to the front are, as expected, Bakugo Katsuki, Shoto Todoroki, Bai, and Ida. In terms of pure speed, the explosive power of others is not so fast at all. I've always wondered why Bai can be as fast as Shoto Todoroki, or even better, and at this time, she finally discovered her secret. The running figure looks very different from ordinary running. The stride between each step is almost twice that of a normal person, and it is even possible to triple. The point is, that kind of running is not normal at all. It goes against the laws of physics. Have you noticed that the running posture of classmate Bai is somewhat similar to that of advisor Ye Qiu? Uraraka Ochiko observed carefully and asked everyone. That being said, it does seem to be so similar. Can someone who has something to do with a demon advisor be powerful? Everyone shivered, anyway, in their eyes. Bai is already changing towards the little devil. Almost everyone has made up their minds. Within the range of 100 meters that can be attacked, they must concentrate their firepower and at least make Bai feel uncomfortable. Aizawa-sensei, you can stand wherever you want, and I'll watch it move. The person in front was almost 500 meters long, Ye Qiu said casually to Aizawa Shoyuta. Aizawa Shoyuta glanced at Ye Qiu. Not only the students were competing, he also wanted to see how powerful Ye Qiu was in this test. Aizawa Shoyuta almost moved to the direction of the strongest group at the same time. There was wind under Ye Qiu's feet, and he instantly activated. Avoiding the group of people who had already run past, Ye Qiu felt that he should give some opportunities to the people behind him, so he ran directly behind Aizawa Shoyuta, and those students who were lagging behind entered the attacking range instead. Because running is a circle, the person who is behind or ahead is actually within the attack range of many people. As for Green Valley? Forget it. The guy who can only fight in close combat is destined to fight for physical strength. Dying. Vegetables. This test is the home of my Lord Minoru Mineta. Today, I must stop all the girls. Use my hands, no, use my fists to teach them a long time. The short Minoru Mineta showed a sinister smile. Kaminari Denki, who has quickly become his good friend since he met, can't help but get close to Minoru Mineta. If there is something good, don't forget me. Don't worry, how can I be that kind of person? Didn't you just tell me that your quirks are discharge? And the control is not good. I tell you, wait for them to be glued to the runway by the sticky ball I put on the runway up. You just hold it up, your quirks, aren't they supposed to be used like this? Minoru Mineta gave a you-know smile. Genius. Brother, you really are a genius. It's the luckiest thing I have been able to know since Kaminari Denki went to high school. The saliva from the corner of Kaminari Denki's mouth could not be controlled. Of course, the conversation between the two was heard only by Ye Qiu, a person with deep inner strength, and also by Lugu, who was still close to them. How can a classmate have such a person? In fact, after appreciating Mr. Tsang's works, Lugu still hopes that he can get to know more girls, but because he has practiced Tongzi Gong again, there is a hint of despair in Lugu's hope. The boy has done a great job. Even if he spends money to buy a medicated bath package to promote the achievement of Tongzi Gong, it will take many years. If I had known it earlier, I would have known it earlier, and I would not have practiced Tongzi Gong. Guys who are in heat like Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki must be kept away. How can people who practice Tongzi Gong be influenced by such people? Hurry up and run away from these two bad-headed guys. Compared to the others, Green Valley's physical strength was much better. While the four were ahead, he accelerated and ran out in an instant, catching up with Azuitsuyu and Ojiro Mashireo, who were still in the second group for the time being. Student Green Valley, your running speed is comparable to that of a normal Olympic champion. Amazing. Ojiro Mashireo praised. He and Azuitsuyu rushed out to form the second group, but he didn't really want to attack the guitar man within that 100-meter range. Green Valley scratched the hair on the back of his head embarrassedly. I can't compete with Ojiro classmates and little Tsuyu. I just have better physical strength, or you guys are better. No, Green Valley is really powerful. Except for those four people, everyone is not as fast as you. Azuitsuyu also praised Midori. Except for the three of them, the last group, everyone has already started to cast quirks. After Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki looked at each other, Minoru Mineta quickly picked sticky fruits from his head and threw them one by one on the track. Sure enough, when everyone didn't know each other's quirks very well, someone was recruited very quickly. The only pity was that the girl felt a little disgusted when she saw that kind of thing, so she subconsciously avoided it. The recruits are Kirishima Ijiro. The only guy who didn't get hit was Oyama Yuga, because he also thought that kind of thing was kind of disgusting. Damn, you guys, can't you use quirks? Hit the girls over. What are you doing by stepping on them? Minoru Mineta was jumping with rage, and his quirks couldn't be used frequently. He threw so many sticky balls on the ground at one time that he needed a long rest. What should we do? Kaminari Denki was a little dumbfounded. He doesn't want to hug boys. Run. There will definitely be more opportunities in the following test. Let's guarantee our ranking first. If we are dropped out of school, we will not be able to see the beautiful girls of Xiongning. Minoru Mineta's head was still very clear at this time. That's right. You're really smart. Kaminari Denki, who reacted, couldn't help but praised his good friend. B*********************************** D. How could you two murderers let you run away first? Shiro Hanta shot the tape directly, trapping the two guys tightly together. Ye Qiu can't stop. There is not much problem in tying these two guys. The movement and hiding, Zhao Qianzhao, ability of these two goods are really bad. Pfft. Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki, who hadn't run out a few steps, Both fell to the ground, and they fell to the ground face to face, like two mummies who could only look at each other's faces. Mushrooms, blue and thin. This is to steal the chicken without losing the rice. Just as they were tossing around for a while, Aizawa Shuda's position moved again, and Ye Qiu's position also moved. The first 4 people directly entered the attackable range of 100 meters. Before the test, Ye Qiu had mentioned to Bai that you should pay attention to the 2 guys Kaminari Denki and Minoru Mineta. Bai naturally would not forget it. The speed is slowed down, and a eldest son is created directly. Don't do it, it's long. In long-distance and ultra-close combat, Ye's suggestion is to use hot weapons, but in medium-distance combat, a bow with higher flexibility is undoubtedly a good weapon. This woman is so scary. Everyone who is already struggling in the same place, after seeing Bai Chuang's bow and arrow, all felt a chill, and it began to emerge from the tail vertebra. To kill. To kill. It's just a test. Do you want to attack so seriously? Baiku didn't have a trace of pity in their hearts when they showed their frightened expressions. Her gentleness and tranquility belonged to Ye Qiu only. However, compared to the longbow, the arrow of the bow and arrow is not very sharp, just the arrow of wood. The right hand draws the bow, the bowstring is full. In the past few months, I have learned from Ye Qiu, but there are 2 exercises, each of which has a great accumulation of inner strength and the body. Coupled with the effect of the medicated bath, the pure strength at this time was almost higher than most of the men present. Not to mention those classmates looked terrifying. Even Aizawa Yuta felt his eyelids jumped unconsciously. Too dangerous. If such a woman grows into a hero's, she will definitely be a terrifying existence. Well, for example, Midnight, female heroes anyway. Everyone makes people tremble, and Aizawa Yuta feels that he should stay away from this kind of person. Therefore, Xiongying's teachers are all older single young people. Speaking of which, the gifts in the medicated bath package have also been circulated among Xiongying's teachers. Everyone is still curious about this kind of good thing when they have not started a family or a business. Cough, cough. Aizawa Yuta felt that he must have been single for too long, and, because of Quirks and his eyes, these random thoughts appeared. On the runway, 3 bows and arrows appeared on the bowstrings in an instant, and her first target was not those who had been imprisoned and were still struggling in place, but had already rushed to him at the moment when she slowed down. The 3 in front. Ida, Shoto Todoroki, Bakugo Katsuki, these 3 talents are Hundred's first targets. Ye Qiu taught her a lot of great things. As a recommended student, he couldn't show his abilities in the entrance test. Now he must fully show his strengths and let Ye Qiu see her promise. We'll get stronger. I'm already on the road to becoming stronger, Ye Qiu. You must be watching me. 3 arrows. At the moment of shooting, the arrows were unstable, and a terrifying cold air appeared. How is this going? Aizawa shut his eyes with no divine light shrank suddenly. Yaoyorozu Momo, quirks are created. That's right. The information in his hand can't be wrong at all. Yaoyorozu Momo did use his own quirks to directly create longbow and bow and arrow, but what happened to the cold arrow? It can't be Logia quirks. And it is absolutely impossible for the same person to produce 2 completely different quirks. Unless, like Shoto Todoroki. It's just that creating quirks can really coexist in a person's body with the power that exudes a chill. Quirks? Of course not. There is only 1 quirks in the 100, and that is creation. The reason why there is a lot of chill on the arrow, and even the part of the arrow is wrapped in a chill, is entirely because of the Sky Frost Fist created by Ye Qiu. That's right. In the past few months, Ye Qiu not only let Bai go to practice the Fengshen legs, but also taught Bai to the Tianshuang boxing, which is in the same line. Bai, who uses bows and arrows as a medium-distance attack method, plus the inner breath cultivated by Frost Fist, can completely add a layer of deceleration to bows and arrows, or even freeze them. Attribute attack. Invisibly, Bai's combat power will increase a lot. The most important thing is that Bai's quirks are created, and simple bows and arrows can be created almost unlimitedly. Gun form battle, unlimited bullets. Bow and arrow form battle, unlimited arrows. In the case of melee combat, there are Tianshuang fist and Fengshen legs. Under the training of Ye Qiu in the past few months, Bai has become a terrifying existence. In Ye Qiu's words, Bai Xue is definitely the king of long distances and can successfully enter the heroes' rankings. The only quirks that need to be strengthened, only by upgrading and strengthening the quirks, can infinite bullets and infinite arrows become a reality. But even if Bai couldn't achieve the infinite bullets and infinite arrows, the 3 arrows that she shot out of her hands immediately attacked the 3 of Ida and Ida. In fact, for Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki, they don't bother to attack other people at all, but they never thought that they would be actively attacked. Annoying woman. Bakugo Katsuki growled in displeasure. On Shoto Todoroki's side, he directly used his quirks to form an ice wall on his back, and the speed slowed down, but he didn't care about Bai's attack on him during this time. Ida is even simpler. The speed comes from the engine in his eyes. He feels that as long as he continues to accelerate and dodge, he is not like Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. Too many dodging moves. Unlike the two of them, Bakugo was a lot more direct, turned around directly, and blasted the frost arrow flying in the air with his left hand. Boom! When the ice and the fire touched, a more terrifying explosion was issued, and Bakugo took advantage of that wave to quickly retreat, surpassing Ida and Shoto Todoroki in an instant. Ida doesn't care. The distance of 10,000 meters, Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki, it is absolutely impossible to sprint with quirks all the time, and the final first must be prepared for him. However, even Ida did not expect that the arrows on the other side, like a rain of arrows in the sky, fell like raindrops in an instant, and those hands seemed to become extremely fast machines. Horrible. The 3 of Lugu, who were about to catch up, looked at Bai with a little fear. This is to be slaughtered. In the face of the overwhelming arrows, and still with attribute power, Shoto Todoroki's ice shield is no longer enough to resist. He can only stop and defend in an all-round way. Although Ida's speed is very fast, he still lacks skill when dodging. Sometimes the speed is not enough for him to shave off all the horns, and his flexibility is not as strong as speed. Damn it. The body part that was hit by the frost arrow almost immediately condensed a layer of frost. The most terrifying thing is that the power of this frost is not only aimed at the surface of the body, but even the blood and meridians inside the body seem to be frozen in an instant. Move? No, the body is even more uncomfortable than suffering from frostbite. After 10 seconds, it will automatically recover. Don't move, or you will be seriously injured, and you will need to spend credits for treatment. Breathing out a breath of foul breath, Haki pointed the arrow in the direction of Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki again. As for Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki, under the rain of arrows, how can he guarantee that he will not be injured at all? Even if Shoto Todoroki has half of the attributes of ice, he is also injured by the internal force of Tien Shuangquan. Quirks can't counteract the damage caused by inner chi. To a certain extent, the attribute inner chi is even more terrifying than the direct natural attribute. When the subduing dragon encounters the burning fruit, and when the Fengshen leg meets the burning fruit, it becomes something extremely terrifying. You! What are you going to do? We can't move, you can't do this. Minoru Mineta felt the message in Bai's eyes and was so scared that she was about to cry. The arrows are gone, but after the class started, the fierce people who everyone agreed with were all injured by the arrow rain. Logically speaking, a strong person like Bai should be disdainful of taking action against a weak person like them. No, don't make a move. Really kill people. The tightly bound bodies of Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki were already shaking violently. Over there, Shiro Hanta, who had managed to break free from the sticky and comfortable, could not help but want to untie them first when he saw the tears of the two of them were about to flow out. Dare to let them go, I can still attack, but you will also be my target. Bai's words entered his ears after Shiro Hanta's action. Don't move. Don't move. I just want to run 10,000 meters. Shiro Hanta was clearly taken aback by Bai's determination. The 3 people in front, even Shoto Todoroki, who displayed the ice attribute, were severely injured. He is a small person, how dare he offend 100 people? Run. After breaking free from the shackles of stickiness, there are still such terrifying existences. How can everyone care about the two pioneers who want to benefit their male compatriots, and they run towards the front at the fastest speed? According to the target that Bai is currently looking for, maybe they do not have an advantage in long-distance running, but they may come from behind, leaving those geniuses far behind. Another storm of arrows. No, the arrow rain this time is not as many as before. After all, both Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki have lost their ability to move. In Bai's opinion, all her arrows are effective attacks. Naturally, there is no need to use so many arrows. Rain came to deal with the two helpless and even some waste guys. Undoubtedly, all the arrows with a hint of Frost Fist all fell on Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki. The physical quality of these two people is not as good as the previous three, so when Bai is doing it, he also keeps a lot of hands. Compared to the three guys who were not attacked much, these two tightly formed a white layer of frost on the surface of the body, but the inside of the body hardly suffered any damage. Gone. Aizawa Shoyuta saw what he wanted to see and started to move again. Ye Qiu also nodded towards Bai, expressing his approval, and started to move again. New area, Shoto Todoroki is in it. Shoto Todoroki, who was injured in the meridian of his leg, was overtaken by Bai almost instantly, but because he had to stay for a while, he directly faced Bai and blasted out endless ice ridges. Catch the shadows. Hundred's choice, it was a bit similar to Ida before, but she didn't even want to turn around. In Shoto Todoroki's attack, every time she tried to attack her back, it was as if she had eyes on her back. It is to use his footwork to instantly speed up and stagger a position. Shoto Todoroki kept adjusting the direction of the ice edge, but he finally gave up. If he continues to waste quirks, it is very likely that he will use pure physical strength to run 10,000 meters, which is a big challenge for him. Because even Shoto Todoroki doesn't know how many times he will be attacked by hundreds or others in the next two teachers' changes, he must leave a little power behind. On Bai's side, she was also trying to recover her inner strength when she was using Catch the Wind. Even though it was a little dangerous, with her heart, she still allowed her to complete Ye Qiu's various, almost severe training before entering Xiongning. Soon, the 100th of the first lap accelerated again and entered the special 100m where Ye Qiu and Aizawa Shoyuta were. Attack. This time, there is no purpose. All targets within the visible range, except for girls, are her attack targets. For flowers. As a boy, it is natural to think that in actual combat, they must be stronger, and in the heroes' rankings, the male heroes will always be in the front, and there are very few female heroes ranked in the male front of heroes. Not reconciled. Whether it's Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, or others, or even Green Valley, they are all very dissatisfied with their performance in this special long-distance run. Get started. For a time, the battle became extremely chaotic, and the originally complete runway became messy in an instant, as if it had gone through countless fierce battles. Aizawa Shota's eyelids twitched. He seemed to have imagined that the Mr. Principal would lecture him for a while because of the cost of renovation. Bunch of little bastards. But let's be a little more noisy, and now spend a little more credits, and then you will know how much your loss is. Aizawa Shoyuta also became a little dark in his heart because of Ye Qiu. If you don't have a black belly, if there are several existences that surpass the teacher during the student's time at school, how can the teacher convince the public at that time? Hey, heroic resources, we have to make these dedicated teachers stronger first. As expected. After entering the 10th lap, the incomparably messy track has all kinds of evil obstacles. When she reached the back, she was too lazy to attack those who couldn't avoid her attack at all, so she simply created countless obstacles directly. Combined with the icicles left by Shoto Todoroki when he attacked others, the potholes Bakugo blasted, Zero Hanta's tape, and Minoru Mineta's sticky balls, the entire runway can be said to be full of danger. Everyone has tested their anger, and naturally they will not hold back. Yes, your results can already be compared to heroes who are generally weak in physical strength. When Bai was the first to cross the finish line, even as indifferent as Aizawa Shoyuta, he couldn't help but praise. Without Bai, The big devil, everyone reached the end one after another while flickering and attacking. Among them, the worst and slowest were Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki, who were bruised and bruised. Small. Well, brother, why are we so unlucky? Kaminari Denki let out a whimper, rubbing the purplish-blue bag on his face. After being frozen, Shiro Hanta, it took a long time to think of the two of them. Pity the two of them, who were extremely weak. In the attack of the mob, they were constantly affected, and they were not remembered until the last few laps. Minoru Mineta cried until her eyes were a little red. It was hell on earth. Didn't he just want to get closer to the girls? How could he be targeted by such a monster-level existence? We must be so handsome. Those guys are jealous of us. Minoru Mineta said with a weeping voice. Kaminari Denki lamented, it seems that their scores in this test should be very low, and now he hopes that in the subsequent tests, they can perform a little better. If he was eliminated on the first day of school, he would be embarrassed, and he would not be able to continue to high school. The third test is very simple, is to test the grip strength. Smelly Geo, this time I must crush you. Bakugo has always believed that if one person hadn't crushed all of them just now, he would definitely be able to crush Green Valley completely. This guy Lugu actually avoided his attacks many times, and even made his performance into the top 10, which is much better than the 50-meter score. Was it crushed? The grip strength test was very fast. What everyone did not expect was that strong men such as Sato, Kirishima, and Ojiro showed unexpected strength, and Green Valley's strength was even terrifying. First, directly let everyone grow up their mouths. Green Valley just used one finger to perform the grip strength test, and it actually reached a terrifying kilogram. Look, he must be a fellow. Minoru Mineta nodded knowingly. Kaminari Denki obviously didn't understand so well why good friends would say that Green Valley, who looks like a student of 3 good students, would be their fellow. You don't understand. Only a person in this way can make a finger generate such a powerful force. I can be sure that Lugu must be a veteran. I must know from his mouth what it is to contact a girl. Feel. Minoru Mineta clenched her fists tightly, and her nose was almost emitting a breath that was visible to the naked eye. Excited, excited. In his opinion, Lugu's fingers represent the fact that he is an old driver. As a theoretical school, how can he not learn from the practical school of Lugu? Peerless magic must be learned. In the next few tests, Minoru Mineta pulled Kaminari Denki and explained why the old driver had such powerful fingers. After Kaminari Denki listened to it, he even had a nosebleed. Hateful. It is also the age of 14 and about 15 years old. Why is Green Valley so good that it can make girls fall in love? Isn't that the only treatment for campus stars? There must be something special about this guy. Excuse me, why do you keep staring at me? At the end of the test, Green Valley Merit shyly came over and said hello to the 2 guys who kept their distance from each other. He is not afraid of Baiha, because he knows that Ye Qiu will not teach him a lesson casually. Every time he makes a move, there will be a reason, and he is not offended by Ye Qiu. Well, no one else should know that Bai is actually Ye Qiu's fiancé. Minoru Mineta grabbed Green Valley's hand and said, Master, please teach me how to make my fingers stronger. I also want to become a practitioner. No matter how invincible the theory is, it's useless. The practice is the real one. Man. Aizawa Shoguda announced that the dismissal was a joke, and after the 2 guys were no longer worried, their faces returned to normal again. Are you talking about how to make your fingers stronger? That's very simple, I'll show it to you. Although you don't have the corresponding exercises, you won't be able to reach my level in a short period of time, but as long as you support Ihung's practice going down, there will still be a little effect. After all, Green Valley directly displayed his terrifying skills and instantly stood up. It was only when the stunned Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki carefully observed that they realized that Green Valley, this terrifying guy, was actually doing a handstand with one finger. And he was still using his fingers to continuously lift his body to exercise. That's it, as long as you insist, the power of your fingers can also become stronger. Green Valley said with a relaxed handstand. Does it get stronger? Not like it. For the first time, Minoru Mineta felt that she must have lost her brain, thinking that this kind of boring guy would be the favorite type of girls. Go, let's go. Minoru Mineta turned his head stiffly and ran to the classroom, directly pulling Kaminari Denki. Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki standing below the scoreboard, all staring at one name, that is Yaoyorozu Momo. Except for the first place in the 50-meter and 10,000-meter, all the events after the 100 meters were all second places. To say that her overall strength is not as strong as she has shown, it is obviously impossible, because the gap between her performance and the first place is almost always within a millimeter. If this is the first and the second, it is normal, but if it is all the second, it is obviously not normal. Hidden power. The two of them figured out one thing almost instantly: those second ones were taken down on purpose, otherwise, with her strength, all the first ones could be taken down. Of course, this guess is almost close to the truth, but there is still a little gap between what they imagined. Ye Qiu, I let you down. Baiwei stood beside Ye Qiu unwillingly. Ye Qiu laughed and said, that guy in the Green Valley has been following me for a long time to refine his qi and blood, plus his own quirks, as well as his inner strength. He is stronger than you in pure strength. It's normal. The matter is over. My 100 has become very strong and can be on its own. Because in the grip strength test, Baisher really did not compare to Green Valley, so he chose 3.8 to give up in the later test, and only got the second result. Of course, even so, the 100 results are still the first among all. The second word is Shoto Todoroki. Because he cares too much about Green Valley's performance, Bakugo just won the 4th place, and the 3rd is Green Valley, who is improving every day. One Finger Magic and Shaolin Boy are too suitable for Lugu to practice. With his tenacity, he has already cultivated these two exercises to the realm of small success. The only regret is that Lugu did not have pocket money to buy a medicinal bath package before he was admitted to Xiongning. Otherwise, his strength could go further. The poor and the rich. Therefore, the powerful heroes can make more money, and the heroes with more money can have more capital. Standing below the list for a long time, Bakugo, who left before Class B came to class, clenched his fist tightly and never let go. Yaoyorozu Momo. I remember you. Shoto Todoroki? Genius? I will definitely step on you. And Shoujo, you wait for me. A waste without quirks. I will never allow you to run wild on my head. Bakugo finally kicked the stone under his feet fiercely and left the playground unwillingly. When Guan Chijiro brought the 18 students from Class B to the playground, all of them were startled when they saw the terrifying and messy runway. Are the people in classes so violent? Hello, Advisor Ye Qiu. Please take care of me when we meet you for the first time. I'm Guan Chijiro, the head teacher of Class B of Xionging's 1st grade. You can also call my heroes Brad King. Guan Shijiru politely greeted Ye Qiu. Well, I'll just call you Akashiro. You look much cuter than Aizawa Shoyuta. Ye Qiu nodded. Cute? What is the relationship between the homeroom teacher and cuteness? Is the head teacher of Class A ugly? The students in Class 12B couldn't help but have such guesses. In fact, for them, they're a little unwilling to be classified into Class B, because in the eyes of others, the heroic Class A is the best class, and although they are also students of the Heroes department, but it will be considered that the potential is not as good as the B class. Your class is pretty good. I think Quirks is definitely better than Class A in terms of special features. I just don't know why many people get so bad in the entrance test. Ye Qiu glanced at the roster in the hands of Akujiro. A is basically a group of aggregates that are inclined to violent output, while the changes in the quirks of Class B are almost completely different. In terms of team tasks, it is definitely the people from Class B who will have the advantage. The students of Class B are in a lot of pain. If it weren't for the demon in front of them, when they wanted to exert their strength, they directly suffered serious trauma and internal injuries. How could their grades be poor? Of course, this kind of resentment hidden deep in their hearts, they can only complain in their hearts. If they really say it in front of Ye Qiu, I am afraid they will be hated by this devil. The end of the entrance exam is 10 times, 100 times worse. By the way, when you come to the playground, don't you also have to take a test? I think if it is not renovated, this playground should be difficult to withstand another test. The teaching methods of Xionging teachers are really nothing new. Ye Qiu complained. Guan Shijiro shook his head quickly. Advisor Ye Qiu thinks too much. I'm not as strict with the students as Aizawa. I just brought them to get acquainted with the Quirks, the companions in the same class. During school, it is destined to complete a lot of cooperation, and if everyone can't be Quirks with each other, there is no way to become a reliable partner. And it will not be a good thing for the future hero's activities. Well, Aizawa Shoyuta, the guy who thinks every day is to make students stronger, but Ichiro's method is very scientific. Reasonable use of the advantages of each Quirks, so as to maximize the team. It's just, perhaps because of this teaching method and Quirk's descent, that the people who will make the most of the sports festivals in the future are all the brats of Class A. Mr. Jiro is right, but I also have to perform the following duties as my own consultant. Heroes, if you want to become stronger, you have to fight for some things. Teamwork is important, but if you don't think about it in your heart to become the strongest, you can never become strong fast. Ye Qiu swept over every student in Class B seriously. Spirit, and Trinity can make people strong and, obviously including the acquaintance of Kento Kazuka, I am afraid that the only person in Class B who has the idea of competitiveness, and he can barely let him see it, Taija Tetsuite. This Quirks is a boy of steel. Sharp. Young and not frivolous. What a young man. It just so happened that the items tested and the results of the test in Class A were all recorded on the announcement on the side, so let the group of guys see how big the gap between the two classes is. Don't always think that you have been assigned to Class B. Just because of the prejudice and mistakes of some people when assigning classes, the gap still exists. Even that idiot, Minoru Mineta, knew how to make good use of his Quirks before entering school. Kento Kazuka still knows Ye Qiu very well. This guy is a bit of a jerk, but he never speaks loudly or says foolish words. Originally, she was very dissatisfied with her entry into Class B, but at this time, when she saw her announcement, after seeing the results of the monsters in Class A, she couldn't help being silent. So terrifying. Yaoyorozu Momo? If I remember correctly, this should be the fiancé Ye Qiu mentioned when he was in the dojo. However, for this fiancé, Kento Kazuka didn't know why, and he had a little taste for this fiancé. Ye Qiu's fiancé, in the monster-infested Class A, came first in all the tests. What kind of Quirks is she? Shoto Todoroki? It seems that he has heard of it, and he is a genius who is already well known. Green Valley. The most surprising thing about Kento Kazuka is probably all the data of Izuku Green Valley. The third place in the entire A class is much worse than the others except in the 50-meter event, but in any other test among them, they are among the best. It can be said that Shoto Todoroki would not have been in second place if not for the 5787M. Who is that? That's Green Valley Izuku. Back then, that room was extremely weak. There was no Quirks in the same dojo with him, and Ye Qiu was the guy who forced him to practice Zhuanging and horse stance. How weak was Green Valley a few months ago? If the grip strength of 1000 genes is used as an example, I can be sure that the grip strength of Kento can be about 30 genes. Maybe, given that guy's small arms and calves, it's even less than 30 pounds. No matter how he looks at his physical state, he is much weaker than boys of the same age. How long has it been? Elevate to avoid being too scary. Kento Ichika has never practiced Professor Ye Qiu's horse stance and column skills since he left the Kento dojo. Now thinking about it, he feels inexplicably regretful. Ye Qiu, you are responsible. After Kento Kazuka finished speaking, he bit his thin lip and stared at Ye Qiu with big eyes. Big news. The eldest sister is actually responsible for that demon. It seems that there must be some secrets between them. If I can find out today, is it because I have the handle of the big devil and I don't need to be bullied in the future? The students who were still thinking about the gap between them and Classa suddenly pricked up their ears and began to look forward to the next development. Ye Qiu looked at Kento Kazuka with a funny look. You got all the 100% bonus points in the exam. What else do I have to be responsible for? If you want to become stronger, can't you exchange your credits for things yourself? I do not. At this moment, Kento Kazuka seemed like a kitten with claws and claws. If Ye Qiu didn't follow his heart, he would dare to scratch him directly. Humph. After all, I have known each other for so long. My uncle is still his partner, and even Lugu has obtained great power. Why is she only 100%? What can 100 credits do? 1 medicated bath package. 5 video learning opportunities for martial arts. Any functions? Kento Kazuka has already contacted his uncle, and the uncle who wants a medicinal bath package promises to supply it with an internal share. As for combat, look at the Aikido of their Kento family. The things that can be exchanged for credits may be tempting to others, but for Kento Kazuka, it is useless at all. Useless. I heard that the credit system was created by Ye Qiu, a special consultant, and he sponsored most of the things. Kento Ijia suddenly felt a deep malice. 100% was given to himself, and Ye Qiu clearly did not give her anything. Facing those aggressive eyes, Ye Qiu was really a little embarrassed. When he was at the Kento dojo, he could directly knock Kento Kazuka down and teach her little but a lesson. But with so many people looking at it, it's always worth giving some face. Guan Akujiro saw Kento Kazuka in front of the demon advisor, and he could speak with such a straight back, and he immediately recorded this little girl in the little book in his heart. This is definitely an existence that cannot be offended. Be careful if you offend. I'm afraid you will be hated by the devil advisor. Ye Qiu pinched his brows, and being watched by so many people at once, he was really a little uncomfortable. Tell me, what compensation do you want? If it's too much, I can't give it to a girl. I want to practice the exercises. Kento Kazuka is not polite at all. Also, you have to instruct yourself. Your uncle is the owner of the Kento dojo. His insights and cultivation in martial arts are lower than mine at all. Ye Qiu looked helpless. Recently, he has started to teach MT Lady to practice, plus there are guides. It is really a bit lacking. As for the exercises, it is indeed possible to give Kento a good one. Just like Bai, it's good to practice Skyfrost Fist, and it's a bit like Luffy's Quirks when combined with Big Fist, but it's a lot worse, and it's barely a good match. Don't think I don't know. You have been guiding MT Lady to practice. My quirks are similar to hers. Can't we be together? Kento Kazuka's small mouth was directly surrounded. Wow, this is great news. The demon advisor is so powerful that even the heroes on the heroes leaderboard needs him to guide his cultivation. And is that a female heroes or someone who has recently topped the boys' popularity chart? Damn it. Why is that devil already so strong and so popular with women? This world is full of malice. Too much. Ye Qiu felt that looking for an opportunity, he must give a good lesson to the somewhat rebellious girl Kento Kazuka. When he and you are together, they can enjoy the two-person world. Bai is still relatively traditional. At present, it is the level of pulling a small hand, and Yu's side has directly become Ye Qiu's permanent residence. There's an extra girl named Kento Ichika. What kind of thing is this? Hehe, I think your idea is good. You can practice with you and stay by my side. Ye Qiu said without a smile. Excellent. Not to mention other people, even Kento Kazuka, who knew Ye Qiu and MT Lady very well, was extremely surprised. If she remembered correctly, the first time the two met was when they met a muscular man outside the dojo. This guy Ye Qiu has only been around for a few months. How dare he call him MT Lady like that? Gah. On Chijiro's side, he had already looked at Ye Qiu with a look of admiration. Shui in the jungle is his good friend, and he usually complains when he is working. Although MT Lady is a beautiful female colleague, the degree of black belly is terrifying. There is not a single male heroes in the office. Anyone who dares to chase her will be killed by a black-bellied heroine who dares to chase her. A role model among men. Wait, why do I think you have a conspiracy? Kento Kazuka looked at Ye Qiu with extreme vigilance, always feeling that this guy was looking at him with malicious eyes. He must have no intentions. What conspiracy can I have? You say that you are not gentle at all compared to Bai, and your figure is not comparable to you. What conspiracy can I have against you? Ye Qiu said unceremoniously. Break. 100? Could it be Yaoyorozu Momo from Class A? Real man. As expected of a devil, The devil advisor is indeed a real man among men. More. Kento Kazuka blushed with anger. Ye Qiu, this B***************** D is simply too much, to actually speak of her in front of so many people. Would you like to practice with me? You have to figure it out for yourself. I will never force you. You will be happier if you don't follow me. Ye Qiu spread his hands indifferently. Yes, I want to practice with you. Kento Kazuka almost gritted his teeth and said, when my strength surpasses yours, I will press you to the ground and beat you hard. No, I want to pick you up 3 times a day. One after breakfast, one after lunch, and another after dinner. So brutal? A violent woman indeed. Ye Qiu looked at her speechlessly, but he always felt that 3 meals a day made him feel a little evil no matter what. Exercise after meals? Don't want to think too much. Can't think too much, paper. Jiao Qian Jiao, okay? Since I said that, I welcome you to hit me. After school every day, remember to come to me over there, and the address will be sent to you later. Please work hard to earn credits when you are in school. Don't let your uncle be a little more greedy for our medicinal bath package. Ye Qiu waved his hand. Class B is not ready to take the test, just getting acquainted with Quirks, his classmate. He feels that he does not need to stay any longer. Get off work early and go home early. Kenta-san, are you familiar with the demon advisor? Toma Ningrin leaned over to Kento Kazuka's side and asked. Go away. Who is familiar with that bad-hearted guy? Also, I'm not very familiar with you either. If we come over, I'll beat you up. Bump. Although he felt that he should give a warning before doing it, looking at the annoying smiling face of Ningrin Toma, Kazuka Kento couldn't help but use his big fist to hit him hard on the head. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your S. Why did you come back so early today? You looked a little surprised at Ye Qiu, who opened the door and came in. It's boring. Those little devils are too weak, and not all of Xionying's teachers are teaching with full malice like Aizawa Shoyuta. My special consultant is different from the teacher. I don't have to go to get off work according to the time. It's up to my own will. Ye Qiu lay down directly on the sofa. After the meeting, I will practice Tien Shuangquan with you. It's good to be a salted fish first. Etc. Why is there a different perfume smell? Could it be that you recently changed the perfume again? Ye Qiu's nose was a little itchy, and the smell in the air seemed to be a little different today. What do you think of my pajamas? Well, you had already covered her face with her hands at this time. How could she have forgotten that there is still a bad friend here, and a bad friend with bad habits? Xiangshan sleeps. Isn't this the heroic midnight teacher? Ye Qiu was frightened by the black lacy pajamas. Even you didn't wear such sexy pajamas 787 in front of him. Good. As a man, Ye Qiu swallowed his saliva respectfully. In terms of body and temptation, Xiangshan sleeping was definitely better than Bai, but Bai's temperament was not comparable to Xiangshan sleeping. How to say? At this time, if Bai was standing beside Xiangshan and sleeping, the picture might feel perfect. Beauty is something that will be more obvious only if someone competes. If it was another girl, seeing Ye Qiu suddenly appeared on the sofa, she would have screamed in shock. Midnight, who was barely visible, was looking at Ye Qiu with great interest. Consultant Ye Qiu, look for yourself. The bruise on my left chest has been gone for so many days, and it still hasn't gone away. Do you think you should give me some compensation? Xiangshan slept directly on the sofa. The distance between the two was not enough. Ye Qiu could naturally smell the unique fragrance, and his nose moved unconsciously. Not bad. It is indeed a good perfume smell. Xiangshan sleep's taste in perfume is obviously not as bad as her taste in clothing. D. Compensation? If you hadn't provoked me, how could I have shot so hard? Besides, Xionying's teacher is so powerful, I will definitely do my best. Ye Qiu didn't mean to back down at all. Xiangshan immediately became unhappy. Although she knew that the relationship between you and this demon was definitely not easy, she still had to remind you, this guy is AB********************************* D who even beats girls. Why do you look at men so badly? You said that this kid, if he has strength, doesn't go to the hero's assessment, and he doesn't want to stay on the hero's rankings. Where can a guy like this be? A bit of a man's responsibility. Besides, his character is still very bad, and he actually beats women. Among us heroes, they are called demons, and that's the kind of guy. Where are you worthy of? Xiangshan Sleep said angrily. I know. You gave Ye Qiu a helpless look. Ye Qiu is indeed a bit harsh when it comes to others, but this is the most real thing. In fact, heroes is not as bright as others think. We will insist on our own justice, but there are times when we are tired. There are times when I want to give up everything. When I am tired, Ye Qiu will stay by my side. I think he is the best existence for me. Helpless, with a little sweetness. For you, being able to meet Ye Qiu in this life is her greatest luck, and she enjoys every second with Ye Qiu very much. Xiangshan Sleep. You woman, this is my house, okay? Ye Qiu is my boyfriend. Don't try to distract me. Get in and change my clothes. Don't think you can seduce me by dressing like this. Boyfriend. You hugged Ye Qiu's arm and looked at his honey with extreme vigilance. Fireproof, anti-theft, and anti-smell honey. In particular, such a honey who likes to dress sexy is the object of the first embankment. Cut. You, let me tell you, men don't have a good thing. I think we should eat and drink every day and buy beautiful clothes and cosmetics. This is the best way to live. This kind of devil should be thrown away early. I think he has no resistance to women at all. After saying that, Xiang Shanshui lay on Ye Qiu's body and rubbed his fingers under his nose. Look, nosebleeds are coming out. How can such a man be trusted? Ye Qiu. You patted Ye Qiu's arm in dissatisfaction. Ye Qiu's expression is very innocent. It can't be blamed on him at all. Originally, when he cultivated Jiuyang, he had a little excess of yang energy. The woman who slept in Xiangshan was dressed like that, and Yubu was also holding his arm. Hug left and right? Although it didn't seem to be the case, there were stunning sexy beauties on both sides. Even if Ye Qiu had a good concentration, he couldn't stand it. It's not everyone looks yaoi. How can he really sit still and not be in a mess? He must be a hypocrite to say such a thing. Hey, Xiangshan Sleeps, I warn you not to go too far. If you are really going too far, I don't mind doing the FA rectification here on the spot. Ye Qiu stared fiercely at Xiangshan Sleep, who was pinned to him. I have to say, this woman is really a demon, a person who can be loved and hated at the same time. Forget it, Ye Qiu felt a little unable to control himself just by looking at it a few times. The current Ye Qiu just wanted to drive this woman away quickly, so as not to let him disturb the two-person world between him and you. Wow! How old are our consultants and even dare to say such things? I'm here today. If you dare to touch me, I'll see if you will turn against you. Xiangshan sleeps like an orchid, attached to Ye Qiu's ears, breathing lightly. No, Ye Qiu, don't worry. Teach this little demon girl a lesson. If you need help, I will cooperate. You said with an expressionless face. Xiangshan sleeping, this damn little demon girl, actually dares to hook up with her boyfriend in front of her. She really likes to die. In this case, Ye Qiu can only be cheap. When he thinks of the little demon girl who is rubbing his body every day, he will marry another man in the future, and Yu's heart is not very comfortable. Humph. Cheap this little witch. Wait, are you serious? The corners of Xiangshan's sleeping mouth twitched. She felt as if you were not joking. If that's the case, wouldn't she be in bad luck? Can't resist. Ye Qiu's force is really terrifying. Sure enough, when Xiangshan was sleeping, his expression changed from seductive to worried, and his body shrank to the edge of the sofa unconsciously. Regret now? Don't you think it's too late? Ye Qiu wiped the blood from his nose unconsciously, and his big hand directly grabbed Midnight's arm. Originally a Demon King-level existence, how could Ye Qiu's power be something Midnight could resist, and Ye Qiu grabbed him almost instantly? Well, everyone is beautiful, likes to wear different perfumes, and tastes rarely appear similar. With the smell of his nose, Ye Qiu felt that his nosebleed had a tendency to bleed outwards again. A little fairy indeed. You save me. Xiangshan sleeps pitifully and grabs Yu's arm. Late. Yu directly turned his head, obviously not planning to save his sweetheart. Snapped. Ye Qiu's big hand, unceremoniously at all, landed on Xiangshan's buttocks. Well, if you make a mistake, you will be beaten. Isn't spanking the best way to punish parents? Ye Qiu felt that he was upholding justice, and his method was so gentle. He was simply a good person. He never realized that he was such a good talker before. You really fight. Xiang Shanshui turned his head and looked at Ye Qiu with watery eyes. Pain. Ye Qiu said with a stern face that he was a demon king, so he naturally wanted to keep his appearance as a demon king. It's good to know that it hurts. If I don't teach you a lesson, just like your heroic style, it won't be time to bring our family down sooner or later. The gift is broken. Broken? Xiangshan felt that Ye Qiu must have misunderstood the woman in his family. She just has a problem with her clothing taste, and in terms of her bad character, no matter how you look at it, Yu Shenyo's woman is even more terrifying. Sure enough, when Ye Qiu couldn't see it, Yu, who had a straight face, turned around and made a grimace at Xiang Shashui. How can you bully people like this? Xiangshan sleeping instantly became like a little girl and was almost made to cry by this shameless pair of men and women. There is no such thing as bullying people, okay? Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ye Qiu's slap was still falling. To be honest, the feel is really good, and it makes people feel a little reluctant to stop. Who? You suspiciously glanced at Ye Qiu. The address of her home should only be known by Ye Qiu and the woman Xiangshan sleeping, and the little goblin Xiangshan sleeping. She did not know how much she had in her stomach. Could it be that Ye Qiu's fiancé came to the door? Ye Qiu thought for a while. I remembered, in class today, there was a girl who insisted to follow me to practice with you. It was the little girl from the Kento family when the muscular man was arrested. You look. This over-the-top guy is not only bullying me in your house, but even hooking up with the little girl in the school. It's simply inhuman. Xiang Shanshui took advantage of Ye Qiu not to beat himself, and quickly smeared Ye Qiu, trying to win an ally. Cut. My boyfriend is not someone who can hook up with me. I remember that girl. She is really good-looking. But Ye Qiu, this is only one time. Next time you are not allowed to bring it to my house. You should buy one too. It's a big house. There are too many people to live in. You said with a bit of annoyance. Isn't this style wrong? Shouldn't you be jealous at this time, and then stand on a united front with himself to fight against the demon Ye Qiu? Xiangshan sleeps. I think you really don't know how to repent. It's already this time. Do you still want to destroy the relationship between me and you? It seems that I did it. It's really not cruel enough. You said that I like hitting women. Then I'll fight a little harder today. Ye Qiu showed a grim smile. Xiangshan took a look and picked up the pillow on the sofa. She promised that she would never dare to offend Ye Qiu again. Scared. The boyfriend that the woman found by you is indeed very deceitful, just as bad as you. It's not that the family does not enter the house, they really hate it. Snapped. Ye Qiu didn't break his promise. When you went to open the door, he slapped heavily on Xiangshan's sleeping a ***. What? Even if he asked his head in the pillow, the pain from his little but almost made Xiangshan's eyes burst into tears. On the other side, you, who opened the door and welcomed Kento Kazuka in, also enjoyed the attack of a soprano. What? Seeing that this guy Ye Qiu actually put the teacher Midnight in sexy pajamas on his thigh, Kento Yika suddenly screamed, and his little face became extremely red. Ye Qiu, you really are AB**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** me over today? For flowers. Kento Kazuka questioned Ye Qiu with a flushed face. Ye Qiu was speechless. What do you think? This little goblin is like you. He always likes to provoke me. I'm just doing my duty as a special advisor to heroes. I'm trying to set things right. What? How could anyone do such a duty? Mr. Principal is Xiangying's principal, okay? And he would never do such shameful things as spanking. Of course, Xiangshan sleeping, who was beaten to the point where her A** started to feel faint, really didn't dare to refute at this time. Afraid? Xiang Shashue is really afraid that Ye Qiu, the Mad King, can't help but continue to abuse his little A***. If you are alone, it's fine. At most, she will be teased by this bad friend circle in the future, but if she is seen by Xiangying students, what kind of teacher will she be in the future? It will be shameful and thrown home. You're talking nonsense. If you don't let go of Mr. Midnight, I will definitely report your behavior to the school. Kazuka Kento shouted with a blushing face. Hee hee, little girl, you seem to have forgotten where you are. Your behavior is simply worse than the woman Xiangshan sleeping. I really thought I sympathized with Kento Tiger Bear, a middle-aged single who was about to go bald, and dared to treat you. Start. Ye Qiu patted Xiangshan sleeping directly, indicating that she could not accept punishment for the time being. What are you up to? The blushing Kento Kazuka stared at Ye Qiu with extreme vigilance, for fear that this vile guy would do something to him. Don't you know what I'm going to do? What kind of punishment Xiang Shashue accepted just now, and what kind of punishment will you accept? As for telling the school? Stop kidding, you won't have this chance. And Mr. Neither Principal nor All Might can control me. Huh. On Midnight's side, he just slumped on the sofa, rubbing his aching little a***, staring at Ye Qiu with an incomparable resentment. Demon King. She was lying on top of him dressed like this, and he actually hit her so hard? As expected of the man who stared at her chest when they were sparring. Bump. Kento Kazuka still shot, using his quirks, directly slammed the enlarged fist at Ye Qiu, trying to knock him out instantly. Small. Thinking too much, with your level of attack, you can't do any damage to me at all. One finger. Ye Qiu just used one finger to easily block Kento Ichika's enlarged fist. Kento Kazuka was exerting force. During the assessment, she didn't even touch Ye Qiu. She just heard what Ye Qiu was talking about, how terrifying it was and how much she looked like a devil. But in Kento Kazuka's heart, Ye Qiu's strength was the level of rivaling his uncle and barely fighting a muscular man. As for stronger? Anyway, Kento Kazuka can't think of it. Even if he looks at the paper data of Green Valley, he can feel that Green Valley has become so strong in such a short period of time. Gu's powerful feeling, it is certainly not much feeling. The same is true of Ye Qiu. Quanting 803 Ijia doesn't believe that no matter how hard he tries, he can't repel the finger that is blocking his fist. If this can't be done, what career heroes will be discussed in the future? I do not believe. Kento Kazuka's face was full of stubbornness. She just didn't believe it. She would have no way to take Ye Qiu. Yu shook his head and recovered a lot of Xiangshan's sleep, but also had a look of fear on his face. The courage of the young man is very big, and he has to provoke the Demon King from the front, which is something he does not dare to do. Only, it is good to have courage, but without strength, there is no use for courage. After a stalemate for about 30 seconds, Ye Qiu's expression did not change, but he was already tired of this kind of child's game. Okay, you have to follow me to learn. In the end, how to become stronger. Don't you understand the strength gap between us? Humph. You're just a little stronger than me. There is nothing to be proud of. Sooner or later, I will surpass and become the strongest existence. Kento Kazuka blushed and said unconvinced. What's more, people like you who waste all your time and energy on matters of men and women, the physical improvement will never be the same as before, and I will only be brave and diligent, and the people of the Kento family will never admit defeat. Boring. The Kento family's beliefs are so firm. How can they cultivate a guy who is not firm-willed like Kento Tiger Bear? Young age and complex thinking. Women are scary. Ye Qiu shook his head helplessly and moved to the back of Kento Kazuka in a chasing move. Following the trend under his feet, Kento Kazuka fell into his arms with a sigh. Don't do anything, I warn you, I'll tell my uncle. Kento Kazuka wanted to resist, but felt the fiery breath coming from Ye Qiu's chest, and the body that was full of strength just now seemed to be completely unable to use it. You look, this guy is just like that, he's so flirtatious. Xiangshan's sleep couldn't help but complain again. Ye Qiu's face is full of black lines. Can the watery poplar flower be used to describe a man? If you are not good at Huxia culture, don't talk nonsense, Midnight, this woman. It seems that the lesson is not enough. You didn't mind, he ate the fruit on his own. You don't know how powerful Ye Qiu is. One person can't handle it, and two people can't handle it. This guy is a devil, and sometimes I really want someone to share the burden. A bit. Are you crazy? Xiang Shanshui felt that he was crazy, and it seemed that he was broken. What you are saying now, how can you be bigger than me? Okay. Xiangshan sleeps, I warn you. If you continue to talk nonsense and try to sow discord, I guarantee that your treatment will be 100 times worse than before. Ye Qiu glared at Xiangshan sleeping, and sure enough, the little demon girl just shut up and turned her eyes away with a look of fear. Snapped. On the contrary, it was Kento Kazuka. The situation at this time was not much better than Xiangshan's sleep just now. The little but suffered directly, and the power of that palm was not light at all. When my strength becomes stronger, I will definitely come back with revenge. The humiliated Kento Kazuka had tears in his eyes. So aggrieved. My body has grown so big that no man has ever touched it. Ye Qiu, this damn B******************. It was okay to ravage her little face during the exam before, but now he promised to teach her strength, but to bully her like this is simply too much. Ye Qiu, you've made people cry. Don't go too far this time, and not everyone has the ability to withstand the witch, Xiangshan sleeping. You gave Ye Qiu a blank look. Ye Qiu didn't even think about it. What is this? Why did he cry inexplicably? And he cried too fast. Xiangshan was crying because he was beaten so badly. Kento Kazuka is going too far. In his class just now, he didn't use much power at all. Forget it, forget it. Kento Kazuka, you can keep it in my mind this time. There will never be another time. Otherwise, the punishment will be much more severe than now. There is also excellent. Don't say it next time. In that case, they have nothing to do with me. Ye Qiu said a little seriously. However, Xiang Shashui was very dissatisfied. Ye Qiu, what do you mean, you want to be irresponsible after hitting it? Ming, then you want me to be responsible? Yi looked directly at Qiu sleeping on Xiangshan. His eyes were domineering and fiery, which directly made Xiangshan, known as the 18 Forbidden Heroes, feel overwhelmed. No way, the theoretical faction is never the opponent of the practical faction. Me. Xiang Shanshui didn't dare to look Yi Qiu's eyes directly, and after a long time he didn't know what to say. Okay, sleep. You don't even want to change your clothes, and you said you don't want to rob me of a man. I'll be the master of Ye Qiu, and let him improve your strength as well. You said calmly, just like a hostess. How to improve strength? Xiangshan Sleep asked with a little interest. You glanced at it, and Ijia, who was still in the mood, didn't come out and whispered a few words in Xiangshan's sleeping ear. Ye Qiu's ears are very sharp, and naturally he heard Yu's words, but those words did not seem to be the car to the kindergarten. You 3.8. What are you talking about? Xiangshan's face was flushed from sleep, and he bounced off like a rabbit, looking at her as if he never knew you. That's the truth. Don't you notice that my hero's ranking has improved a lot recently, and occasionally I don't even need to use quirks when I'm on a mission, all thanks to Ye Qiu. This guy is like it's an energy field that can get stronger every day if you want. You didn't hide Ye Qiu's intentions at all. There really is such a person? Xiangshan Sleep is still a little unbelievable. Yu raised his chin proudly. Ye Qiu is the only man in the world. It's my luck to meet him. I sometimes wonder if this guy has some dirty hidden quirks. Ye Qiu, I want you to help me become stronger in the same way, or I will never let you go. Kento Kazuka stared at Ye Qiu. Xiang Shansui was frightened. Is Kento Kazuka so sturdy? If she knew what method Ye Qiu used to become stronger, would she still have such an idea? Terrible. However, Xiangshan Sleeping is almost certain that if what you said is revealed, Ye Qiu will definitely be targeted by some female heroes as Ye Qiu's current special advisor to Xiangying. Cough. Cough. I think this method is better if you want me. Ye Qiu coughed twice, feeling a little embarrassed. 3 women in one play. He really can't bear the current scene. It's your love. I'm willing to use the method MT Lady said to improve my strength. Didn't you promise me before that you want to help me improve my strength? Is it possible that you want to go back on it now? Kento Kazuka's eyes were red with grievances. Sure enough, compared with the beautiful MT Lady, the seductive teacher Midnight, and the fiancé who was surrounded by a show, Ye Qiu, this B****************** D only knew how to bully her and was unwilling to help her become stronger. Do you want to learn 12 internal skills with you? Ye Qiu's face was speechless. Inner strength? The way to become stronger? Yes, I just want to learn inner strength from you. You must agree. This girl is so sturdy. Xiangshan Shui secretly praised Kento Kazuka in his heart. She didn't dare to say such things casually. Sure enough, it was a young man who was a little more daring, with unclear strength, and he had to cultivate without even thinking about it. Well, it seems that this girl has absolutely no idea about what double cultivation is, and she can't understand it too implicitly at her age. Forget it, let's improve their strength first. When you understand what double cultivation is in the future, then think about this method of becoming stronger. Before that, I will take you to a place that is 100 times more dangerous than you think. Of course, the heroes there are countless existences beyond the heroes leaderboard. Impossible. Unless you're talking about the World Heroes rankings, and even in the World's Heroes rankings, there won't be so many heroes who are stronger than me. You said confidently. After all, the colleague of her firm is currently the 7th man on the heroes ranking, the jungle god. MT Lady still has some idea of how strong the 7th is. You'll know when I go. Of course, I have to make sure of one thing, and that is whether I can go there with my current strength. Ye Qiu frowned. Change your clothes first and prepare your hands. If you can go to a suitable place to practice, you must be prepared to bleed. If you can't go, I will be your sparring partner and do some basic training first. Where is it? Ye Qiu looks so serious. This is the first time I have seen you. Ye Qiu should not joke with them, but in the world, the power of heroes is much stronger than the heroes who are working, you want to break his head. But also completely think of a possible place. Huaxia? Shouldn't be possible. Ye Qiu still has a job in Xiongning, and the little girl Kento Ijia has to go to school tomorrow, so it is impossible to take them to places too far. I'm going to cast my quirks now, and none of you make a sound, because today's process may be a little dangerous. Ye Qiu said very seriously. Cast quirks at this time? Could it be that Ye Qiu was going to set Ye Qiu's house on fire and let them experience the feeling of escaping from the fire? Xiangshan Sleeping's heart was full of doubts, but under Yu's suggestion, she did not ask this question at the first time. Both Yu and Kento Kazuka understood that Ye Qiu's quirks were actually creations, which he called the 72 transformations. As long as it is in his mind, anything with specific impressions and specific functions and abilities can be created. However, what is the purpose of using quirks at this time? Could it be that Ye Qiu intends to create a small private jet that is faster than that and fly away with them? Looking at the space in the home, it seems a little unlikely. Ye Qiu pulled out a hair directly from his head. With the use of quirks, the power of qi and blood in his body continued to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Medicine. Ye Qiu shouted at Bai. Recently, you discovered a method. Although the medicinal materials with high age can be directly absorbed, the medicinal power that can be transformed is a bit low, but as long as the quality is high enough, those medicinal powers that cannot be absorbed instantly will be depleted due to the lack of qi and blood when using quirks. Let the body continue to plunder those medicinal powers. Of course, this method was entirely because his 9 young divine art had reached the 4th level, and he already possessed an internal strength of more than a year old. Under Ye Qiu's reminder, you took out 100-year-old ginseng. Ye Qiu didn't think much about it. He just shoved the ginseng into his mouth and began to chew frantically. What the hell is this devil's quirks? Xiang Shashui looked at it directly. She didn't understand at all what Ye Qiu's quirks were. With the continuous loss of qi and blood, there was an incomparably ordinary door by Ye Qiu's hand that gradually appeared. Door. Quirks are doors? No. Definitely not the quirk's door. If only the door. This kind of quirks can't have the power of fire. While Xiangshan was still speculating wildly, Ye Qiu finally created an ordinary door out of breath. Fortunately, I have become stronger during this time, thanks to Yu's help. Ye Qiu glanced at you very gently. You blushed a little when he saw it. Just know it in your heart. You must treat me better in the future. Don't worry, I will definitely make you one of the happiest people in the world. Ye Qiu's tone was very determined. Kento Kazuka heard that the two were throwing dog food, and she was directly shown goosebumps. She had not been educated enough, and she obviously forgot how Ye Qiu dealt with her before. Hey. Ye Qiu, Didn't you say that you want us to go to a place where we can become stronger, even a lot stronger than heroes on the heroes leaderboard? What do you mean by creating a door? The most important thing is that after Ye Qiu seems to have created a door, it seems that all the strength in his body is gone. What the hell is going on? I'll open the door and go in first, and I can't guarantee that the back of the door is a place I know. Ye Qiu shrugged. After all, this was his attempt. Ye Qiu didn't know whether it would be successful or not. However, according to the information transmitted by this door, it seems to be possible, but it will not be exactly the same as my own thoughts. Any door. What Ye Qiu created this time is one of the props that Doraemon used to use, any door. But according to Ye Qiu's understanding, in my world, any door should be able to lead to any place you want to reach. And when he created any door, the place he wanted to reach was also a hero's world. Yes, it is a world. From the world of Maying, leave to reach another world of heroes. One Punch World. In the world of One Punch Man, the heroes have suffered much more than the heroes of the British world, which is a world full of monsters and cruelty. Not to mention the S-rank heroes, most of the A ranks can become the existence on the heroes' rankings in our world. As for weirdos, that is more than a horror. Only in that kind of world can heroes increase his strength at a faster rate. But Ye Qiu didn't know if he could break the world barrier and go from one world to another. When he created the arbitrary door, he had a strong and incomparable obsession, that is, to reach the world of One Punch Man by opening the arbitrary door. And after the door appeared, it also conveyed a message to him that this arbitrary door could only reach the world of One Punch Man and could not reach other worlds. Ye Qiu also understood some things from the sixth sense from this Quirks. He can create any door against the sky. After all, Ye Qiu himself, originally a person who has crossed the barriers of the world, created something that crosses other worlds again, but did not break the direct balance of the world too much. Of course, if you want to go to other worlds, you need to spend more energy and blood to create a one-way arbitrary door. Any door can only be arbitrarily within a world, and every time it is created, the blood that needs to be consumed increases exponentially. With a hint of excitement, Ye Qiu grabbed the handle of any door and opened it directly. When he made a move, the three girls all came to Ye Qiu's side with incomparably curious eyes. Wow! You, what the hell is going on? Is there something wrong with my eyes? After the door opened, it wasn't your house, but a strange apartment. After changing his clothes, Xiangshan slept, and his mouth exclaimed directly. Knowing Ye Qiu, Quirks Yu, and Ye Jia for a long time, their expressions at this time are not necessarily much calmer than Xiangshan's sleep. A door to other places? Ye Qiu's ability is too unbelievable. Whereas this Quirks, it is clearly comparable to the godlike existence in the legend. Right now, you felt that what she said earlier, that meeting Ye Qiu was the luckiest thing in her life, was no joke at all. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qiu directly stepped through any door. Air. Compared to my Ying's world, it seems to be a little different. The effect of cultivating inner strength in this world is much better. When Ye Qiu stood on the corridor, the internal force in his body flowed faster. In a place where weirdos can be born, the energy contained in this space that is beneficial to the human body is really amazing. Hi, hello, new neighbor. Ye Qiu greeted the indifferent man with 3 scars on his face. King, S-rank heroes, is the 7th-ranked character. The world of One Punch is much more dangerous than the world of my British. Even if Ye Qiu wants to bring his 3 daughters and come to settle here in his spare time every day, he has to consider where he lives. Where does Saitama live? Pass. That guy's protagonist's halo was born to cause trouble, and the eccentrics in that area were still relatively strong. Ye Qiu thought about it, and finally decided to settle down next to the king's house. No way. Although he is an ordinary otaku, this guy is able to deter even weirdos with his good luck. The most important thing is that if ordinary people are neighbors, they don't have to worry about the situation that this guy will blow up the house with one punch when they are resting at night. To sum up, the king's neighbor is definitely the best choice. Anyway, in the world of One Punch, there are empty houses everywhere. At that time, it was already impossible for you to live. The rent collectors basically went to relatively safe places. The place where King lives is quite dangerous. Hello. King was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that in his empty building, a new neighbor would appear inexplicably. The otaku character who was not very good at communicating with people made him seem a little dumb. Introduce myself, my name is Ye Qiu, and I will be your neighbor from now on. Ye Qiu said with a smile. The three at the back are? King asked casually. Ye Qiu turned his head and found that the three women didn't listen to him at all, and while he was not paying attention, they passed through any door and stood behind her. Hello, my name is Yu. This is Xiangshan sleeping. The youngest is Kento Ichika. We are both Ye Qiu's wife hungry. You also introduced yourself generously. Wife. Xiangshan was a little slumbered, and Kento Kazuka's face was flushed, but the people here probably didn't know her, and if she met an acquaintance, she would have to deny it. Of course, at this moment, the three girls didn't know that they didn't come to Neon or another corner of the world, but to a new world. Wife? Or three. Winner in life. Is this person strong? Otherwise, in a world full of weirdos, how could someone have three wives? It is simply incredible. As a loyal player who often plays love games, King admires Ye Qiu as much as he is jealous of Ye Qiu. A little devil, but has three wives, each with its own strengths. It is simply too much. Nice to meet you. My name is King, and I will be a neighbor in the future. If you have anything, you can come to me. The money is good. King touched his pocket and took out the key in his hand. I'm going home first. Okay. We are the one who disturbed you. We will definitely find you when something happens. Ye Qiu said politely. Bump. As the door of the king's room closed, Ye Qiu looked at the three girls with a serious expression. Who asked you to come here without authorization? Do you know where this place is? Isn't it some corner of the world? Kento Kazuka muttered in dissatisfaction. I didn't even deny that she was Ye Qiu's wife just now. She already gave him a lot of face. Why is she so fierce? Quirks is amazing. Ye Qiu smiled bitterly. Forget it. It looks like you don't know anything. The houses here are all empty. No one will come to collect the rent, and no one will want to buy it. You can live there if you have the strength. It's an eye-catching place, and when we have time in the future, we will often come here to live. It was indeed a very empty building, and it was even a little scary to be quiet. You and the others discussed for a long time, but they couldn't come up with an answer. Why is there no one living in a building like this? And no rent, no need to buy, just too much. Ye Qiu, can you tell us now, where the hell is this? After the three women worked together to tidy up a room that could be seen, you stared at Ye Qiu with a burning gaze. As for any door leading to this world, they were also moved in. Another world. Ye Qiu didn't hide it. He said it straight to the point. Ye Qiu, now is not the time for jokes. How could it be another world? This aspect is in the territory of Neon. Don't talk nonsense. If there are other worlds, the architectural style can't be the same. Kazuka Kento said as a matter of course. Ye Qiu thought for a while. Let's put it this way. The parallel Earth theory. You should have heard of it. Maybe this is a Neon, but it is not the Neon of our Earth. How to prove? Even Xiangshan sleeping looked at Ye Qiu 803 seriously. I'll take you out for a spin later, and you'll know why. The level of danger in this world is higher than you think. Ye Qiu's expression was extremely serious. To be honest, he doesn't know how strong his own strength is in the world of one punch. Regarding the current strength of the three girls, Ye Qiu felt that in addition to MT Lady being able to face monsters above the tiger level, Xiangshan sleeping and Kento Ijia, who met some wolf-level monsters, were estimated to be at the level of half a catty. When humans or other things become weirdos, physical fitness will achieve a qualitative leap in a short period of time. Most of the heroes in my British world use quirks as the battle mode, and their physical fitness is really bad. Let me explain to you first that this world not only has heroes, but also a creature called monsters. According to the strength of these monsters, they are clearly divided into gods, dragons, rabbits, tigers, and wolves. There are 5 levels. As for whether there are more powerful monsters on these 5-level certificates, I don't know. Now I will give you a general overview of how the strength of these 5 levels of monsters will affect human beings. God, a crisis that could lead to the demise of mankind. Dragon, a crisis that could lead to the destruction of several towns. Ghost, a crisis that may cause a town to be paralyzed or even destroyed. Tiger, a crisis that may cause casualties. Wolf, there are risk factors present. Whack. This is the first time the three women have heard of this new term. Until now, they are still skeptical about Ye Qiu's words and even think that this guy is not using some special ability to play pranks with them. Parallel world? Too exaggerated. There is also that magical weirdo that can cause the demise of mankind. Even Ye Qiu, the devil or All Might, the man who maintains the #1 position on the heroes rankings, can't do it. Bar. I think it's better to see some things. Since everyone doesn't believe that such powerful creatures exist in this world, why don't you take us out to sea and see? Don't worry about us being in danger, no matter what. The two sisters are both very powerful heroes. Kento Kazuka didn't. He didn't believe Ye Qiu's words at all. After all, there were too many unbelievable things about this man. Maybe it was just as he said. It's just that no matter what the facts are, they must witness the world with their own eyes. Boom. Ye Qiu is actually not very clear what is the timeline of the One Punch Man world he arrived at. But at least seeing King, it should be within the plot timeline he is familiar with. The big movement of PD immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone ran towards the outside of the house. As an old resident here, King stood on the corridor early and looked into the distance calmly. This kind of things just get used to. There will be heroes to solve it. It should not be a catastrophe. Don't worry so much. Heroes? Sure enough, there is also a heroes in this place, but the scene in the distance still shocked the three girls. It was a terrifying giant who turned countless buildings into ashes with one palm, and everyone was fleeing. Screaming, crying, screaming in pain, such a cruel scene, even for heroes Xiangshan Sleep and Yushanyu. This is the first time I have seen it. You, after you cast quirks, can you make your body reach that big? Xiangshan Sleep's expression is not very good. You shook his head decisively, impossible. If I can make my body huge to that extent, I am afraid that at this time, I would already be the #1 heroes. So horrible. Such a cruel scene was really unacceptable for Kazuka Kento, who was still a student. Compared with the muscular man she and Ye Qiu had met before, the monster at this moment is beyond the level of how much. Is this a dragon-level monster? Kento Kazuka said in astonishment. While drinking a beer, King said calmly, dragon-level geeks are indeed powerful, but heroes are not vegetarians. Such geeks will soon be dealt with. Since I live in since here, nothing too dangerous has happened here, so don't worry. Compared with the feelings of the three women, Ye Qiu confirmed one thing, that is, the timeline they are in now should be the place where the main line of One Punch Man started soon. Saitama? A man whose hair has no strength but has become stronger. Don't worry, I will never let my hair disappear, but such a good opportunity. If I don't test the limit of my strength, I'm really not reconciled, but with you around, I should be able to make a move with confidence. A glint of divine light flashed in Ye Qiu's eyes. The quadruple-level Jiuyang divine art, coupled with the power of burning the fruit, combined with the upper function legs and the 18 palms of subduing the dragon, in the world of Woing, Ye Qiu has only one goal, and that is to challenge All Might. It's just that Ye Qiu, who hasn't been able to make a good shot recently, also felt a little bored. He finally fulfilled his vision and came to the more dangerous world of One Punch Man. How could he not fight to his heart's content? You all stay by Mr. King's side. Don't go anywhere. I'll take a look at this dragon-level disaster maker first. I haven't felt this kind of blood boiling for a long time, and sure enough, the more dangerous the place, the more exciting it is. Ye Qiu, don't be impulsive. It's better to leave this level of care to a more powerful heroes. Your strength is indeed good, but compared to that kind of terrifying giant, there should still be some difference. Kento Kazuka grabbed Ye Qiu's arm. Although she hated this a little bit and always bullied her D, she still didn't want Ye Qiu to die at this critical moment. It was a very complicated state of mind, and she couldn't even explain why she hated Ye Qiu and was deeply worried about his safety at the same time. Don't worry, I won't do that kind of unsure thing. that guy's power is indeed terrifying. I will definitely not be his opponent in a round from the front, but for me, that kind of terrifying figure, it's impossible to attack me. After possessing absolute strength and body, the incomparably huge guy lost a lot of speed to a certain extent. Not only the movement speed, but also the attack speed will slow down accordingly. Whoosh! Just when Kento Kazuka was about to say something, Ye Qiu jumped down from the tall building. Catch the shadows. With the full power of the Fengshen legs, Ye Qiu's figure was like a breeze, swiftly passing over countless tall buildings and rushing towards the terrifying giant. Hiss! Looking at Ye Qiu's speed that far surpassed normal human beings, even a king who was used to seeing strong winds and waves was a little scared at this time. His new neighbor seemed to be a remarkable person. That's not bad. I'm a guy who has become an S-class hero for no reason, and it's a lot safer to live here and have a powerful neighbor. Trust him. Ye Qiu never disappoints. He believes that we will become stronger, and we also believe that he will survive and become the strongest heroes. Yu's eyes were full of worry, but she didn't do anything to stop Ye Qiu. Instead, she comforted Xiangshan Shui and Kento Kazuka. Every man has a dream of being the strongest in his heart. For Ye Qiu, it is indeed giving her a feeling of happiness all the time, but the desire to become stronger has never weakened. That demon is so powerful, and when he was sparring with other teachers in Xiangying High School, he didn't let him unleash his full strength. I believe that even in the face of such a powerful monster, he should be able to handle it with ease, although not to the point of being able to. Victory, but there shouldn't be any danger. Xiangshan Sleep is also self-comforting said. As the king of the audience, he does not agree with these women's statements. He has seen S-level heroes countless times. After all, he is an S-level hero himself, and he needs to participate in the regular meetings of heroes often. Discuss something more important. Employment is currently reflected in the strength in his eyes, even if it is not as good as those S-level heroes. I am afraid it is almost the same as A-level heroes. Although dragon-level disasters are terrifying, for S-level heroes, yes, everyone has a corresponding way to save their lives. With that terrifying speed, Ye Qiu would never have his life in danger. Indeed, that terrifying giant did not bring much sense of crisis to Ye Qiu. But when he moved to the shoulder of the giant at an extremely fast speed, the bald man standing opposite still made him feel a sense of danger from his soul. As expected of Mr. Saitama, Ye Qiu's forehead had unknowingly seeped a layer of fine sweat, and the palms of both hands became wet. "You're strong, really strong." Ye Qiu's body was very tense at this time, but his eyes still did not shy away, staring at Qiu's pair of eyes, as if he had completely lost all emotion. "You're strong too, are you a hero? Are you going to deal with this big guy?" Saitama tilted his head to look at Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu nodded. "If possible, I would like to ask you not to shoot first. Let me try this guy's strength first. If I say that my strength is not strong enough to deal with him, how about asking you to shoot?" "Okay, it doesn't matter to me. If you want to make a move, then just make it. If you encounter any danger, I will help you." Saitama was obviously also a little interested in Ye Qiu. It seems that since he became a hero, few people thought he was strong before he shot, and those who really thought he was strong after he shot, all turned into ashes. For flowers. First look. Ye Qiu could see his strength just by first glance, and in Saitama's eyes, this is definitely an amazing character. Hey, are you two tiny ants looking at me? I want to avenge my brother. If it wasn't for you heroes who think you can save a lot of people, my brother will never die. Obviously, he slapped his brother to death with a slap. This muscular giant with a bad head now directly blamed Ye Qiu and teacher Sayu for the culprit. Although come on, I've been thinking about this trick, and I haven't used it. You are the first person to see this trick of mine. I hope you can die well. 0. In Ye Qiu's eyes, a ferocious light flashed, and, before the muscular giant Margly shot, he fell back to the ground. Vulcan-style, Dharma phase world. After landing, just as Margry made his move, Ye Qiu's body suddenly burst into countless violent flames, causing Margry to take a few steps back due to the heat. And not far from Ye Qiu's figure, a huge flame giant appeared. Although there is still more than 10 times the gap with Margley's figure, this giant has almost caught up with the excellent giant problem. Type. This move is a move created by Ye Qiu based on the combination of Susanoo, who wrote the Kaleidoscope and the Dharma image world in ancient Wuxia legends, and the incarnation outside the body. The ability to burn the fruit is flame, and he can control the power of all flames. If so, it is better to let this terrifying flame turn into an external avatar and fight against these monsters with huge stature and terrifying power. Even Saitama's pair of eyes, which did not have many emotional fluctuations, showed an extremely surprised expression after seeing Ye Qiu's move. King, who was watching the battle from a distance, had already set off a huge wave in his heart. Originally, he thought that he had estimated Ye Qiu very high. Maybe Ye Qiu's strength has reached the level of A-level heroes at most. Now it is almost certain that his new neighbor should have an S-class combat effectiveness. Small. Just relying on a terrifying and monstrous flame is enough to make Ye Qiu among the S-rank heroes. Although Ye Qiu's flame giant couldn't be compared to Margley in size, if that layer of flame giant was dispatched with all his strength, it would not be impossible to destroy a town, and it had completely reached the strength that a dragon-level disaster should have. You little ant, do you think you have a little ability to be on a par with me? Today I will let you die. It is because of you self-righteous heroes that I feel so powerless and let my brother study. It is precisely because of your brother that you have produced such a powerful potion. Marg's incomparably huge fist fell towards Ye Qiu's body at a very fast speed. The terrifying wind and waves caused by the fist wind seemed to blow 8-0 directly to the law that evolved from the Vulcan style. 3. Destroy. The power of the wind is indeed strong enough, and the power of the fist is like a meteor falling from the sky, full of destructiveness, but Margley could not have imagined that Ye Qiu had the ability to burn the fruit. But also the control of the leg of the wind god has also reached the realm of entering the room. It is impossible for the wind to hurt him. Vulcan style, 100 times 1 fingers N. The Vulcan evolved from Fa Xiangxiandi, along with the movements of Ye Qiu's fingers, also stretched out that huge flame finger with the internal power of the quadruple Jiuyang divine art as fuel, and ferociously directed towards him that was bigger than himself. I don't know how many times the fists greeted him. Ye Qiu, is it that strong? Kento Kazuka's small mouth opened slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect that Ye Qiu, the vile guy who vomited blood and was beaten by his uncle a few months ago, would become so strong in just a few months. At least she can be sure that the momentary power displayed by the flame giant is definitely not something that her uncle can resist at this moment. On Yu's little face, with incomparable pride, the wild ball has always been strong and will continue to become stronger. Now he can challenge the #1 position at any time if he wants. It's just that he is still waiting for All Might in his prime. Only then can he rise again in battle. You, how did you know such a monster? You always feel that with the devil's temperament, you shouldn't be easily convinced by women. Xiangshan sleeps looking at you with a strange expression. At this moment, they are not worried at all, and they will be injured by that giant. At least from the current point of view, Ye Qiu's power is bottomless. Thinking of the first picture, Yu's little face turned a little red. It was an accident, but you can understand it this way. It was Xiaoguitu who found me personally, which means that in terms of charm, I am still a little bit higher than the two of you. Black belly. If Ye Qiu heard Yu's words, he would definitely praise his girlfriend silently. At the beginning, I clearly wanted to discuss cooperation with him, but by accident, the firewood met the fire. Why does it sound like he is chasing the best? If it is spread out, will it be? Get teased by All Mights and scrupulous singles. On the other side, in the battlefield, the one-finger magic developed by the flaming giant finger, facing the huge fist, did not show any weakness at the moment of contact, but resisted the first wave with incomparable tenacity. Shock. Under the blessing of internal strength, it was originally a one-finger magic skill cast with a broken face, which deeply penetrated the huge fist, and the terrifying flame energy rushed forward madly along the meridian of the right arm. The sprint, just for a moment, is to rush to the position of the heart. What? The Marguerite giant cried out miserably. Heart is burning. The indescribable pain caused his huge body to fall back uncontrollably. Boom. One move. With just one move, he gained the upper hand, but because of the incomparably thick muscle tissue, despite the terrifying power of the 100-fold one-finger magic, there was no way to completely burn out Marguerite's heart. If you have a chance, that's enough. Vulcan style, Konglong has regrets. Vulcan style, Kamikaze Ho. Between the palms, the terrifying golden flame dragon gnawed towards the fallen Marguerite. Between the legs, the firestorm caused by the fire was no less terrifying than a natural disaster, and the surrounding air became extremely hot because of this move. Sister sleeping, Sister Yu. Do you think Endeavor, who ranks second in the heroes' rankings, is so good? Kento Kazuka felt a little dry in his mouth. It's not that she hasn't seen the picture of Antoix fighting, and the fellow fire-type Quirks Ye Qiu seems to have brought fire to the extreme. No, it should be said that this guy's quirks has nothing to do with fire. That is, he can surpass Quirks Endeavor, who is fire, even if he has no relationship at all. It's too scary. Yu Zixin said, if I, who have entered the top 20 of the heroes' rankings, are compared with Endeavor, I should at least be able to resist Endeavor's attack. But if facing Ye Qiu, 10 moves within, there is no doubt that you will lose. It is precisely because of Ye Qiu's help that she was able to quickly climb to the top 20 of the heroes' rankings in such a short period of time. You know, if you reach the top 50 and want to advance a position on the heroes' rankings, it is as difficult as reaching the sky. Well, what you said is good. In terms of the intensity of the flame, Ye Qiu completely surpassed Endeavor. He is not only using the flame, but integrating all the fighting moves into the flame. This is the most terrifying thing. The place. Xiangshan slept and echoed. The strength of the demon advisor has reached such a terrifying level. This should be something that neither Principal Jean nor 3.8 thought of. Just because of Ye Qiu's terrifying strength, Xiang Shanshui became more entangled. Does this mean that she has no chance to resist Ye Qiu in the future, and the strength of the two sides is not the same level at all? When she was bullied by Ye Qiu, she didn't use quirks to try to get rid of the predicament with hypnosis, but this guy is clearly not affected by hypnosis. According to you, cultivating inner strength can purify the 6 senses, like hypnosis. Quirks are useless for Ye Qiu. Alas, it seems that this clutch is not so easy to escape. The golden dragon wrapped in the aura of Jiuyang divine art has completely surpassed the scope of ordinary flames. The flame attached to Marguerite's body, with the bite of the dragon, no matter how he moves, there is no way to extinguish it. The most terrifying thing is the power of the 18 dragons subduing palms under the dual blessing of burning fruit and Jiuyang divine art. This guy Marguerite's incomparably solid chest. Even if the defense with countless muscles was there, he was instantly sunk in the beating. At present, the most miserable situation is not the heavy and unquenchable flames attached to the 18 dragons subduing palms, but the wind god legs that are constantly howling and roaring, and finally the god wind rages. The range of this move is all flaming dragon blood, and he has already experienced the terrifying power of the flame inspired by Ye Qiu. Although this guy is not very smart, he also knows that if he does not rush out of this flame tornado in the end, there will only be one end, and that is to be burned alive. But in this ferocious flame tornado, the hidden kick directly broke his left leg, and the huge left leg was actually kicked by a guy who is more than 10 times smaller than himself. Broken, what a horrible thing this is. Even if Marguerite's brain is no longer bright, he now realizes one thing. That is, the man standing in front of him is not an existence that he can compete with. Vulcan style, Shenlong swinging tail. 12 Vulcan style dragon fights in the wild. Vulcan style sees the dragon in the field. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him, obviously he is not going to give Margot any chance to breathe, nor is he going to let him break free from the flame tornado. 18 strokes and 18 palms are in his hands endlessly. Countless golden flame dragons roared in the air. The incomparably terrifying power in the huge flame palm of Fa Xiangxiandi was fully manifested. In less than a minute, Marguerite's huge body had already appeared countless depressions. Saitama, who was standing on the sidelines watching the battle, touched his chin and thought for a moment, "Wow, the strength is really strong." Hearing his comment, Ye Qiu almost didn't come up. So the emotionless exclamation is very scary, isn't it? However, Ye Qiu also found one thing, that is, the S-rank heroes. In fact, not everyone can withstand the dragon rank disaster. Mainly, for each dragon level disaster, the direction of power will be a little different. Ye Qiu was able to suppress Margli in an instant, with the help of a new move called Fa Xiangxiandi. Changed to a dragon-level disaster that moves a little faster than Margli, and it's not so easy to deal with. For example, the Azura unicorn, whose speed and strength have almost reached the limit, hangs the existence of Genos, and Ye Qiu has no absolute certainty to deal with him. 1 minute. Margli no longer has the strength to resist, and even the incomparably powerful vitality has become weak. On the incomparably huge body, there are countless sunken palm prints. In addition to the palm print, the rest are scary burn marks, and even in the air, you can smell the smell of burnt meat. I'm not reconciled. He had just acquired an incomparably powerful power, and even Margli felt that he had not fully exerted this power. He met 2 humans who looked like normal humans. One of them let him kill his brother who gave him great power, and the other is not only a power that can shake him with a small size, but also a natural power that controls the flame. Really unhappy. As long as he is given a period of time, he can still become stronger. At that time, he can be absolutely sure that his fists can break the flaming finger. The first move at the beginning, if it wasn't for a momentary stalemate in strength, that terrifying penetrating power would never have penetrated his fist. Just a little bit. Ye Qiu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the incomparably terrifying Dharma world in front of him also dissipated into the invisible. After all, it is not the real world of the law, nor is it Susanengu. Ye Qiu's current Faxiang Tiandi is actually only able to do it to the extent that he controls it on the spot, and once the Faxiang Tiandi attacks, he himself can no longer make any attacks or dodge moves. Almost. Margli felt that he was a little bit stronger, otherwise he would be able to kill Ye Qiu directly. Ye Qiu's life is also on the line, and he almost couldn't stop Margli's attack. If Fa Xiangxiandi was broken in the first place and Qiu didn't take action, he would never have practiced any hard skills at all. He, at this time, should have turned into a mud beach. In fact, if Margli was replaced by any dragon-level monster with a more balanced strength, or a dragon-level geek who wasn't so slow, Ye Qiu really couldn't win. Faxiang Tiandi can increase the effect of the attack, and can also avoid the embarrassment of bursting shirts, but for defense, it does not have much effect, and, because you need to control yourself, you can't stay away at all. Play will also be limited to the extreme. So, the strength still has to become stronger as soon as possible. Ye Qiu hates this feeling of narrow victory. All he has to do is suppress everything, and now he is starting to feel that he is not strong enough. "You are really good. If I have a chance, I want to fight you once," Saitama said seriously. Ye Qiu smiled slightly. "Don't worry, if there is a chance, I will fight with you, but it is definitely not recently. Now I can feel that there is a huge gap between us. It is not the time. I know, you should still be stronger. Your strength is very special." Saitama's perception ability is very strong, and he can clearly find that there are countless potentials lurking in Ye Qiu's attack just now. "Leave first. See you next time. I'll leave this big guy to you." Ye Qiu and Saitama greeted each other, and they directly used the wind to catch the shadows, flying towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. Ye Qiu immediately disappeared from Saitama's line of sight. He was really a little afraid that Saitama would give himself a punch because he was too interested in him. It was really bearable. Don't stop. Body training. Ye Qiu felt that relying on internal strength alone would not be able to increase the power of qi and blood so fast, and naturally the speed of wanting to become stronger would not be so fast. If the body is refined, the absorption of medicinal materials will be much faster, and the increase in the power of qi and blood will also be accelerated accordingly. Only a stronger body can carry more vigorous blood. Recently, the cultivation of internal strength has entered a bottleneck period. It will take a long time for Jiuyang Divine Art to quickly reach the 4 major achievements. It is time to start the plan of body training. Are you all right? You showed great confidence when Ye Qiu was fighting, but after seeing Ye Qiu winning, he started to worry. Ye Qiu gently rubbed Yu's long hair. Don't worry, it's just a dragon-level disaster. Even if I can't defeat him, if I want to run, it won't be a big problem. But this win is really a fluke. If I fight again, I really don't know if I can win or not. A fluke. It was a bit of a fluke to win today. Ye Qiu still felt a layer of cold sweat on his back. The world of One Punch is really too dangerous. You should have enjoyed it just now. Don't be so impulsive next time. Ye Qiu gave Ye Qiu a white look. Well, Mr. Ye Qiu, could you please disturb me? King took the liberty to interrupt Ye Qiu, who was showing affection in front of him. What's the matter, Mr. King? Ye Qiu looked at him curiously. Speaking of which, he had something to do to get rid of King later, but he didn't expect King to speak first. Actually, to tell you the truth, I am the Heroes Association, currently ranked 7th in the S-Class Heroes. I would like to invite you to join the Heroes Association. King said sincerely. King thinks that a person of Ye Qiu's strength will become a hero sooner or later. If he directly becomes an S-level hero through his own introduction, he will at least be remembered as a favor. It's troublesome, Ye Qiu. It's better for everyone to talk about it. Is the S-Class Heroes good? Kazuka Kento asked in confusion. Forehead. Looking at the innocent appearance of the girl, it seems that she really does not know the level of heroes. Maybe they moved from some remote place. King organized the language. The disaster level just now is a dragon, and the S-level heroes has the ability to fight against dragon-level disasters. So far, there are 10 such heroes in the world. 3. If you are willing to join, I can introduce you to become the 14th long. The dragon-level disaster just now can defeat his existence. Are there still 14 in this world? Is it a bit too much? In MT Lady's view, maybe only the top 10 people in the heroes rankings are eligible to be listed in the world's S-Class Heroes standards, and she can be sure that not everyone has S-level strength. The only thing that is certain is that All Might and Endeavor should have the strength to defeat the huge monster just now. Others are not easy to say. The most important thing is that this world not only has heroes, but also weird people. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Kento Kazuka and Xiangshan were sleeping over there, but they did not expect that the uncle of the neighbor, who seemed to have no strong sense of strength, would be such a terrifying existence. It seems that the old Huxia saying that people can't look good is not casually said, just like the usual Ye Qiu, who can't see that there is such a violent side. Becoming an S-Class Heroes? That's a good proposal, but I also have something to do. I want to get rid of Mr. King, can you help me? Ye Qiu thought for a while and asked. King was stunned for a moment, and then said, I will definitely help with things that are within my power. If you want to kill monsters, then forget it. I think your strength is very strong, and you should be on par with me. I will never join forces with people of the same level. I am a lone wolf. Forehead. This second line. Ye Qiu felt that if he didn't know the details of the king, he would have been shocked by the sadness and the melancholy. Born actor. Without the slightest bit of strength, he was able to play with ease among a group of S-rank heroes for a few years. If King was not an actor, he would not believe it at first. Actually, it's not a big deal. I really want to know Mr. Bangu's contact information and go to his dojo to learn his skills. If possible, please give me his contact information. Ye Qiu said sincerely. In the world of One Punch, in addition to Mr. Saitama, Bangu is a respectable existence, and whether it is strength or temperament, he is the top existence in the S-Class Heroes. The most important thing is that Bangu is definitely a famous teacher. When Ye Qiu was cultivating recently, he discovered that perhaps his talent in cultivation is indeed quite high, but for now, the effect of self-study is not that strong. Bangu is strong enough. Whether it's a move or a breathing method. You must know that this is a terrifying existence capable of fighting 6 dragon-level monsters alone at such an advanced age. Do you still need to learn from a teacher? King looked at Ye Qiu with a bit of incomprehension. During this time, he came into contact with the S-Class Heroes, and he also discovered a little bit of the temperament of the S-Class Heroes. How should I put it? Everyone is arrogant and arrogant. With the strength of S rank, he will never think about asking others for advice on how to become stronger. Ye Qiu's statement is a bit novel. Need. I'm not strong enough. I just want to be stronger. Mr. Banggu, it's worth my apprenticeship. Ye Qiu said with certainty. Even the three daughters were shocked by his appearance. How powerful an existence actually deserves Ye Qiu's apprenticeship. Also, how on earth did this guy know the situation in this world? Okay, there's no problem with this. I'll give you Mr. Banggu's contact information first. Of course, you have to be mentally prepared. Now, Mr. Banggu's dojo is not that popular. King kindly reminded. I didn't intend to be a popular person, and my strength is not enough to pay attention to. Ye Qiu smiled flatly. Thinking of the terrifying strength this guy just showed, King felt that what he said seemed a bit redundant. Good money. Although Ye Qiu wanted to apprentice to Banggu and make himself stronger, in essence, he was already an extremely terrifying existence. In a short time, there was a result on King's side. If it's convenient, Ye Qiu, 3 days later, can you go to the Heroes Association for certification with me, and they want to test your strength, as for Mr. Banggu. He said, after the certification he will also go to the scene when the time comes, so don't contact him for the time being. Thank you. I'll definitely have time in 3 days, but I'd like to schedule it in the afternoon if I can. Ye Qiu had to stay in Xiongyi most of the day. No problem. Just remember that 3 days later, as for whether it is morning or afternoon, there is no difference for the Group of Heroes Association. Adjust the time for an S-rank heroes. Everyone will willing. King said indifferently. Pull. Ye Qiu, now you can talk about why. Are you so familiar with this world? It is the rhythm of 3 tribunals again. Looking at the aggressive 3 girls, Ye Qiu directly stated the reason that he had already thought of. Actually, don't believe it. Every day when I sleep, I can watch other parallel worlds in my dreams, and all of the things I have done. The things that are created are all owned by those worlds, and I feel like this should be related to my quirks. Aren't your quirks a creation? You looked suspiciously at his little man. Wrong. How many times have I told you that my quirks are not creations? They are called 72 transformations. Is 72 transformations good? Although they have the ability to create, they are still a bit far from pure creation. Ye Qiu corrected it bluntly. Okay. The magical quirks that they have never heard of. It seems that Daxia is so big that there are indeed many things that they cannot understand. Okay. Even so, why do you want to worship in that Banga dojo? You continued to ask. Ye Qiu smiled, because he is strong enough. What he knows is also what we need most now. You're already so strong. Besides, didn't you 803 say you want to teach us personally? Kento Kazuka complained. She always felt that Ye Qiu was looking for the grandmaster named Banggu, whether he was going to use the pot for his teaching task. I will teach you personally. These 2 things are not in conflict. I will teach you and sleep later, and start cultivating internal skills. After 2 days, you can go out and fight with weirdos. You lack a little killing intent and bloody, can never become the top powerhouse. There are too many rules and terms in the British world. It is really not an overnight thing to train a real strongman there. But the world of One Punch is different. If you want to survive, you must kill those weirdos. Really want to kill those monsters? Kento Ka's face turned pale. She is only 14 years old now and will be 15 years old after a while. Killing is not something she needs to endure at her age. Even those who are to be killed are all monsters that are destroying human beings. Ye Qiu's face suddenly became serious. You must kill. You are already much luckier than others. The sooner you become stronger, the greater the potential. Don't waste your time. If you want to become a strong person, when there is no blood in their hands. All might and endeavor are not as beautiful as you think, and their hands are definitely stained with blood. I'll try my best. Compared to you and Xiangshan sleeping calmly, Kento Kazuka bit his lip, trying to adapt himself to the cruelty of Ye Qiu's training. Ye Qiu shook his head and did not continue to speak. This kind of thing requires a process of adaptation. He believed that if Kento Kazuka really wanted to become stronger, he would definitely try to apply it all. Because of the battle just now, Ye Qiu's inner strength was also in a relatively empty state. Frost Fist. After Ye Qiu thought about it, he decided to teach Xiangshan to sleep with Tianshuang fist first. As for Fengshan legs, after seeing Ye Qiu's figure, any woman would be interested in this exercise. But Ye Qiu felt that instead of letting them learn how to dodge first, it would be better for her to learn how to attack first. After all, not everyone is 100 and can adjust their combat style within 3 distances. Sky Frost Fist with the ability to hypnotize. Slow and hypnotic, it's the perfect combination. The ability of Tianxuanquan combined with the big punch. This is a bit hard to say. Ye Qiu thinks that the quirks of Ye Qiu compared with quirkless don't have much advantage, unless she is allowed to specialize in body training in the future. Maybe the quirks of the big boxing, there is still a little use. If you are excellent, the huge quirks will not have much advantage if they leave my world. Headache. Ye Qiu feels that he has a problem now, except for the top quirks. The other quirks are a little bit despised. The exercises, you have them there, you can just follow her to practice together. That's how you taught people? Kento Kazuka's eyes widened as he looked at Ye Qiu in disbelief. Ye Qiu said speechlessly, there's no way. The boxing techniques you've cultivated, given my current physical condition, can't be cultivated. I want to give you cultivation advice, but I'm completely powerless. Speaking of which, Ye Qiu also wanted to improve his situation. Because of the burning fruit, when he tried to practice Tianshuang fist, he would be melted by the burning fruit's ability almost as soon as he cultivated his inner strength. In the formless. Ugh. It seems that when the qi and blood is enough, it must be created to create 1/3 of the qi, and see if this problem can be solved. However, it seems that there is no specific secret recipe for 3 points to return to vitality, and I don't know if it can be created. I can't just create an arbitrary door at that time, go to the world of Fengyun and beat the tyrants, and then force the 3 points to return to vitality. Thinking of this, Ye Qiu suddenly became interested. It seems that in the world of wind and clouds, there are many good things, that is, the force in that world is too violent. With his current state, if he can defeat a dragon-level geek, if he goes there, it is very likely to make soy sauce. Forget it, it's still a period of wretched development, and I don't need such a fast rate of improvement recently. Ye Qiu had already felt that the speed of his cultivation was a bit too fast, and he needed to refine his body and temperament, and only after the strength had settled down could he be able to perform better. After spending a little blood, Ye Qiu directly exchanged the top 3 levels of the Dragon Elephant Bow Ruagong and the top 3 levels of the King Kong Indestructible Magic. A total of 13 level exercises and a total of 12 level exercises. And the 2 kinds of body training methods are biased towards the Buddhist body training methods, which are considered to be stable and domineering body training methods. Under Yu's guidance, Kento Kazuka and Xiangshan slept, and it took a long time to feel the breath. However, after cultivating the sense of qi, the feeling of refreshment immediately made them unable to stop, and their enthusiasm for cultivating became even higher. On Ye Qiu's side, the body training has already begun. From the breath, the body can be filled with bursts of golden light, and the remaining medicinal power in the body quickly turns into a hammer to polish the body, making the muscles become more and more firmer. What surprised you was that when Ye Qiu was cultivating, he could vaguely hear the roar of the dragon elephant in his body. Sure enough, the cultivation methods of other worlds, simply starting with quirks, would appear to be quite miraculous. The cultivation of inner strength can replace sleep. For the first time, Xiangshan sleeping and Kento Ijia, who entered the state of cultivation, practiced for a whole night. The next morning, when they opened their eyes, you had already started to practice. This is the introversion volume, crazy volume among the female apprentices. Them. Kento Kazuka was a little afraid to look at her, but her eyes were unwilling to leave the 2 of them. She also wanted to learn how to cultivate and become stronger. Xiang Shanshui shook his head helplessly. Hey, we really got on a pirate ship. These 2 guys don't know how to avoid it at all. If it was me, at least I would go to another room. This guy, Yu, is clearly showing off that he can advance in advance. Cultivation. Wait, we can also cultivate in the future, and we have to unite with the outside world. What? Kento Kazuka was obviously a little unresponsive. Why is it only one cultivation practice? Why should it be united with the outside world? You puffed out a laugh. Xiangshan sleeps. I see you begging for a beating first, and now I can snatch more than you. You dare to say that? Believe it or not, I will let you go out to a duel and beat you once. Thinking of the situation of being defeated yesterday, Xiangshan sleeps with a shiver. It was amazing to say, although she and Ye Qiu had just felt a sense of qi, but after a night of practice, the bruises in their bodies had actually healed by more than half. This ability is comparable to the medical quirks. And in the battle, in case of injury, and there is no medical quirks teammates, those with inner strength will definitely have a much higher chance of surviving. Ye Qiu, he really is an amazing person. Xiangshan was horrified to realize that, before she knew it, in less than a day, Ye Qiu's weight in her heart had actually increased to this level. Damn it, why do you think like this? Well, when I go back later, I'll change my hero's costume. Humph. You, don't think I'm afraid of you. The most I can do is not to offend that demon Ye Qiu. It won't take long for my strength to catch up with you. Xiangshan slept like a kitten and waved his little hand. Kento Kazuka's face is covered. How does she feel that the two professional heroes are older than herself, but they are more like children than herself, and the future may not be easy? The sound of the three girls laughing made Ye Qiu wake up from his sleep. With internal strength, the first level of his Dragon Elephant Bow Ruagong is directly successful in rapid cultivation. Speaking of which, this practice method is also very compatible with the 18 dragon subduing palms. It is a pity that it is still a bit difficult to cultivate the King Kong indestructible magic, and it needs to be constantly polished during the battle. It's time to go back. Starting from today, those who should go to work go to work, those who should go to school go to school. When I'm not here, no one is allowed to come into this world. Ye Qiu said in a serious tone. However, Xiang Shanzui and Kento Kazuka didn't care about his serious tone at all. Instead, they stared at Ye Qiu, who was glowing under the sun because of his exercises. It turns out that people really shine. Hey, what kind of eyes do you have? They are people, not light. You looked at the two girls with amusement. You, don't make trouble, Ye Qiu said in a low voice. You glanced at Ye Qiu. It's a family anyway, Ye Qiu. When did you become so awkward? There is nothing shameful about cultivation, and more people become stronger, which is also a big deal for you. Help, don't always think about fighting alone. Them. Kento Kazuka feels that he must have not woken up yet. Could heroes become stronger through some special training method? The so-called he is strong by him, and the breeze blows the hills. He is horizontal by him, and the bright moon shines on the river. For us, cultivation is to have the foundation to fight against the strong. If we want to grow, the only way to cultivate is to work hard. Ye Qiu was said by you, and he felt that this was the truth, so he would simply teach 2 more apprentices, and just introspect it. To study or not to study? At the thought of her family's martial arts being replaced by a new cultivation method, Kento Kazuka began to hesitate, and she was also thinking about whether to accept new things. I can't do this. I can't do this. Ye Qiu is a bad guy. Ye Qiu is a bad guy who knows how to bully me. How can he comprehend such a powerful cultivation method? Is our Quanting Dojo really going to be lonely? Kento Kazuka was like a demonic barrier, thinking about Ye Qiu's shortcomings in his heart, but Ye Qiu's incomparable strength, like a demon, was entangled in her heart, no matter how lingering it could not go away. Really going crazy. About an hour later, the 3 girls found the key to their cultivation, and they all entered into meditation. There was a nascent internal force in their bodies, which gradually formed a cycle. For flowers, Yu and Xiangshan are both very active, and they didn't expect that as a hero whose ability is not particularly outstanding, there is still a day when he can break through the limit of strength. It's just that training is too boring. Take a break and go back later. I don't want to go to school anymore. I have to practice for a day today. The years before me have been wasted. I want to become the strongest heroes. Sleep has a different mental head. You glanced at Ye Qiu. You are responsible for sending her back to school. She is a teacher and a hero, so there is no reason to ask for leave every day. Okay, I get it. Ye Qiu touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. 0. I feel like going to school today. I might be laughed at by those guys again. Opening any door, Ye Qiu directly returned to Yu's house. Ijia, who was following Ye Qiu, was looking at Ye Qiu's back, stunned. Remember to take good care of Xiao Ijia. Yu, who was still going to practice for a while, explained before Ye Qiu put on his school uniform and was about to go to Xionging to go to school. Understood. Ye Qiu responded. You and I. Following Ye Qiu, Kento Kazuka, who was walking on the road, hesitated several times. You've already learned it, so don't worry, it's not your goal to become a powerful hero. Ye Qiu asked casually. I don't want to learn that much either. You are willing to teach me, and I have learned it. I can only say that my talent is relatively high, and it has nothing to do with you. Kento Kazuka said in frustration and annoyance. Until now she has been completely indulged in the joy of cultivation. If it is not necessary, she also wants to continue cultivation and begins to involuntarily. That's easy to handle. You have learned my family's martial arts, and you are always responsible. You will be a member of my Yi family in the future. Remember to change your domineering temperament. I'm the head of the family, you know. Ye Qiu said casually. When did I become a member of your Yi family? If I learn a cultivation method, I want to be your wife? It's too much. Kento Kazuka wanted to refute, but his face blushed randomly, not knowing what he was thinking, secretly behind Ye Qiu, lowered his head, and pulled Ye Qiu's big hand. Small. What? You want to ask for leave for Xiangshan to sleep? I heard it right. When did the relationship between the two of you become so good? All Might looked at Ye Qiu speechlessly. If he remembered correctly, Yi and Xiangshan slept. It seems that it was the first time they met among the heroes a few days ago. Yeah, what's so strange about this? All Might, you're not too young now. Look at Endeavor, who is about the same age as you. You already have 2 sons and a daughter. Look at you again. Myself, the gap between this man and the man is not that big. Ye Qiu mocked mercilessly. When he thinks of this, All Might feels sad against the current. He has been determined to fight against the League of Villains for all these years, and he also feels that this is the case in his life. He should not be far away from death. Naturally, he will not consider any love for children. Long thing. 803. But now he has a strong helper like Ye Qiu to deal with the League of Villains, and his body has become better and better with the recent medicated bath package, but just like he is now, he wants to find a woman. Starting a family is easier said than done. Heartache. Apart from watching Wing Chun DVDs every day in the dead of night and learning the way of a strong man who can beat 10, All Might has no intention of facing the reality. No way, the teachers are so beautiful. All Might now thinks, as if heroes is pretty, all of them were deceived by Ye Qiu, the goddamn kid. Think about yourself. Think about Aizawa Shoyuta. Think about Shuei in the jungle. Think about the Red Fist of Death, such a hero who is still suffering from being single. He even thought of shooting Ye Qiu to death. By the way, today is the day to choose a battle suit. Would you also consider customizing a battle suit for yourself? All Might whispered. I think your usual clothes should be easily burnt by the flames. It would be better to get a set of heroes' clothes with a characteristic. Anyway, heroes paid for it, and it was provided to you at public expense. Corruption. It's public expense. Since All Might said it so clearly, Ye Qiu felt that if he accepted this big gift unwillingly, wouldn't he be very sorry to All Might? Okay, I want a battle suit, but don't be too responsible. Just get some black trousers. Ye Qiu didn't think carefully. Ace's trouser shape is really suitable for burning fruit. When fighting, there is no clothes on the upper body, which is not important at all. Your request is so simple? It's at public expense. All Might looked at Ye Qiu with a bit of hatred. It does cost a lot of money to make heroes' battle costumes. Heroes with such a reputation and good income generally do not consider how many sets of battle costumes to make. After all, it is really too expensive. Now that I finally had the opportunity to make a battle suit for free, Ye Qiu actually only needed a pair of shorts. Must be out of his mind. No. Is this guy earning so much money that he can't spend it all because of the medicinal bath package? Hateful. Why do I know this kind of guy who is both money and S***X? He is still so young. Is he a hero who came here especially to attack an old guy like me? In an instant, countless thoughts appeared in All Might's mind. Too ugly. Ye Qiu's dull voice instantly broke All Might's inner monologue. What? All Might rubbed his ears. He wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Is heroes ugly? Obviously one looks better than the other, and the other is better than the other. There must be something wrong with Ye Qiu's thoughts. All Might looked at Ye Qiu with the eyes of monsters. By the way, I'm going to class later, you follow me. Your battle suit should not take long to make. It's just a pair of trousers, and it seems that it can be completed in a few minutes. The special materials for making battle suits are actually done by Quirks' unique heroes. What are you going to do in class? You are heroes of No.1. I still have confidence in the quality of your class. I think the class is a bit boring. The strength of those boys is too low. Can't you do some activity yourself? After fighting the giant Margly, Ye Qiu's mind was already a little familiar, and he really felt a little too bored to teach children. Hey. Ye Qiu, why did you become so impetuous after not seeing him for a day? Let me remind you that heroes is a sacred pronoun, and cultivating heroes has far-reaching significance for us heroes. All Might stared at Ye Qiu seriously. He didn't want the extremely powerful Ye Qiu to follow the old path of AFO, and the strong man should have a temperament that matches his strength. Well, I see. Tell me what today's class is. Ye Qiu nodded helplessly. He didn't plan to talk to All Might about the one-punch world. It didn't make any sense at all, and he didn't plan to conquer it. He just simply hoped that the people around him could become stronger. Correct? Almost forgot an important thing. Hundreds are in battle suits. Xionging, a stingy high school, directly designed Bai's battlesuit to be a bit revealing, and it really is not a place to save money. Ye Qiu forgot to continue the discussion with All Might and immediately disappeared from All Might's sight before All Might spoke. Young people today. All Might opened his mouth and swallowed everything he wanted to say. Discussing his own lesson plan. Thankfully, he believed it before. Class 1A, the atmosphere today is not bad, but in this warm atmosphere, everyone felt a cold atmosphere. Bai, come out. Is the devil. It's that demon advisor. That familiar high-pitched voice directly sent chills down the backs of the boys who were still discussing the topic of the 18 bands. Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo's eyes fell on Ye Qiu almost instantly. Don't look at me like that. I don't plan to continue to abuse you today. Of course, if necessary, I don't mind letting you hit me a few times. Ye Qiu showed an incomparably weird smile. Bai looked at Ye Qiu a little strangely, and after following him out, his nose moved slightly. Ye Qiu, you have more than one woman's perfume on you. Bai stared at Ye Qiu with burning eyes. In the classroom, under the fear of everyone, Mizo on the neck used the replica wrist to duplicate 2 ears, which happened to hear Bai's words. What great news! What the hell is that devil talking about? Minoru Mineta stared at Shoji Mizo with bright eyes. Shoji Mizo hesitated a bit. I feel that what I say may hit you. Shoji, hurry up and say it. Don't be afraid to hit Mineta. He has a strong ability to withstand pressure in his heart. Kaminari Denki urged. Looking at a group of gossip eyes, all of which were placed on him, Shoji Mizo said helplessly, Yaoyorozu said, Consultant Ye Qiu has the scent of 2 women's perfumes on his body. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. It is indeed an extremely exciting news. They only learned from Bai's mouth today that she is Ye Qiu's fiancé. It is because of this relationship, and in the previous test, she was brutally abused by her, and Minoru Mineta, a hungry ghost, didn't dare to look directly at him. Ye Qiu outside the door directly made his voice carry a hint of inner strength. Shoji Mizo, your ability is good, I remember you. Everyone in the classroom heard the threatening voice, and everyone who was discussing gossip just now quietly returned to their seats. A wry smile appeared on Shoji Mizo's unremarkable face. What kind of thing is this? In order to satisfy the boring gossip desires of those guys, he seems to have paid himself in. However, Consultant Ye Qiu clearly does not have the ability to copy his wrist like him, so why does 12 have such a strong hearing, and how clearly the voice is transmitted to everyone's mouth? The plane is too strange. Do you say yes? Shoji Mizo thought of those ancient martial arts schools that are said to be more divine. However, if you want to learn those genres, you must pay the corresponding credits before you can watch the fixed credits in the designated classrooms in the school. Credits, at present, are extremely important to any student. In the 2 days since the beginning of the school year, no student has used the credits that they have finally obtained and do not know when they will be able to get them again to watch videos. It is the medicinal bath package, which everyone does exchange. Good results. It can be said to be very good. In just one night, all the students who exchanged the medicated bath package can clearly feel that their bodies have been strengthened. Especially Green Valley. When he was in the medicinal bath, he directly used the boy skill, and the speed of the internal force, under the blessing of the medicinal power, was at least 3 times faster than usual. Of course, this is because Green Valley's current cultivation base is still too low, and even so, it makes him excited. Be a heroes. Make more money. Buy more medicated bath packages. Be sure to cultivate Tongzigong to the realm of small success before the age of 20. He wants to find a girlfriend. Maybe it's time to spend the credits and go to that classroom once. Shoji Mizo hesitated for a moment, but then firmed up his thoughts. Judging from the strength of Ojiro and Green Valley, they should both be practitioners of a certain ancient martial arts school, but their melee combat strength is good. The wrist he copied can be said to be auxiliary or melee combat, but now he doesn't even have a decent melee combat school. Everything depends on his own cultivation. He should really think of a way. After experiencing the farce of Shoji Mizo, Ye Qiu took Byla to a farther place. In fact, I'm looking for you. It's about the battlesuit. What's wrong with the battlesuit? Could it be that the school didn't make my battlesuit? Hundreds of stunned. The previously prepared words to question Ye Qiu were all attracted by this topic. Ye Qiu said embarrassedly, actually, you're only 14 years old, and I'm still your fiancé. All Might has shown me your battlesuit, and it's so exposed. It's too much. That kind of battlesuit with a big hole in the chest, Ye Qiu would never allow Bai to wear it. It was simply more revealing than a sleeping battlesuit. Ye Qiu gave Ye Qiu a blank look and thought it was a little funny. Ye Qiu, who looked so domineering, would have such a small man sometimes. My battlesuit. It's designed to expose as much skin as possible to use quirks to create items. You know my quirks. That's the only way to create items faster. Are you stupid? After you have cultivated internal skills, you can control things like fats and oils freely to a certain extent. You don't need to expose your body to increase the area. Besides, the way you fight now, that is, create some bows and bullets and just do it with your hands. Ye Qiu said nothing polite. Bai was defeated by this stingy man. Okay. Then I can improve my battlesuit according to your preferences. Remember to go home often. Don't feel like you owe our family something. There is you there. Home. Ye Qiu was stunned for a moment, then said softly, well, I see. You don't need to design your battlesuit. I'll create one for you to make sure the defense is up to standard. But as I said, it won't be very convenient for you to use it. Quirks, you should only be able to cast quirks with both hands or with one hand. I will create a qualified hero's battlesuit for you now, which should match your current battle mode. Let me state first, if it doesn't look good, I won't wear it. Hundreds of points didn't believe Ye Qiu's aesthetics. Speaking of which, Ye Qiu's recent outfits are indeed somewhat problematic. A casual short-sleeved pair, plus a pair of shorts or trousers, looks more casual than the middle-aged uncle. The teachers in the school are not so tasteless. If it weren't for the notoriety of a demon advisor, I would have been complained by the -803 group long ago. Don't worry, I wear it like this for the convenience of fighting. You haven't seen how All Might usually wears, and it's at least half a kilogram on my level. Ye Qiu complained directly, not giving All Might any face. All Might, who was in the office and was about to go to class, couldn't help but sneezed and rubbed his nose. Some D must be talking bad about him behind his back. 72 changes. Ye Qiu plucked out a hair and directly used quirks, and soon a black suit appeared in his hand, as well as white weaving feathers. Death Tyrant outfit plus weaving feather. It has good defensive ability. Whether it is close combat or long-range combat, it will not affect the action. When you become stronger in the future, you basically don't need any battle clothes. Now, ordinary clothes are fine, and dead tyrant outfits should be considered excessive. When Ye Qiu unfolded the Death Lord costume that conformed to Bai's figure, and the Ji with 10 printed on the back, Bai's eyes lit up instantly. Previously, she thought those heroes' battlesuits looked enviable, but when she suddenly saw the cooperation of the Death Tyrant outfit and Oriha, she couldn't take her eyes away. The Death Tyrant outfit, the weaving feather, and the bow and arrow, the shape is simply perfect. The theory class at All Might was really boring. Ye Qiu almost didn't fall asleep. Choosing to be a special advisor instead of being a student of Xiongying, Ye Qiu felt that he really made an extremely correct choice. In addition, when Class A was in class, he deliberately changed into a dead tyrant outfit and Bai of Jiu, which immediately became the focus of the entire class, and even All Might couldn't help but look at Bai's clothes. Amazing, Ye Qiu, the battle suit you designed. Why does it look so pleasing to the eye? How about you? Why don't you consider helping me design a second set of spare battle suits? It's good for my communication with my female fans. Ye Qiu has always felt that All Might's battle uniform is still very similar to the style of Captain America. As for changing the style, just forget it. Just like his hairstyle, if you change the style, I'm afraid this guy won't suit himself. I think your battle suit is quite suitable for you. Your taste is really very good. Ye Qiu gave All Might a thumbs up. Of course it was against his will. After being praised by a veteran lover like Ye Qiu, All Might suddenly became excited. Young Ye Qiu, when do you think I can get rid of being single like you? You. Ye Qiu glanced at him, then glanced at his waist. Your kidneys are not good. I think it is better for you to nourish your kidneys first. Otherwise you will find a girlfriend, and you will not be able to benefit from your hero's career. It will have a great impact. Don't tell me you don't have any points. After you passed on your power to that boy in Green Valley, you have already begun to transform into an ordinary person. If your kidneys are not good, what kind of girlfriend are you talking about? And Teacher Tsang will accompany you. Bad kidneys. All Might had an air of heartbreak all over him. Right? It's the B**************** D of AFO. After he finds the B*********** D, he must let him know the anger from a real man. My kidneys. All Might roared unwillingly from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the serious injury he suffered a few years ago, he should have been the father of the child by now. If Ye Qiu knew his inner thoughts, he would definitely despise a sentence that thinks too much. Then middle school. For female fans, after being in love for a period of time, they should not hesitate to refuse the idea of living with this uncle in the middle school for a lifetime. All Might, come on. Before leaving, Ye Qiu did not forget to pat All Might on the shoulder with an old-fashioned look, giving him an encouraging look. The second class, a theory class, was held in Class B. During the class, the little girl Kento Kazuka's eyes from time to time almost prevented All Might from crushing the book in his hand. Too much. When Class A was in class, a good student like Bai would occasionally set his eyes on Ye Qiu. But in Class B, I thought that Ye Qiu would not have this kind of treatment, but I didn't expect that. I was mercilessly attacked again. Soon it was time for school. Ye Qiu finally decided that he would not go to the world of E-Punch to hone his skills today. Sleeping and Ijia also needed to familiarize themselves with internal skills. Although there is a King's Buff bonus, the place where they live should not encounter too much danger, but if they are still practicing here, the effect will be better. Today, it's time to go back and stay with Bai. For the next 2 days, Ye Qiu maintained the schedule of going to school with Bai and leaving school every day. Just when he took Ijia and was about to go to the world of One Punch for the assessment, he met someone who was unexpected to him. You're here to pick up your brother? He's so old, he shouldn't need his parents to pick him up, right? Ye Qiu looked at Hung Dongmei strangely. He always thought that this cute girl might be targeting him. No, I'm here to find you. The big eyes behind Hung Dongmei's glasses looked at Ye Qiu seriously. Looking for me? We don't seem to know each other very well. If you want to say that you are familiar, it seems that you have been looked at last time. Alas, it is good to burn the fruit, but it is easy to be looked at. Ye Qiu has a feeling recently that he is a little too careless. In the end, he came to a conclusion. It must be because of burning the fruit. No, it should be the stallion fruit in his mind, and the sudden burst of shirt makes people responsible, and the operation is simply perfect. Actually, it's because of my brother. Hung Dongmei shyly fiddled with the corner of her clothes. But after seeing Ye Qiu beside him, the shyness disappeared instantly. Men, it's all the same. Your brother. Ye Qiu is even more puzzled. There doesn't seem to be any intersection between him and Shoto Todoroki, right? If it's convenient, can we find a quiet place to talk? Hung Dongmei looked at Ye Qiu with a slight pleading look. All of them were students from Xionging High School. She didn't want to find out about Ye Qiu by her own younger brother. Okay, for the sake of our cooperation, you have 10 minutes. I still have important things to do today. I hope you can finish what you have to say within 10 minutes. Otherwise, I can only say sorry. Soon, the three of them found a corner in the shade of a tree. Students passing by would not pay too much attention to what was going on under the shade of a tree. Hung Dongmei hesitated for a moment, then she spoke directly. First, she briefly described their family relationship. When she heard it, everyone felt sympathy for Shoto Todoroki's family relationship and disgusted Endeavor, the hero's mood. So, I want to ask you, can you guide my brother to become stronger? I think if he can't become stronger and can't untie his knot, he will become like his father sooner or later. I don't want to see that in the family. People. Hong Dongmei looked at Ye Qiu earnestly. The recent Shoto Todoroki has become more and more indifferent to the people around him, all of which are due to money's good, seeing that the flames shown by Ye Qiu are powerful. Ice and fire are inherently opposites. And what Shoto Todoroki has always wanted to do is to use his ice quirks to defeat the Endeavor, who is considered to be the strongest fire element. Ye Qiu seemed to be a demon king, shattering his beliefs. Because he could no longer hold on to his beliefs, Shoto Todoroki was not very good at school, and when he was at home, Hung Dongmei obviously found that his younger brother was autistic again. I don't know the quirks of ice. Ye Qiu's face was speechless. Moreover, if Xionging wants to become stronger, it is enough to have enough credits. I will not help any Xionging student become stronger because of personal relationship. This sentence, Ye Qiu said, is definitely incomparable. Today, one person asks him to open the back door, and tomorrow there will be a second one. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is better to reject the first one directly. Pull. Really not. Hung Dongmei showed a very disappointed expression. If you want, I can pay any price, including me. Break. Ye Qiu sucked in a breath of cold air. Ijia is not 100, and the familiar two-finger meditation started raging directly around his waist. Is King Kong indestructible magic a fake? Hee, so that's how you bully women? Ijia didn't smile. Ye Qiu felt chills all over looking at that expression. Could it be that women who practice Tai Chuan become cold? It seems that other exercises will be considered in the future, and those women should not be allowed to practice Tai Chuan. Cough. Cough. I think you may have misunderstood. I don't have any other ideas. 10 minutes is almost the same. About your brother, I can only say that everyone has their own fate and wants to become a real one. A strong man should learn to accept. If he can accept the innate firepower that your father brought him, that is when he will truly become powerful. Accept? Is it possible? Hung Dongmei smiled bitterly. She knew better than anyone what quirks her brother was. Paranoid, stubborn. Perhaps Shoto Todoroki didn't even notice it himself, but in a way, his character was exactly the same as his father's. However, if he can really accept his own body, that part belongs to the power brought by his father. Hong Dongmei also 803 fully believes that at that time, his younger brother's strength will be improved by leaps and bounds. Thank you, although you refuse to help me, today's conversation is still very useful to me, so I won't disturb your precious time. Of course, what I said just now is still valid. If you are willing to teach with my brother, I'd do anything. Hung Dongmei bowed to Ye Qiu and left with a slightly disappointed expression. Why don't you help her? Kento Kazuka looked at Ye Qiu incomprehensibly. That is a very beautiful woman, especially her unique temperament. I really envy her. Cut. Girl, I'm a principled person, okay? Why do I feel that you treat me as a hungry ghost, and you can't help but jump up when you see a woman? Ye Qiu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Is not it? Kentoka looked at Ye Qiu slyly. Well, you have already offended me, and I have practiced for a long time. Don't underestimate me. My strength is not weak. Humph. Who is afraid of who? I also have 2 older sisters. All 3 of us are your apprentices. 3 of them beat 1. Even if you are a master, you can beat you. Kento Kazuka waved his small fist angrily. I'm really scared of you. Laughing and playing all the way, Ye Qiu and the 2 soon came to Ye's house. In order to witness the S-rank heroes of the One-Punch world, he waited at home early, waiting for Ye Qiu to open any door. When you go there, you still have to pay attention. Even if the strength of the few of us is added together, it may not be an opponent that exists over there. Any door can't be taken with you at any time. If it is taken away by someone with a heart, it will bring nightmares to the world here. Ye Qiu reminded very seriously. Speaking of which, he kind of wanted to create something as convenient as storage, but when he tried to create it, the flow of energy and blood almost didn't frighten him to death. A few seconds later, he will die due to the exhaustion of qi and blood. So horrible. For now, cultivation items are definitely not taboo items that he can touch. Got it. Let's hurry up and find Mr. King. I'm really curious now, what kind of existence is the Heroes Association in that world, and how strong is the heroes there? Yu was a little excited to think. Sleeping and Ijia's eyes are also full of expectations. After all, it is heroes, or someone who wants to become heroes, knowing that there are heroes in other worlds, and maybe even stronger ones. After heroes, their curiosity can no longer be suppressed. Woman. Curiosity killed the cat. Ye Qiu shook his head slightly and didn't say anything more. Anyway, it won't be long before they can see the cruelty of the One-Punch world. There are many ordinary people there, but there are not as many heroes as in our British world. It is precisely because of this that human life is even more worthless in that world. As long as there are slightly more powerful monsters, large-scale bloodshed will inevitably occur. Ordinary people? In the eyes of eccentrics, it is nothing more than killing for pleasure, a ration-like existence. Even if you live in an urban area, you don't know when a weirdo like Margley will appear. With one punch, the entire town will be blasted away without a trace. Surviving is so cruel. That is to say, they crossed any door and arrived in the house that had been placed before. The moment I opened the door, I was waiting at the door early, and it seemed that I had been waiting for a long time. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. King. Ye Qiu said apologetically. King shook his head indifferently. Until the weirdo disappears, things like time have no substantive meaning to everyone. It should be said that the entertainment industry chain in the One-Punch world is already close to the brink of collapse, which is why King is addicted to love games and standalone games. Almost all other entertainment items have disappeared. Under the leadership of King, the special car of the Heroes Association was arranged early in the community. After all, for King, he doesn't really have the strength to become a Heroes. Every time he uses his S-Class Heroes status to greet the Heroes Association's special car pickup and drop-off, this is not a big deal. It's a small benefit otherwise, it is really not an easy task to go from one city to another for a meeting with his own footsteps. Wow! Is this the Heroes Association? It looks amazing. The towering black building surrounded by all the cities immediately aroused the emotion of the 3 women. Compared with the Heroes Association here, there is no building that looks so cold on their side. Welcome, Mr. King, to the Heroes Association. Under your recommendation, we will test the recommenders. During the test, there will be S-Class Heroes Silver Fangs and S-Class Heroes Trembling. Tornadoes conduct side-by-side reviews. Don't we already have 16 S-Class heroes? Why only 2? Can they be sure of the final result? In order to get on Ye Qiu's thigh, King still seemed very serious about his evaluation. You must know that this man is called the strongest man on earth. Feeling a trace of anger on King's body, the person in charge of the Heroes Association hurriedly explained, those 2 are among the S rank, with one of the best strengths, Mr. King. You can rest assured that the association will agree with them. Opinion. It's better, if I can't handle even this trivial matter, I will no longer be able to trust the Heroes Association, and I will resign myself as an S-rank Heroes. King Haki said incomparably. Ye Qiu didn't tell the three girls that King's true strength is actually the same as ordinary people with a preconceived S-level hero status, which made them instantly feel that Mr. King is really a very powerful character, and he speaks so confidently. You can rest assured, everything is arranged. A few please. Come with me. The person in charge of the Heroes Association is full of sweat. He can't bear the anger of an S-rank heroes. If he is known by the superiors, he will let an S-rank heroes renounce himself for his own reasons. As an S-level heroes, his life may not be preserved. Following behind the man in the suit, the 5 people quickly came to a venue. The venue was very large, with various test machines and many glass windows in the sky. Ye Qiu could clearly feel it. Behind those opaque-looking glass windows, many people were observing them. Just opposite when they came, an automatic door was opened, and an old man with hair color that had completely turned silver and a girl with green curly hair came out. Have not seen you for a long time. Very familiar, and said hello to the two. These two are the Shivering Tornado, who currently ranks 2nd and 3rd among the S-rank heroes, and the Silver Fangs. Great. You and the other 3, because of their internal strength training, their control of breath has become more acute than before. In their perception, except for Mr. King, who seems to be unable to discern the depth, the newly emerged 2 breath machines are very powerful. And that Mr. Silver Fang seems to be the person Ye Qiu wants to apprentice to. There seems to be a sleeping beast lurking in his body. It looks incomparably bright, but it can launch a fatal blow at any time. As for the Trembling Tornado, it is naturally an existence that surprised them even more. How did he become an S-rank heroes at such a young age? In their world, quirks are constantly growing with age. Even the quirks, who are against the sky, cannot become a character on the heroes' rankings at such a young age. Everyone relies on with the accumulated practice. He gradually became stronger and stepped into that position. Of course, they didn't know how old Shivering Tornado really was, otherwise they wouldn't be so surprised. After all, Shivering Tornado had come up step by step from weak strength. Ye Qiu? I heard that you want to join my dojo and practice with me. Maybe you don't understand the situation of my dojo, so you have such an idea. Silver Fang put his hands behind his back and sighed, his voice full of helplessness. Ye Qiu smiled and said, "Of course I know exactly what's going on in your dojo. But what I admire is your strength and character. Besides, do you think a person with level 5 hero's strength can't do anything about it? To deal with that little trouble. It's good to have self-confidence, but the troubles I need to face may not be able to withstand the S-class heroes. Since the old man is in charge of the test today, let me see that Mr. King has complete S-class strength in his eyes." How strong are people? Silver Fang nodded, and he stepped aside with the Trembling Tornado, who was too lazy to say a word, quietly waiting for the test to begin. Mr. Ye Qiu, the object of this test is the robot provided by Your Excellency Metal Knight. If you can defeat this robot, we will determine that you have A-level strength. If you want to identify an S-level heroes, you need to do a lot of testing. If you're sure of the solution, then I'll release that robot now. No problem. Ye Qiu nodded casually. Release the battle robot A324. In the broadcast, the voice sounded again, and on Ye Qiu's left, there was another huge automatic door. Click, click. Yesterday. As the door opened, there was a sound of metal humming behind the door. Hiss. Sleeping was in a bad mood at this time. They Xiongingta made quite a few robots. During the entrance examination, those robots with great power had already appeared. It's just that the body in front of him is not particularly big, but the whole body exudes deadly killing intent. Compared with the pure black machine, it is obviously many times worse. Ask for flowers. It's all heroes' world. Why is there such a big gap? You, as a professional heroes, sighed and said, in the past, most of the technological explosions were developed because of war. As a professional heroes, we really have to face many battles, most of which are battles. It's not enough to make another leap in power. Really dangerous missions are taken over by beings like All Might and Endeavor, and those dangers don't seem to matter to the world now. A war between humans and monsters. This is the fundamental reason to promote the crazy progress of the scientific and technological strength of the one-punch world. Let's go ahead first. Don't disturb your battle. I believe you will be able to become an S-class heroes. Come on. 0. King patted Ye Qiu on the shoulder, and he and you three retreated to the edge of the testing field. Don't turn on the long-range firepower mode. Let's test your speed and defense as Mr. Ye Qiu with melee combat. The top of the Heroes Association made a decision in an instant for the members who controlled the robot's mode change. Hey! Even though it was in melee mode, the engine hidden in his body made the incomparably cold big man rush towards Ye Qiu at an extremely fast speed. Good come. In the past 3 days, Ye Qiu's strength is not static. He has successfully cultivated the second level of the Dragon Elephant Bow Ruagong, and the first level of the King Kong Indestructible Magic has also entered the first level. A faint golden light. Without the power of fire? Without any evasion, what exactly is this Ye Qiu trying to do? For Ye Qiu's motionless actions, he had strong suspicions. Could it be said that the battle 3 days ago had caused Ye Qiu to not return to his peak? Yes, shame in front of the numerous staff of the association. Kind of hard to do. Not regaining strength? Non-existent. It's just that I just want to try my first defense of the Diamond Indestructible Magic. Can I withstand the attack of this big man? And if there is no strong blow, the diligence of the Diamond Indestructible Magic will also be very high. Of slowness. Small. Who? The dragon is singing and the elephant is singing. On Ye Qiu's body, a golden dragon-like phantom soon appeared, and after submerging into the incomparably strong body, it made him look much stronger. This is far from over. It is only the power of the Double Dragon Elephant Bow Ruagong. When the 2 Double Dragon Elephant Bow Ruagong increases the power of the body, Ye Qiu will use the first layer of the King Kong Indestructible Magic to display. When he came out, there was a faint golden light on his skin. This Mr. Ye Qiu's ability is not a pure physical ability similar to that of the Super Alloy Black Light. In this case, let's see where his physical ability limit is. If the Super Alloy Black Light is not powerful, it is not enough to become S-class heroes. At present, this kind of super physically capable person has not only the Super Alloy Black Light in the S-level heroes, but also the existence of the Vest 803, Venerable. Strictly speaking, the zombie male also belongs to physically powerful S-class heroes. Such an S-level heroes will have a very strong defensive ability, but its attacking ability will not be so prominent, so in the eyes of the Heroes Association managers, its status will not appear so high. Boom! Under everyone's attention, the fist that was so flatly stretched out and finally touched the fist of the robot A324. That is indeed the most primitive way of fighting. Driven by the engine and metal arms, the power of A324 is extremely terrifying. Ye Qiu's current body training is indeed not enough to resist such terrifying body power. After the fists of the 2 sides contacted, Ye Qiu's body was deeply pushed out by the terrifying robot A324, nearly 20 meters away. However, because of the inner chi protection of Jiuyang Jinqi, this ferocious impact only caused a slight disturbance to Ye Qiu's breathing and did not cause any substantial damage to him. Being able to resist a heavy punch from A324 shows that his physical defense has far exceeded that of normal humans. At least it can be compared to a tiger-level monster, but this is not the S-level heroes we want. If his strength is only like that, I decided to reject Mr. King's recommendation this time. Well, simply surpassing the limits of the human body without any skills can't be compared with Mr. Silver Fong. Such a person is indeed not enough to become an S-level heroes. I think A-level hero. Yes, I'm afraid he's a bit incompetent. And if the test continues like this, it's more or less the result of a B-level heroes. Don't worry, if this person's strength is really not as strong as what he said, give him the strength of level 5 second place, and take care of the feelings of Mr. King and the trembling Miss Tornado. Under the attack and defense of the first round, it seemed that it was Ye Qiu who was a little down on the wind, but as Ye Qiu's introducer King and the 3 daughters who knew Ye Qiu best, they did not show any panic. Tornado curled his lips in disdain. Silver Fangs, no wonder this kid wants to practice with you. It seems that his strength is still not at home, for such a trivial matter to call us to the Heroes Association. Next time I will definitely is not coming. Don't be in such a hurry. This little guy looks like a cultivator of the body refining school, but in my opinion, what he cultivates will definitely not be that simple. And from his easygoing expression, it seems that there is no metal at all. The robot made by the night is in sight. Don't worry, there are still good shows to watch. Bangu is not as impatient as the tornado. He practiced breathing techniques, and it is almost certain that Ye Qiu's exercises and the breathing techniques he practiced are on a par with each other, but it seems that Ye Qiu's mastery of these two terrifying powers is only an entry level. It should be the reason that he just practiced not long ago. No one would use the power they just cultivated as a trump card, and he didn't think that a person who defeated a dragon and a disaster had only such a little power. There should be no bragging in the king's words. Click, click. Sure enough, there was a crunching sound from Ye Qiu's body, who was beaten to the ground. The body that didn't look too strong at first was almost sturdy for a full circle. Using the power of burning the fruit here, I am afraid that it is a bit overkill. If so, let him use violence to try this robot. Kong Long has regrets. Under the blessing of the Dragon Elephant Bo Ruagong and Jiuyang Divine Art, although the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms does not have the terrifying power of burning the fruit, the terrifying power brought by the palm of Hunyuan Rui seems to be as if to blast all the air. There will be countless popping sounds in the small space. Previously, the group of high-level Heroes Association leaders who were almost ready to assign Ye Qiu to the B-level Heroes level rubbed their ears dumbfoundedly. What kind of beast-like power is this? Can humans make such a fist? Of course, there is such an effect, and it is entirely because of the 9 Young Divine Art, the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, the Dragon Elephant Bo-Rua Art, and the King Kong Indestructible Divine Art. All of these 4 divine arts will increase one's strength. Although Ye Qiu's cultivation level of each of them is not so advanced, the 4-level Jiuyang Divine Arts, the 2-level Dragon and Elephant Waves, and the 1 successful King Kong do not bad magic. And the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms that have been practiced for a long time, the effect of 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 is far greater than that of 4. Boom! Konglong has the additional power of regret, and it has brought the effects of these 4 divine arts into full play. At the first contact, Ye Qiu retreated 10 meters, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Under the second contact, the power of this palm directly made the robot A324 stiff in place. Hold it, hold it. This guy's level may be the same as the super alloy black light, and there is a huge defensive potential and attackability hidden in the flesh. The higher-ups of the Heroes Association swallowed, and 3.8 instantly changed their judgment on Ye Qiu. If such an existence cannot become an S-class heroes, they don't know who else in this world can become an S-class heroes. What Ye Qiu didn't know, those high-level executives had almost decided in their hearts that he was qualified to be an S-level heroes. However, the strength of the A324 robot is not bad, but it can help him hone his physical body and strive to polish the first-level King Kong indestructible magic to the realm of great achievement before he becomes a heroes. Ye Qiu seemed to be making a joke with the senior members of the Heroes Association. That brutal blow only lasted for 1 move, and then A324, who was sluggish for a while, his fist was like a violent storm. It could all fall on Ye Qiu, making him take a few steps back. Since Mr. Bangu, now I understand why this little devil wants to take you as his teacher. He seems to have a bad mind. Tornado looked at Ye Qiu speechlessly. That kid seems to have deliberately sent A3247 to fight. He can clearly solve this test quickly by fighting, but he wants to let the robot beat himself like a masochist. This is not a brain problem, how else can I explain it? Bangu's face was full of black lines, and he didn't know how to pick up what the dragon roll said. What does it mean to think about defeat if you have a bad brain and you are self-righteous? It is clearly because my strength is relatively strong, okay? However, for Ye Qiu's actions, Bangu was also unable to figure it out once. It seems that he is polishing his own breathing method, but this kind of strange breathing method that requires the power of others to attack in order to continuously become stronger is really unheard of. Only Bangu could see that the faint golden light on Ye Qiu's body became more and more solid after being beaten countless times by a 324's iron fist, and the more he stepped back. It's getting smaller and smaller, and even from the first 10 meters, it's barely able to retreat a few meters away. The first major achievement of King Kong's indestructible magic. The golden light flashed in Ye Qiu's eyes. Except for being caught by Bangu, all the tornadoes with strong psychic power were not caught because he thought there was something wrong with his brain. Got stronger. Bangu is very sure that Ye Qiu's breathing method just now has broken through a limit and has reached a new level. Interesting. The breathing method practiced by this young man seems to be not only comparable to my breathing method, but even some of it may even exceed what I have learned. Bangu's breathing method is very powerful, but Ye Qiu has 4 great powers. Of course, Fengshen Leg and Tianshuang Fist are also considered divine arts, but these 2 exercises cannot increase the strength of the body, and Tianshuang Fist Ye Qiu has no way to use it, which is a bit of a fly in the ointment. Boom. A 324 is another iron fist. Ye Qiu only retreated 3 meters this time, and the whole person is emitting a faint golden light visible to the naked eye. Body training is indeed a violent and refreshing process. Ye Qiu suddenly felt that maybe he liked this violent way of solving the battle. The appetizers are over, the real battle begins. Ye Qiu lowered his head, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and when he raised his head again, he shouted a few words to the person who stripped the back of his head. Turn on the long-range attack mode. If you don't turn on all the attack modes, I have no interest in smashing robots of this level. Lu Zhang, domineering. There is no silence and humility from before. At this time, Ye Qiu seemed to be a different person, which made the Heroes Association executives, who were a little hesitant about his strength, feel a little more annoyed in their hearts. Is the S-Class Heroes amazing? You are not yet an S-Class Heroes, so dare to be so arrogant. If you really become an S-Class Heroes, wouldn't you have another existence that cannot be restrained? Turn on the remote attack mode of A324. With an order, the responsible member directly pressed the button of the remote attack mode, and A324 suddenly made a sound. There are heavy weapons on his shoulders, his hands and feet are all equipped with high-standard mechanical devices, and there are 2 extremely sharp alloy war knives behind him. The robot transformed by the Metal Knight still has strong strength, at least it can be comparable to a dragon-level monster. The tongues of fire were all concentrated on Ye Qiu's body in an instant, pouring down like raindrops. A bit fast. Ye Qiu wanted to try his best to capture the trajectory of the bullet, but at the moment, even though his eyesight has been greatly improved, he still found that his eyes couldn't capture it, and he could only see a little clearer than others. Try the defensive power of King Kong's indestructible magic first. Having cultivated to the highest level of Vidra's indestructible magic, coupled with the increased power of the Dragon Elephant Bow Ruagong, Ye Qiu was almost certain that it would be extremely easy to block bullets. But now Ye Qiu is not so sure. Sure enough, when the bullets like rain fell on Ye Qiu frantically, bloodstains appeared on his pale golden skin. It hurts, but those pains are only a momentary thing. After all the bullets broke the defense of the skin, Ye Qiu used the elementalization ability of the burning fruit to let the bullets pass through his body smoothly. No dodge. The higher-ups of the Heroes Association were stunned. They were really afraid that that round of strafing would directly cause Ye Qiu to be seriously injured. In that case, wouldn't it mean that a Heroes would be lost in vain? They are the Heroes Society, whose purpose is to fight against monsters, not to slaughter heroes who belong to the human side. It won't really happen, will it? It should be no, there is Mr. Silver Fong, and he didn't stop it, which means that the boy will be fine. Perhaps so. The reason why Silver Fong was invited was on the one hand, because of Ye Qiu's own opinion, on the other hand, it was to avoid accidents. Among the S-level heroes of the entire Heroes Association, the Silver Fangs, who are the best talker and the least fearless casualty, can be said to be the most trusted person by the top of the association. The Silver Fangs, who had a relaxed expression before, also showed a serious expression at this time. Tornado, did you see it? Well, I saw it. The expression on the dragon roll at this time is not easy at all. It turns out that there is still such a person in the world. If it wasn't for his strange aura, I would have taken action. 803. Elementalization. Only the two of them caught it. This ability can almost be said to be immortal, and it is also the elementalization ability of flames. Unless they encounter the power of the water system, or a very powerful water system, no one can threaten Ye Qiu. Physical defense is invincible? No. No matter whether the physical defense is invincible or not, in a world without armament hockey, Ye Qiu is invincible in defense. Unless there is a power of comprehension, fantasy, or mythical level, it is generally difficult for him to die completely even with magic-level power. The power from the one-punch world, at present, can completely kill him, not too many. Vulcan style, Konglong has regrets. It is also a remorseful dragon, plus the terrifying power of burning the fruit, the golden red dragon, wrapped in the power of the dragon elephant Bo Ruagong, instantly made the entire test hall dazzling. Yes, it's S-Class. It's the power of fire. The 10-meter-long oriental flame golden dragon was already rushing towards A324, and the dragon's body roared instantly, and the body of A234, which was difficult for even a ghost-level geek to penetrate in an instant, directly appeared a huge hole. The body that was still moving was already twitching slowly, and soon it stopped moving. I seem to have a little interest in shooting. Arrogant brats are really not likable. In the indifferent eyes of Tornado, a different kind of light appeared, as if the hunter had discovered the prey. Ha ha. Anyway, that kid's test isn't over yet, Miss Tornado. If you're interested, you can try it out. It's been a long time since there was such an interesting character among S-rank heroes, don't you? Are you going to see where his limits are? Bangu also said with interest. In his eyes, the disciple with the highest talent in the past was Evil Wolf, but it was a pity that Evil Wolf went astray. Ye Qiu, who was standing in the field at this moment, had the will to worship him as his teacher, and in terms of talent, he was not sure how much higher than the Evil Wolf. Try his potential. Bangu can hardly wait to see how strong Ye Qiu is. As you wish. Tornado responded flatly, and the robot that should have collapsed to the ground suddenly stood up again, and the extremely sharp alloy long knife behind it was also pulled out. What's going on? Isn't the test already over? Who told you to restart A324? If something goes wrong with Mr. Ye Qiu, we will lose an S-Class heroes. Are you responsible? Before seeing Ye Qiu's strength, the senior members of the Heroes Association were more concerned with his positioning. And just that palm. The power of just one palm will completely overwhelm them. This person must be an S-rank heroes. Counting Ye Qiu's record of defeating Margly, it was a dragon-level disaster, and it was already up to the standard of an S-level heroes. Sir, I didn't do anything. The palm of my hand just now completely destroyed the control system in the A324 robot. Logically speaking, the A324 should have been scrapped. Unless the Metal Knight came in person, it would be possible to restart it again. Secret door. The man in the suit who was in charge of controlling the A324 was sweating all over his forehead. He was constantly trying to completely shut down A324. Although Ye Qiu's strength was strong, they couldn't guarantee how much fighting power Ye Qiu had left after the terrifying attack just now. Those are S-Class heroes. If they are really tested by one of them, and they accidentally lose people, they will be the sinners of the entire human race. S-Class heroes, if you want to die, you can only die on the battlefield. You can't blame them for not being nervous. That guy from Metal Knight is clearly a lunatic, and his products are basically war machines. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. Boss, it's not A324's own problem, it's Miss Tornado. Miss Tornado is controlling A324 to attack for a long time. Soon, after checking all the possibilities, they finally found the tornado that was half floating in the air. Ye Qiu, who was the party involved, also discovered this long ago. Speaking of which, the psychic power of the royal sister Lolita, Tornado, is more suitable for the arrow rain than 100 moves, but it is a pity that she did not create the quirks. However, it would be too much to look down on him by randomly manipulating a scrapped robot to test him. If you can attack me, count me as a loser. This S-rank hero's title, don't worry. With your power, you can control such a cumbersome thing and even touch the corner of my clothes. Do you understand swordsmanship? Do you know the sword technique? You looked at the lowly royal sister unceremoniously at all. Young age is not the capital for your ranting. The tornado was obviously P************* D off by Ye Qiu's tone, and he didn't expect that this guy would treat the third-ranked Silver Fangs and her in a totally different attitude. If this is the case, it is bound to give this Silver Fang's future apprentice an unforgettable lesson. The A324, which was originally driven by mechanical energy, suddenly became the control of psychic power, and the speed of restoring the alloy sword with both hands suddenly increased or decreased a lot. Ye Qiu smiled politely at the position of the Dragon Roll royal sister lowly and shook his head regretfully. Catch the shadows. If it wasn't for the purpose of raising the level of King Kong's indestructible magic, how could he have been hit even once by that cumbersome attack? Good posture. Bangu originally thought that Ye Qiu would use a more violent method to smash the already dilapidated robot to the point of direct smashing, but he did not expect that this kid would display such a pleasing body technique. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. The people at the top of the Heroes Association originally thought about how to dissuade Miss Tornado in order to stop this infighting between the S-rank heroes. But now, they are not worried at all. This new hero named Ye Qiu is clearly a monster. Physical defense. Fire ability. Invincible movement. Anyone who has one ability can become an S-rank hero, and he has 3 abilities at once, especially at his age. The 3 abilities are far from the top level, and there are still some room for improvement. If they couldn't see it now, Ye Qiu's physical defense was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye when he was playing against A324, and he was afraid that he could really resign from the Heroes Association. As expected of the person recommended by the strongest man on Earth at present, this is completely possible to become the strongest of the next generation. I am afraid that Miss Tornado will be angry. Now those guys are not worried that Ye Qiu will be hit by the broken robot. They are a little worried. If the tornado is directly angry, Ye Qiu's current strength, I am afraid there is really no way to continue. Stop fighting. Little Loach. No.1 felt that Ye Qiu was still a child, and she didn't bother to care about such a young and frivolous guy. She attacked for 10 minutes, and she couldn't even touch the corner of Ye Qiu's clothes, which was enough to explain the problem. Unless she was using her psychic power with all her strength and directly thinking of killing this guy. In this small space, the money is good. Tornado didn't think she had any other means that could pose a fatal threat to Qiu. If the older heroes provokes her, Tornado can just kill her regardless of whether the opponent is S-rank or not. Against monsters? It would be nice to have her trembling Tornado, but the trash that provokes her and was killed is not enough to protect the entire human race. Humph. Wait for this stinky B******************* D to be suppressed when he is a little older. Compared with the heroes of Tong Di's age, the rebellious teenager in adolescence is really not cute at all. The arrogant royal sister, Lolita Tornado, just flew out of the Heroes Association. She will not give her own evaluation, because as long as the Heroes Association people are not idiots, they will know whether Ye Qiu should be at an S grade. The Silver Tusk Bangu stayed. He wanted to witness the new S-rank heroes with King, and he also gave Ye Qiu one, and at the same time gave himself a chance. Congratulations, Mr. Ye Qiu. From now on, you are a real S-level heroes, and you are currently ranked 17th among S-level heroes with your contribution. Before Genos joined the Heroes Association, Ye Qiu's record was the last in the S rank. It has nothing to do with strength. As long as you brush more monsters, the ranking will still improve very quickly. Ye Qiu nodded. From today onwards, I will slaughter weirdos as my goal. Killing monsters? This person's idea is totally different from other S-class heroes. Is it good to engage in heroes' activities? Heroes' activities are not only about destroying monsters, but you seem to be a heroes for the purpose of killing monsters. Never mind. The higher-ups of the Heroes Association swallowed, obviously not taking Ye Qiu's words to heart. Otherwise, those S-rank heroes would have directly exhausted them to death. Ye Qiu, I saw the battle just now. It should be a few top breathing techniques. Almost every one of them can be compared with my rock-shattering fist. Why do you want to join my school? The staff of the Heroes Association went very quickly, leaving the 803 miles to a few S-rank heroes. Ye Qiu organized the language and said, in terms of moves, my progress is far less than I imagined. Although the breathing method is top-notch, I have never had a top-level teacher. Mr. Bangu is very strong, can be the #1 powerhouse of the ancient martial arts school. I think joining your dojo can make me better at the realm of breathing techniques and moves. One floor up. Also, after the conversation changed, Ye Qiu looked directly at the 3 girls. I'm not a good teacher, but my 3 wives have also learned breathing techniques with me. If it is taught by me, the effect will be sure. There would be no reason for that. 3 wives. Okay. Even after Bangu heard this, his almost unwavering state of mind was shaken a little. In this world, women's resources are becoming less and less. Too much. The little kid who is only a little older has actually found 3 wives, obviously to make these old bachelors who concentrate on martial arts get angry. I'll think it over. Bangu's complexion instantly turned pale, making King, the guy who maintains his aloof image, almost didn't even laugh out loud. Ha ha. 3 wives? This dog food is sprinkled, this loving show? Should. Deserve it. Ye Qiu was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect that the anger of these single dogs would be so terrifying. Actually, Mr. Bangu, if you are willing, I am willing to take out a breathing method of my own in exchange for entering the dojo. Ye Qiu didn't hesitate at all. Anyway, he has no sect and all the exercises he owns are his own. If he wants to decide who to give it to, he has the final say. Moreover, those exercises in the hands of Bangu will only make heroes stronger, and there will be no uncontrollable things. Is what you said true? Bangu looked at Ye Qiu in astonishment. Others didn't know the level of those breathing techniques. How could he not know? As long as he can practice any of Ye Qiu's breathing methods without conflicting with his own breathing methods, let alone dragon-level disasters, he also feels that he can fight against god-level disasters in the future. Force. If you become my teacher, you will definitely be willing to teach it. As a communication in the martial arts, if I cherish my broom, wouldn't I be living up to the position that the ancient martial arts source should have in this world? Gu-woo. It has become a genre that is not valued by others. In the early years of Bangu, he accepted so many disciples, hoping that in his own hands, the ancient martial arts can be carried forward. Unfortunately, because of the evil wolf, all efforts were in vain. The words Ye Qiu said almost touched the deepest string in his heart. Okay, I agree to your request. You can come to my dojo, and your 3 wives can also become my disciples. Bangu finally nodded. Here is my address. From tomorrow, you can go to the dojo to practice flowing water rock-shattering fist with me. After Bangu gave Ye Qiu the address, he left the Heroes Association leisurely. Under the special car of the association, Ye Qiu and his party also ended the test without too much turbulence and went home to continue practicing. The next day, still in the afternoon, Ye Qiu finally found the location of his dojo based on the disciples Bangu had provided before. Welcome. Our dojo has not had any new disciples for a long time, and the teacher has finally recruited students again. Chaolanzi is still very happy to have a new junior brother and junior sister, so maybe Lu Shui Shangquan can be revived again. His lack of aptitude has always been the most annoying place for him. I'm a senior brother, the others are senior sisters. Ye Qiu emphasized it. What? Holding tea and serving Ye Qiu's Chaolanzi, he obviously didn't expect this boy who looked younger than himself. The first sentence would be this. I'm my brother. Chaolanzi said dissatisfiedly. Whoosh. 1 class. Ye Qiu directly slapped Chaolanzi, and that palm landed in front of him before Chaolanzi could react, and the incomparably fierce palm wind made Chaolanzi's hair flutter. So fast. In such a situation where people have no power to fight back, Chaolanzi feels that in memory, only the wolf can do it alone. Although the other brothers and sisters were strong, they did not make people feel that they were on the verge of despair. The strong is the senior brother. If the strength is not enough, you should work hard to cultivate. It is not enough to mess around. The ancient martial arts school will never give up a single effort. Ye Qiu retracted his palm and drank tea leisurely. Clap, clap, clap. After Ye Qiu said this, Bangu was applauding and walked over from the back of the dojo. That's right, the ancient martial arts school will never abandon a person who works hard. In order to become a real strong person, in addition to enough talent, hard work is also very necessary. If 1 year is not enough, just work hard for 5 years. 5 years, 10 years is not enough. As long as you persistently practice ancient martial arts, even at the age of 70 or 80 years old, you can become a qualified hero. Bangu followed Ye Qiu's words. Chaolanzi has a good temperament, and after everyone left the dojo, she was willing to stick to it. But in terms of pure aptitude, Chaolanzi is indeed a bit poor, and in terms of cultivation, he is not so focused. Bangu has always been unclear on how to teach Chaolanzi this apprentice, but Ye Qiu's words seem to have opened a new door for him. Teacher, you're right, in the practice of the ancient martial arts school, we should persevere in the practice. Ancient martial arts is a kind of tempering of the state of mind. If you can't even believe in yourself, you will never be able to become a true martial artist. The strong. Ye Qiu nodded. Bangu looked at Ye Qiu with satisfaction. It's no wonder that you already have such strength at a young age. Not everyone can possess such a temperament. Chaolanzi, let me introduce this little brother Ye Qiu to you. From today onwards, he is your senior brother. In addition, he also has an identity as the 17th S-level heroes in the Heroes Association. Break. S-class heroes? If the previous words were just to make Chaolanzi move, then this level of identity was enough to shock him. Ye Qiu looks younger than her. How could he become an S-rank heroes? The cultivation of the ancient martial arts school is completely different from the way other heroes gain power. It needs to be accumulated over time. Even the evil wolf known as a genius will definitely not be an S-level heroes now. The opponent and hungry wolf is also much older than Ye Qiu. Chaolanzi, although I know it's hard for you to believe this matter, but there are still geniuses in this world. In order to understand the ancient martial arts that Ye Qiu practiced before, I will have a little discussion with him later. You must watch carefully when we are discussing, and it is up to you to see how much you can get. Only now did Chaolanzi know why her master started bathing and burning incense early in the morning to adjust the mental state of the whole person to the extreme. It turned out to be a match with Ye Qiu, who is also an S-level heroes. The discussion between field encouragement. Perhaps when encountering heroes of other schools, one's own master will never be so serious, but those who encounter the ancient martial arts school will become extremely serious. This is respect for other ancient martial arts schools and also for himself. A type of rock-breaking fist of flowing water, honing. As you wish, I also really want to see how powerful Silver Fong, the third-ranked S-class heroes, is. Ye Qiu's fighting spirit was very high. Soon, they came to the place where they learned from each other in the dojo, and Chaolanzi and the 3 daughters sat on the side. Sisters, do you think this old man can defeat Ye Qiu? Ye Qiu asked curiously. When it comes to ancient martial arts, she is the person who has the most say. After all, the Kento dojo run by her uncle is a genre of ancient martial arts Aikido. Ye Qiu, what grandfather? Mr. Bangu is our teacher now. Ye Qiu is willing to learn from the teacher. On the one hand, he also wants us to see the teacher's powerful strength and have enough confidence in the future cultivation. Excellent explanation. Chaolanzi retorted, the 3 senior sisters, Brother Yi, may be very powerful and can become an S-level heroes at such a young age, but compared with the teacher's decades of ancient martial arts, Brother Ye Qiu's accumulation is definitely it's still not enough, so I think that in this competition, the winner will definitely be the teacher. Maybe? Sleeping responded with a sound, and turned his attention back to Ye Qiu and Bangu. Only after cultivating Tianshuang Fist did they discover that the ancient martial arts school of close combat would have such a great charm. Compared with simply improving quirks, practicing internal strength every day and trying to figure out the true meaning of the moves made them more enjoyable, so this battle was more attractive to them than anything else. I hope you will simply use the moves of the ancient martial arts school in the battle later, and don't use other abilities for the time being. My purpose is just to test your ancient martial arts training status and understand the ancient martial arts you are practicing. It's not that you want to test your abilities. In the Heroes Association test yesterday, you have proven to everyone how powerful your abilities really are. Bangu spoke before the fight. Ye Qiu responded solemnly, "Teacher, don't worry, I had this idea before I sued. Originally, I wanted to learn the combat techniques of the ancient martial arts school with you. Naturally, it is impossible to use other abilities to learn from you. Please rest assured." Xiaolanzi naturally has incomparable confidence in her master, but the other party is also an S-level heroes after all. After hearing that Ye Qiu became an S-level heroes, he used other abilities in his heart. Hanging that breath was completely relieved. For flowers. Okay, let's start then. Bangu put one hand behind his back and the other palm facing up, making a gesture of invitation to Ye Qiu. Catch the shadows. The first thing Ye Qiu performed was not the 18 dragons subduing palms, but the one-finger divine art. After the one-finger meditation blessed by the inner force and the indestructible dragon and elephant Bo Rua Gong, the fingers become extremely hard. Even because all the forces can intercept the pale golden light emitted by the entire finger on that finger, and even it is more dazzling than the pale golden light radiated by the use of the whole body to cast the Vajra indestructible magic. Good come. Bangu is very satisfied with Ye Qiu, not only because he has made such achievements in ancient martial arts at such a young age, but because to a certain extent, Ye Qiu has a part of the ancient martial arts school that is very similar to him. 0. Teething fingers. The fingertips that have been trained can accurately hit the very small key points, and the movements are like flowing water without stagnation. At the same time, they have a huge destructive power that can crush rocks. This is one of the characteristics of Banga boxing. The same is also the fingering. In the face of Ye Qiu's fingering, Bangu did not deliberately attack the key points that his sight could capture, but directly attacked his fingers. He wanted to try Ye Qiu's fingering ability, whether it can be compared with his teeth. One is the fangs that can break the rock, and the other is the one-finger zen that can cut gold and break iron. The same is the encouragement. Even Ye Qiu's one-finger meditation has been blessed by the Vajra indestructible magic and dragon elephant Bo Rua Gong. The Rakido contained in it is extremely terrifying, but compared with Bangu's decades of cultivation underneath, there was a sharp and incomparable pain on the fingertips, and the terrifying ability to break the face directly caused scarlet blood to appear on his fingertips. One finger zen. Ye Qiu did not retreat so easily. After experiencing the failure of one move, he became even more excited because of seeing blood. He was completely different from Lugu, and all 10 fingers practiced one-finger meditation, just for the sake of in the future, he will be able to practice the 6 Meridians Divine Sword and lay the foundation. If one finger is injured, he still has 9 fingers to continue attacking, and he will not give up so easily. Small. The fingers of the 2 sides were constantly flying, and each time they were able to accurately match the fingers of the other party, as if they had negotiated. But the 4 key players are very clear that this is definitely not a result that was negotiated in advance, but that the game of one move and one style has entered a very thrilling state. Almost every time he made a shot, more blood would flow out of Ye Qiu's fingers, but he didn't care at all. Instead, the fighting intent in his eyes became more vigorous. Xiaolanzi was a little frightened, and at the same time understood one thing: why Ye Qiu was able to have such a strong strength over the ancient martial arts at such a young age was entirely because of that terrifying fighting spirit. He had only seen this kind of stubbornness towards fighting an evil wolf, but Evil Wolf had embarked on a path of 803 that was completely different from Ye Qiu's. Call. I don't know how many times the fingers on both sides attacked each other in an instant, but when Ye Qiu suddenly backed away, His hands started to tremble slightly, and almost all 10 fingers were bloody. As expected of the third heroes in the S-class, the gap between himself and him is still a bit scary. Although the magic is strong, because of the low realm, there are still some things that can't be compensated. But even if Ye Qiu seemed a little wasteful, there was a rare bruise on Bangu's 2 fingers. Come again. Ye Qiu obviously didn't plan to stop at this time. It was only by forcing Bangu to use his teeth and fingers, and he did not even perform the flowing water rock crushing fist. Obviously, this result could not satisfy Ye Qiu. Show off the incomparably exquisite palm technique you performed yesterday. I think you are not only proficient in palm technique, but also a little bit of other moves. I'll let you see it. The true meaning of flowing water and rock-shattering fist. Bangu's aura suddenly changed. The fierce and domineering of the 18 dragons subduing palms and his flowing water and rock-shattering fist belonged to a completely different genre. I have only seen it once, and Bangu is delighted to see it and wants to have a good comparison with this fierce routine. Okay. At present, one of the moves I have mastered is called 18 palms for subduing dragons, and the other is called Foshan legs. Teacher, be careful. The power of these 2 moves is not bad. 18 palms to subdue the dragon. Foshan legs. Wow. What an arrogant name. As a qualified ancient martial arts enthusiast, Qiao Lanzi can be absolutely certain that among the current ancient martial arts schools, he has never heard of the 2 ancient martial arts methods mentioned by Ye Qiu. Want to see Ye Qiu's moves? The one-finger magic trick just now had already brought a huge shock to Qiao Lanzi. Although Ye Qiu used all 10 fingers and did not block Bangu's teeth, Ye Qiu finally made Bangu's fingers bruised, and even his own fingers did not show any irreversible terror. Damage. Look forward to. Qiao Lanzi's arms trembled a little. This was the first time he watched a top-level ancient martial arts confrontation. He didn't expect that training would be such an exciting thing. I really want to become stronger. I really want to become stronger quickly. Ye Qiu didn't expect that the words of himself and Bangu did not bring much motivation to Qiao Lanzi, but just a battle made Qiao Lanzi completely excited. Sure enough, the thing that excites men the most is the flesh-and-blood collision between fists and feet. The dragon swings its tail. Using the wind to catch the shadows, he quickly moved behind Bangu, and it was a violent dragon wagging its tail. After a night of precipitation, the first level of his diamond indestructible divine art has completely stabilized in the realm of Desheng, and he officially started the second level of cultivation. Naturally, his external skills such as the 18 dragon subduing palms have also been improved a little. Flowing water rock fist, flowing water array. If it is said that the teeth are inserted into the fingers, it can only be regarded as a simple application of the flowing water and rock-shattering fist, then the application of the flowing water array can be said to be very high. Bangu seemed to have eyes behind his back and instantly turned his body slightly to block Ye Qiu's dragon's tail. Kong Long has regrets. Ye Qiu was not annoyed. His expression was extremely serious. He switched to Kong Long with regrets again, and the terrifying palm of the wind continued to charge towards Bangu. Fierce. Domineering. It was only after Bangu personally got in touch with him that he realized how terrifying this technique of Ye Qiu was. According to his estimation, Ye Qiu is not even a small Chengdu now, otherwise, he would not be able to resist the terrifying power in his palm. Dragon subduing 18 palms? Logically speaking, this set of exercises should have 18 strokes, and the changing connection between each stroke will not be so simple. It was just in Bangu's view that Ye Qiu was indeed displaying his sturdy and skilled palm technique. For ordinary people who didn't understand the ancient martial arts, this technique would definitely be able to kill them easily. But for Bangu, the flaws. All are flaws. The connection between moves is very abrupt. It can even be said that Ye Qiu seems to rely on his own mood to make moves at will, and there is no perfect connection between moves. Ugh. What a waste. Bangu, who kept blocking the 18 palms of the falling dragon, couldn't help but sigh. What a talent. What a powerful technique. If Ye Qiu was able to worship in his dojo earlier, and now he is afraid to become the #1 of the S-rank heroes, it is not impossible. It's a pity, if you only have this ability, I'm afraid you can't even break through my defenses. In the future, you should calm down and cultivate well. Your current level of ancient martial arts can be said to be completely unqualified. Banggu sighed. He couldn't even force his breathing out. It seemed that he had thought too much of Ye Qiu before. Don't worry, teacher. My strongest skill is not the 18 palms of subduing the dragon, but the Fengshen leg is my first practice. There are only 6 moves in this practice. The corner of Ye Qiu's mouth rose 3.8. Banggu's speed, strength, and combat experience almost crushed him. Originally, Ye Qiu didn't think that it was only because he was relatively rusty, and he could use the burning fruit to play the powerful 18 dragon subduing palms. Can deal any damage to Banggu. The Fengshen leg was Ye Qiu's powerful ultimate move without burning the fruit. The second style of Fengshen legs, strong grass in the wind. Ye Qiu suddenly changed his palm to his leg, and his right leg, with terrifying power, slammed into Banggu at a lightning-fast speed. It's useless. Before the words of Banggu were finished, he was horrified to find that the flowing water array had not blocked this move. Touch! 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 The defense of both hands was smashed by the incomparably huge Rakido, and Banggu Xing's hind legs took 3 steps to relax. The 18 dragon subduing palms have been completely suppressed, and the situation can only be reluctantly opened by using the Fengshen leg. It seems that teacher Banggu is really strong. Yu was tense for a long time before completely letting go of the dangling heart. Because if the two sides were evenly matched, with Ye Qiu's temperament, he would definitely fight Banggu to the point of losing his strength. Now, Ye Qiu's hard power in ancient martial arts really can't be compared to teacher Banggu, so the two sides will definitely reach it. Senior Ye Qiu, you are really amazing. Even in S-rank heroes would be almost impossible to destroy Master's flowing water formation in such a violent way. Cha Lanzi was completely stunned. That is a flowing water formation. It can almost be said that it is the strongest defense in terms of moves. The original Evil Wolf was a genius. But in front of the flowing water formation, he was completely powerless to fight back. Ye Qiu, who didn't use the full strength of his S-rank heroes, actually beat his master backwards in front of the flowing water formation. What an astonishing ability and move 12. What a fast leg technique. It seems to have the charm of the wind in the leg technique. It has the same effect as my Lushui Rock Crusher. You can practice this leg technique to the point of perfection, and in the future you will practice the water-shattering fist. Rock Fist will definitely start at an extremely fast speed. Banggu nodded in satisfaction. How is it? Do you want to continue? Of course, I haven't done it yet, and the power of Fengshen's legs has not been fully exerted. If I give up fighting now, my martial arts heart will become unstable. Ye Qiu looked at Banggu firmly. Cha Lanzi, have you seen it? Even if you know that you are not an opponent, you must do your best to develop your martial arts. If you don't have such a will in your daily sparring, you will never be able to become the strongest. Banggu shouted. I understand, Master. In the future, whether I am practicing or learning from each other, I will be brave and diligent, and I will show my martial arts without fear. Cha Lanzi said firmly. Banggu nodded with great satisfaction, but he didn't tell Cha Lanzi something in his heart, that is, based on the aptitude and strength of all the disciples in the dojo, Cha Lanzi should even put his own martial arts into practice. It bloomed without reservation, and it would not be the opponent of any one of them. There is a great possibility that for a long time in the future, it will be spent in hanging. Poor Tea Orchid. Oh, forget it, forget it. Everyone has their own destiny. Some people are born to be strong. Some people are born. Banggu briefly sorted out his thoughts, and then looked at Ye Qiu seriously, but he wanted to see how many surprises Ye Qiu's confident legs could bring him. Breath, breath, breath. With that leg just now, Ye Qiu was able to break through the water in an instant, which was enough to prove how domineering and fierce his leg technique was. Banggu didn't feel that in normal state, the flowing water formation he displayed would really be able to resist Ye Qiu's legs. Energetic, awesome. Ye Qiu's pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, Banggu didn't seem to have changed at all, but his figure seemed to have grown countless times. That is an invisible momentum oppression. Great. Even Yu and Sleeping, the professional heroes, praised them very seriously. In the eyes of the two of them, Banggu at this time can definitely fight against All Might at his peak, and they don't know who will win and who will lose. As for Endeavor, definitely not Banggu's opponent. Still not attacking, Banggu, who was breathing, waved at Ye Qiu seemingly provocatively. The third style of function legs, heavy rain and strong wind. His legs like raindrops fell madly towards Banggu's chest, but Banggu, who seemed to have abandoned all his feelings at this time, resisted all the moves with ease. Blocked. Flowing water array, still flowing water array. The terrifying power contained in Ye Qiu's legs can be known from the roaring sound in the air, and the gust of wind brought by the leg technique even made the tea orchid in the distance. The arm felt a slight irritation. Even so terrifying, Banggu has blocked it. Function leg fourth form, resolute. The fifth style of function legs, the wind rolls the ruined building. The light in Ye Qiu's eyes was incomparably cold and stern. With 2 consecutive moves, his left and right legs carried endless, terrifying power, frantically pressing towards Banggu's head. Boom! Boom! The flowing water formation was still blocked. At that time, at the feet of Banggu, there were cracks one after another. Even the flowing water formation, which he claimed to be invincible in defense, couldn't make the 2 violent leg tricks out of the way. The power is completely removed. Ye Qiu felt that although the battle did not last for a long time, his entire body was more fatigued than any previous battle. It was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. Too tired. He has only just taken the first step in the martial arts. Facing a giant who has been on the martial arts for decades, the feeling is really very, very tired. The point is, no matter how much power he used, Banggu's side was only on the defensive, and even the attack of the flowing water rock-crushing fist was not displayed. Last resort. Originally, Ye Qiu was still hesitating whether or not he should use the kamikaze roaring move that he has not yet fully mastered. Now, it seems that Banggu is definitely capable. Down. Teacher, the last move. Function leg 803 sixth form, kamikaze howling. Ye Qiu's leg completely drove the surrounding wind, and the energy of Fengxian's legs instantly formed a small tornado, attacking Banggu. It's a leg technique, but in the leg technique, there is a terrifying power of wind. It's a pity that Ye Qiu can't understand the true meaning of martial arts now, and there is no way to achieve the state of Niafeng's windless state, otherwise the power of this move will be even more terrifying. Good come. The magic of the kamikaze's howl was obviously an eye-opener for Banggu. No more defense. Can't stop. Even if he used the breathing technique, Banggu knew very well that his flowing water formation could not completely block this kamikaze howl, and even if he blocked it, it was inevitable to take a few steps back. Flowing water rock fist. Attacked. Banggu at this time, his hands change like running water, ever-changing. Ye Qiu's leg move, in front of his attack, is just a rock that needs to be broken by him. As long as the flaws in the rock are found, the power of water droplets to penetrate the rock will eventually break this move. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ye Qiu didn't know how many times his legs were attacked by the flowing water rock-shattering fist in an instant, but when he and Banggu passed by, it was difficult for his legs to stand up straight, and the kamikaze howled furiously. The power is also dissipated in the invisible. It's all broken up. Losing so thoroughly. Ye Qiu smiled bitterly. Of course, this result was already expected, but when it was really accepted, there was still a little bit of unwillingness. Speaking of which, he has never completely faced failure since he began to accept a life that requires fighting. It went so well. It smoothly made him think that the 72 quirks were enough to make him instantly become a strong man who despised everything. Facts have proved that he is still a little arrogant. Failure is never a bad thing. How can we increase our strength in the short term? After the failure, Ye Qiu couldn't help but start thinking about this problem. In addition to practicing with Banggu, he also needed to think about what method he should use to completely improve his strength. Don't be so frustrated. Your real strength is not just ancient martial arts, so I believe that in the near future, when your ancient martial arts strength rises, the increase in strength will be extremely terrifying. At that time, an old man like me, I'm afraid that I can really retire and enjoy my old age. After Bangu finished the breathing method, he suddenly turned into a very ordinary-looking old grandfather with a very good spirit. Senior Ye Qiu, you are really amazing. I have never seen anyone who can force the teacher to use breathing techniques to fight in ancient martial arts. Cha Lanzi was so excited that she completely forgot that she was unhappy about losing her senior brother status. Ye Qiu shook his head and soon came out of his emotions, smiled at him. You will also become stronger. I will wait for you at the S-rank position. Hero, yes. World, so tired. Brother, don't worry. I will practice hard from today, and when I can hold on to your hands for 10 minutes, I will go to participate in the assessment of the Heroes Association. Kalanzi is full of fighting spirit. Hearing his declaration, Mr. Bangu almost sat on the ground in fright. In Ye Qiu's hands for 10 minutes? Cha Lanzi is dreaming. While he is getting stronger, Ye Qiu will get stronger at a faster rate. If he wants to hold on for 10 minutes in the hands of this little pervert, I am afraid he will not be able to do it in his life, unless Ye Qiu deliberately fights. Drain the water. Okay, as long as you have this heart, if I come to the dojo, I will definitely find time to fight with you once. Ye Qiu smiled. Thank you, brother. Cha Lanzi bowed solemnly to Ye Qiu. You're welcome. These are trivial matters. By the way, teacher, these are the 2 top breathing methods that I said, and I hope they can help you too. Ye Qiu took out the Tianshuang fist and the 18 dragon subduing palms that he had prepared for a long time. Tianshuang fist contains the method of inner strength cultivation. He felt that Mr. Bangu was originally a master in boxing. He should be able to get started very soon in this Tianshuang fist. How much effort it takes. The 18 dragon subduing palms are also among the top-level external skills, and they belong to the palm technique. Grandmasters who are proficient in boxing techniques will not have any problems cultivating them. The most important thing is that they can also guide their own cultivation. Ye Qiu is not at all worried that Bangu will pass on these 2 exercises to other disciples. Anyway, no matter how others practice, they will not be as strong as him. The same exercises in the hands of different people will never be as powerful. Same. Ye Qiu, you only need to show me the moves, and I will naturally point out your shortcomings. As for the complete exercises, there is no need to come up with them. I only need to practice the Lu Shui rock-shattering fist. Bangu did not accept the exercises copied by the 2 Ye Qiu books. Teacher, I know how deep your fortunes are in the flowing water and rock-crushing fist. But if you don't learn a little bit about these 2 exercises, I'm afraid you won't be able to guide them very well. Besides, things like exercises, this is to learn from each other. Maybe the teacher can find a new path in the flowing water and rock-shattering fist. Ye Qiu relentlessly seduced. Real? It is definitely impossible to say that Bangu is not impatient. Although he does not want to practice so much, it is still good to look at other top breathing techniques. Because of weird reasons, many ancient martial arts sources have disappeared in this world. Alas, the path of cultivation is getting more and more lonely. Bangu is not a hypocritical person, after all. He is a master of a generation, and he quickly sorted out his emotions and took over the 2 exercises in Ye Qiu's hands. Senior brother, can I practice your exercises in the future? Cha Lanzi looked at Ye Qiu with a little expectation. After cultivating the flowing water rock-shattering fist for so long, he always felt as if he had no talent. Ye Qiu patted him on the shoulder. After the teacher has finished his research, he has completely started. If you are suitable, you can practice as you like. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Cha Lanzi quickly thanked. Ye Qiu's actions made Sleep a little dissatisfied as a teacher of Xiangying. Ye Qiu, why don't you provide Xiangying with this level of exercise? How should I put it, they don't have quirks. And this world is far more dangerous than our world. Besides, I trust the teacher, but in our world, I can't guarantee that everyone who can practice the exercises they are all good people. Especially the current crisis is far from resolved. The dangerous guy of AFO, if he has practiced his skills and is matched with the suitable quirks, Ye Qiu really doesn't know how that guy's strength will increase. Although at that time, Ye Qiu should also have the ability to completely suppress him, but Ye Qiu is now a special advisor to Xiangying. even if he is not heroes, he cannot risk letting AFO have more destructive power to society. Yu's side also comforted her sleep. Don't think about it so complicated. Our men are not saints. There is no need to do that kind of thing. Our world is too strong, and it will breed a lot of unnecessary things. It is already very good now. In this world, it is because the pursuit of power, good money, of human beings has exceeded that degree, and there will be strange things. People appeared. Power. It's a double-edged sword after all. On Banggu's side, after opening the Tianxuanquan exercises, he frowned slightly when he saw the Huxia characters. Fortunately, he had studied Huxia characters in order to practice breathing techniques. Speaking of ancient breathing techniques, it was almost all originated from the magical civilization of Daxia. Seeing this, Banggu couldn't stop at all. Originally, he thought that the breathing method provided by Ye Qiu was at best the same as his breathing method. Through continuous practice, he could instantly explode in battles that were much higher than usual. The power of. Now this view has been completely broken. This breathing method can actually condense something called internal force in the body. As long as you practice, you can continue to become stronger and stronger. Even a talented kid like Chalanzi will become a qualified hero after cultivating for decades.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.